We are back for our third series of the night, and we are turning our attention to a elimination series as well. One of these teams going to be going home to end our day, or at least, sorry, to come towards the tail end of our day, because we still have one more series after this. Extreme taking on AVULUS. Both teams struggling at the moment. We saw Extreme absolutely get mopped down by the boys on wildcard to start yesterday, day one. Chimera, they've struggled versus Eastern Europe teams, apparently, losing versus Spirit, then losing versus Paravision, and we saw Extreme lose versus Gaming Gladiators as well. That was the run to this position for both these teams, and now they are only one loss away from, unfortunately, going back home.
Yeah, definitely, and it's kind of ironic that Chimera are having such a rough time against Eastern European teams, considering they are the Eastern Europe qualifiers, right? So they know the style, they know how to be able to play against it, but it just comes down to the fact that for quite some time now, Eastern Europe has been this, like, 2 or 3 teams at the very top, and then there's a pretty significant drop-off until you get to the ones below that, and I think we're seeing that here in this tournament. I probably would have anticipated Chimera being at this stage at this point. Extreme Gaming, I probably had a little bit higher hopes for. You know, they're qualifying or getting directly invited to pretty much every tournament that's going on. I probably would have expected them to be like 1-1 at this stage, so for them to already be 0-2 down, I have them as my favorites coming into this matchup, but anything can happen because, like you mentioned, they got absolutely crushed in that first game by Wildcard. So I'm sure they would have had the time to do their homework, sit back after the first days of play, just to make sure that there wouldn't be any big surprises coming out from Chimera. So, while you're waiting for the game to start, make sure to put that exclamation F in the chat, of course, to be able to follow all the different social media and broadcast channels for the FISSURE event. Only a few days left on this channel, and then I think we're just going to be jumping fully onto the mainstream for, the LAN portion.
Yes, I believe we are indeed, and we're close to that. Groups is not going to go for too long. We're, again, already towards the tail end of this day, but I don't know if we've actually already mentioned the fact that we have we got a best of 3. We're moving to best of 3s now, which is the all-important thing.
Yep, only best of 3s plus a best of 5 grand final. Like there's literally 0 best of 1s left unless I'm really missing something. I don't think so though. So I'm interested to see what team is going to be able to make the most of this, and at least you've got that thing in the back of your mind saying, okay, even if we get cheesed in one game, it's not over for us. You've got the chance to be able to react to that and then respond accordingly. So I think that's probably going to favor a team like Extreme, who, again, I would say are slightly favored going into this one. They certainly got caught off guard by Wildcard, and I think they just got outclassed in their second series as well.
Yeah, so at least what I saw in regards to the draft in so far, we don't have a lot of data to go by, but something in particular is the Phoenix is what we're going to be looking at with high priority. Both these teams on their game 2, they first phase the Phoenix, so we'll see if this is something that, of course, I imagine will be the same thing heading into this best of 3 as a whole. The big one as well for Chimera is the fact that Tier 2000 put out the Naga, which was very interesting. Of course, he is, I would say, let's just say top 3. That's always safe. I think Naga plays in the world. When he was on PSG Quest, I think they made it look incredibly good as well. But I completely understand the reasoning of why he played it was against Lycan. It wasn't able to have success though. But, this is in the back of his mind, which is a bit of a concern because then we may get more Naga games. And I would like to not get more Naga games because I think the hero is boring. But,
it's a little boring, but it's not as bad as it used to be, I don't think. Like, at least it's...
Why is it not?
Well, we're not seeing it
bad.
We're not seeing it every game. That's what the difference is. There's some variety coming through from it there. Like, I think Natsumi actually picked it up both against the Lycan, but as a response to a Terrorblade as well, kind of going down like the PL route, as, if you've got something that just does damage. I know, but like Naga kind of fulfills a similar sort of role where there's just a ton of units for you to have to deal with, and if you're purely a hit one target kind of carry, you can't deal with it.
Yes. So let's see what Tier 2000 is going to draft. Let's see what Extreme are going to draft as well. XM's heroes are a little bit different compared to others, and I think the playstyle for XM compared to Lorinov, like Lorinov is much more of your tempo controlling, like active Earth Spirit, Pango, your spirits as a whole, whereas XM, like your ranged turrets, right? We see some people are first phasing Viper, in banning, I should say, for him. It's always like the Queen of Pain. He can play the spirits. He really likes the puck as well, so it definitely can be on those similar heroes. But Lena is something we're going to be looking at too. So I do think at least the play style is a little bit different if you compare XM along with Loranov.
Yeah. We will not be seeing a Ember Spirit, we will not be seeing an Earth Spirit coming through from XM, and we won't be seeing... missing one other hero. Timbersaw, I think, that Loranov does like to play a fair amount, so... there's those sort of things that you can keep in mind, right? Like, maybe it's going to enable you to play a few more backline supports. It might make the... might make second pick a little bit more valuable, just specifically against Extreme, just because you're going to be able to counter a whole lot more effectively, and you're going to be able to, deny out a few of the heroes that he might be wanting to play just with a block pick before you get to that last pick of the second phase. We'll have to wait and see, though. I mean, we're talking a lot about XM, but they've got a lot of talented players on their team, new especially. Like, that is the one that I'm expecting to see carry games, because I think he's supremely talented, but we haven't really seen him do it quite as much as he did in the past. His Magnus and his Mars, they're the top two for mine. And it's not exactly like they're out of the meta by any stretch of the imagination.
No, but that was the point I was going to mention as well. The fact, like, we haven't actually really seen him be able to take over games like he did on some of the other rosters. So maybe whether it's just like not being set up for success, maybe this team plays different around him compared to others, because there's a lot of shining parts in this team as well, like Low in particular. I think PYW can also previously, I'd love to see him back to the days of previous Vici gaming, with PYW and DY, and these two being I believe they were regarded as the best duo supports in that time when Vici were having their kind of run. But we haven't seen him. He has not. China as a whole have not. Again, we were kind of speaking about it yesterday, right? Like, I feel like the scene is much better when China is competitive. So I'm hoping we get to see from it this LAN. Unfortunately, it's not looking good. Colt just lost their second. Extreme have already lost two. It's goddamn rough. I don't know if you may get lucky to make one team through. We could have no China teams through.
I think no China teams is more likely, because I haven't really liked what I've seen from both of them so far. They've got time to be able to turn it around. That's the beauty of the Swiss stage. It's not like lose 2 series and you're out. It's lose 3 series and you're out, so a lot more forgiving. But certainly Chimera is a formidable opponent. The man on the right there, Loranov, that's really the one that I'm looking towards. Like, you talk about people that can just absolutely take over a game. He's one of them. I thought when he was playing on Aurora, he was a standout. I thought when he was playing on a bunch of different other stacks out there, he was also a main standout as well. So, yeah, I'm a little surprised that he's not given a bit more respect, because I feel like he's certainly got the chops to be a tier 1 mid.
Yes, he does indeed. I'm just trying to remember where he was even before Aurora. Team Tickles, Level Up.
Before Aurora.
Oh, Gambit, that was the big one.
And then after that, he had a stint on Tundra, right, as their mid?
Yeah. Wasn't for long, though. Bit of a stand-in. I was kind of surprised. I was impressed with, I thought, some of his performances.
We'll see how Tundra do at this tournament with their remaining games, because we've seen a few rough ones for them, to be sure. I mean, you were telling me about how Talon absolutely bodied them in one of their games. What is it, 24 minutes, 4 to 40 kill score, I think it was? Yeah,
they took a big dookie on him. So...
Tell us what you really think, though.
That was, they're talented. They did it through their gameplay. They weren't too impressed with Tundra. They didn't choose words. They chose actions instead. And yeah, I mean, you take a look at the the stat line. That definitely reveals kind of what happened if you didn't watch that game. We were casting another one at the same time. I told you, I'm like, mate, did you see this Talon scoreline? Like, do you see what happened? And then we took a look. Like, I saw it ended in 21 minutes or whatever, but I didn't think there were 40 plus kills or something. So
yeah. I like it. I like seeing this aggression coming out from C again, because that back in the day, that used to be the way that it was.
Yes.
Way back in the day, and then previous Talon kind of changed that up when it was the team with Savage and Makoto and all that playing on there, and then since then Aurora, which is now the majority of that team, is of course just playing a little bit more conservatively. did see them just go down in their second series as well against, I believe, Game and Gladiators. It was a pretty comprehensive win, I think, for GG in that one. So they're certainly on the up and up. But yeah, I'm glad to see that we're not just seeing one specific playstyle for each region. You know, there's teams that have their own individual identity, and hopefully for Extreme Gaming, they're not going to make the same mistake that they did against Wildcard and just sitting back and letting their opponents do whatever the hell they wanted, because that was the big issue that I had. You know, you see a jungle Venomancer, you know that he's not in the lane, and they didn't punish the POS 1 carry that they were up against. So, you know, he hit level 12 at like pretty much 12 minutes or something like that on speed on his jungle Veno. It was nuts.
Yeah, it was crazy. It definitely was crazy. I wonder if anyone is going to be bold enough as well to pull it out. The Venomancer. Maybe we'll see. I feel like it's definitely something that you probably have needed to practice, and you need to have strategies around in regards to like not having a greedy carry, or maybe at least if it's played in the position 4 role where you have a sacrificial off lane. But there is definitely something that is there. They showed it with Wildcard and how it was able to perform. So I know that XM has been playing at mid, but I have not seen people try and attempt the jungle Venomancer actually in a pro game. So we'll see if any other team is going to be crazy enough to do it.
We will indeed. Predictions from you leading into this one as we see Extreme discussing a few of the strats?
I would say that where would I go with this actually? The thing is, I didn't get to watch that much of China, so I'm actually not quite sure how strong Extreme are, and I thought Chimera were going to be a little bit better. So I'm going to actually say Chimera just because I think China is weaker as a whole, and Chimera coming from Eastern Europe, I think it's just the natural thing, right? Like, I feel like you're going to level up all your opponents. I think that has happened over time, and why Eastern Europe is the strongest region at the moment, because Spirit have been the best for, you know, the big tournaments, and everyone has been motivated, etc., etc. Of course, you're also playing Western Europe pubs, but long story, I do think that probably I would favor Chimera slightly. I just think with the practice, I would think they would have been playing against better teams.
I think regardless, we're going to 3 games. I think it's going to be close enough.
I think so.
This is going to be a pretty close one. And we'll have to see if the coach of Extreme Gaming Maps is going to be able to pull out any of these unique strategies, because I don't think we get enough respect given over to him. I mean, he's been a part of, yes, it was different Extreme Gaming rosters and, you know, different rosters altogether, but he's been involved in coaching a lot of these really successful teams, you know, ones that won ESL 1 KL, Games of the Future, they won Elite League, they came second in PGL Wallachia, top 6 at last TI. Like, these are some pretty good results across the board.
10 seconds remaining.
But they are indeed. Very intrigued about the Lycan ban, to be honest, from Chimera, but I suppose they could have likened to close the first phase and then maybe protect it with the Naga Siren. So I guess that's why they banned it, because I always thought now with them picking Naga, like they had this as a response to Lycan, they would never be too worried about it. But I would guess if Extreme picked it, then they probably would just use their soul ban to get rid of tier 2000's counter.
Mm-hmm. Like the Clockwork pick, I mean, yes, it's good against the Chen, just because of Battery Assault doing the double damage against the neutral creeps that you're going to be able to play around with. You're a lot more mobile as well. You can make it even a position 5 if you feel like there is a better position 4 that's going to be able to deal with the Chen army. Yeah, just solid pick all around. I wonder if it's also just acting as a little bit of a... You know, we talk about these heroes like the Mars, for example, as this area denial, just providing a little bit of buffer space for a backline. And I feel like Extreme Gaming can really get off on the front foot if they pick up something like Alina for themselves, or a Sniper, which was just banned out by this by Chimera. So it does feel like the sort of hero that even help the Viper, right? That you would feel very comfortable for XM to be playing any of those 3 heroes.
What happened to the Phoenix as well? And I know it did just get banned, of course, in the second phase, but why do you feel like we didn't see the priority like we saw from these previous teams in their game 2, where they both first phased it?
Well, I mean, Paulison died 15 times when he played it last, so that might be a factor towards it. But I don't know. Like, I feel like it is an incredibly good hero in pretty much every single game, but maybe just against the Chen army, you didn't want to have this period of like, okay, I've used all my fiery spirits, now what? You know? Then Chen can just swarm over you. You still are this hero that is incredibly strong when you've got fire spirits available, and when you don't, you're basically nothing, you know? Like, it doesn't feel anywhere near as impactful in terms of these early skirmishes that Chen is going to be forcing. Whereas you compare that to a Clockwork, you're pretty much always going to have the cogs or the battery assault available, or some way to, again, initiate for one of these other backline style carries that are going to be able to actually get rid of all of these Chen creeps.
10 seconds remaining.
Still want to see the Wyvern Ares. It's
5 seconds.
Oh, I was thinking about that.
Holden.
I think when we finished casting yesterday, I saw someone pubbing and Lal actually played mid Wyvern. So I don't know if
Good
they're
man.
cooking up something. So I was keeping that in the back of the mind as a possibility to bring it up, saying, I saw Lal playing it. Maybe there's something going on with this hero.
It's a good hero. That's what's going on with it. I'm a little sad that they nerfed its interaction with the Medusa, where you go the
5 seconds remaining.
heals restore mana facet, and you could go Vlad's, and Dusa was unkillable. Like, it was pretty nuts.
So we will get the Moeta full extreme, so both supports in the early phase. Nice combo out of the two. Really feel like there's not much you can speak about negatively in regards to the Clockwork and the Moeta. I feel like they cover each other quite well.
Mm-hmm. You would imagine this is going to be a 4 Muerta, but I feel like Low is one of the few hero players that actually does play at 1 as well. And if you were wanting to go like Clock 5, Muerta 1, it is a possibility. Just maybe we're a little obsessed with flex, but it is there. You know, if you were to draft into it in an unfavorable matchup, oof. You would have to imagine Spectres coming next, right? For Chimera.
Yes,
So
more than likely, yeah.
It's something you need to be anticipating. Like, how are you going to be able to deal with this? I mean,
10 seconds.
anytime I see a Dawn, I want to pick Wyvern. I gotta say it, you know? Like, this is just an amazing hero against it, but you also are food for a Spectre once she gets just an Orchid, and you know that you're going to have a Nyx Assassin rotating around that's able to get a bunch of kills. You know that that's just going to provide this haunt target pretty consistently, so there's a lot of heroes now that pretty much one of or both of the Nyx and the Dawnbreaker have been banned in pretty much every single game that we've seen so far. So for Chimera to get both is kind of crazy.
So I wonder if you're looking at the lifesteal here as a possibility, especially with how you're mentioning that Spectre could be something that Chimera pick up at the 18th. I think already the lifesteal is a lot of value. It's quite a solid game for it against a Dawnbreaker, very good lane. I mean, I don't think okay, maybe if your Radiance can be a little bit frustrating with the Nyx, but you can go unfettered. Low really likes the hero. They're going to go the Troll. Provides him a very strong lane. This is at least kind of the aspect of like why I was also suggesting the Lifestealer is just I would like a good lane versus the Dawnbreaker, and the Troll without a doubt gets that. I am just incredibly, I have no confidence in Troll at all, so I'm a little bit concerned, but I know Low really, really likes the hero.
He does. The main concern that I have for it is I'm still going off the back of the fact that I'm assuming that a Spectre is going to come for Chimera, right? How are you going to be able to take over the game fast enough that Spectre isn't going to be a factor, right? Because it's going to be enabled by this Nyx. It's going to be enabled by the Dawn. Is Troll that hero that's going to be able to take towers pretty early? Because from all the times that I've seen Low play it, it's just been go into a Battle Fury, you know, be this little bit more passive style. Not only does the Battle Fury set you up for a Nyx to potentially kill you, you know, off the back of that cleave and just being able to use the Carapace to be able to find that quick burst, but you know that a Dawn can follow up. You know that there's other heroes that might be able to follow up as well, so I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like it's just a little bit too sit back and do nothing for me, and you know I don't like my do nothing heroes.
Yep. So are there any other carry options that you're seeing though? Because this will be their carry hero. I'd be so surprised if it's not.
Razor, another option. You know, just lock onto the Troll Warlord, really ruin his life, make sure that he doesn't have a lot of impact. Not really I mean, maybe the Chen can go Crimson Guard because it's a great game for it against a Troll Warlord. Feel quite nice just to be able to protect your army.
Dire team banned.
Those are the main ones that I'm really expecting. Actually, not
Okay.
revealing it yet. Okay.
So I guess the thing that signals to me with the Storm getting picked up is the fact that Tier 2000 feels like he has a lot of options, and Lorinov thinks that at least with the heroes that he currently has, because he's not going to see his mid hero, so he's like, look, I probably don't have a whole lot of options. Let me get the Storm. Let me protect myself. Puck getting banned out would have been quite a good Puck game. Yes, Nyx, but you remove that hero. There's not really many others. Maybe Monkey, to be honest. I think, does XM play Monkey though? I think
Not really. Like, not as much as his other comfort heroes. And you do kind of need a hero that does something, right? So even something like a Lina, while you might do very well in the lane, what is the actual outcome going to be for the game? Because we're not going to see a Tiny, we're not going to see a Puck. So how are you going to be able to control this Storm Spirit? That's my main issue.
And it's we were speaking about the Spectre potential with the Nyx Assassin, right? Like Storm Spirit. We didn't see earlier today. Did we see the Storm with the Nyx? No, we saw the Earth Spirit with the Nyx, right? But regardless, it looks very good with the Nyx Assassin. Like a lot of combos. They're just getting rid of cheese apparently. Tier 2000, no Brood, no Meepo. What other cheese you got, sir?
So they must just feel really confident with their draft.
Wow.
I mean, if you're banning a Brood and a Meepo, that means that they feel like all of the standard stuff has been dealt with so far.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. Don't know how I feel about all this. I mean, what is... So Sniper's gone.
Good quap for XM, I think.
I mean, it is Extreme that have the last pick overall, right? So, okay, there goes the Viper. That, again, says to me Spectre is more likely to be able to come through here. They would have so much global presence if they went down this avenue.
Is it too much global? Can there ever be too much?
No. Never.
Oh, okay.
Or, what's another option? Profit? Maybe? If you want super global? I think Spectre is the pick, but, like... I want to see... I've only seen it once, the Wrath of Nature combined with the turning into daytime combination, just to hit literally everything on the map.
I see. I'm trying to think of other carries, if some that when not mentioning that are possibilities. Not really many are coming to mind.
Extreme Gaming's turn to pick Templar Assassin.
Okay.
Alright, it's
Insta.
okay.
An Ember.
Choose your hero.
Really? XM playing Ember Spirit. Okay. I'll trust him, but that is not the hero that I think of when I think of this guy. I'm actually going to check when the last time was that he played Ember Spirit.
Isn't he a high tier still? I feel like every time I see him play Spirits, I'm so surprised at how high Dota tier he is. Dota plus tier.
Yeah, but also whenever I see him played in competitive games, it just doesn't seem to work out. I don't know. Maybe I'm a hater.
Whose draft do I like? I don't know, dude. I see Troll. I don't know. This is hard for me. I don't like this Troll hero. I do like what Chimera have though as a whole. I think you have some very valuable supports. It's quite a good Ember Spirit game. There's a lot of value out of the Doom. I think his ultimate's going to be quite valuable this game in regards to not being like kited. I am a little bit concerned about the lane, to be honest, for the Doom. I think that... I don't know, I have been a little bit underwhelmed with him lately. And I think TA is a incredibly strong laner. I did not see if she went for the meld facet or not. I think we're in store for a pretty even game. I am a bit concerned that maybe Chimera have the possibility to run Extreme over just with the high tempo lineup, like the 25 minutes for the Templar Assassin. How do you feel about the draft though?
I agree with you. I think Chimera are just going to be a little bit too fast paced. Did a check, by the way. Surprisingly high win rate actually on the Ember Spirit. It's like 60%, but the last time he played it was 2 months ago. Before that, 6 months ago. So it's been quite a while since he's been able to play it in any sort of competitive capacity. I don't know. He's going to need to surprise me, for sure.
I don't know. He's
XM.
master tier, dude. I know what you're saying, but like, it's not like this guy. You're fine. If I say he's master tier, it's not like you said he's got a high win rate. I see he's
know.
playing a bunch of pubs. Like,
But even like back when China was the scene, right? Like when they were dominating absolutely everything, it was always XM just having a lack of spirit proficiency that was the thing. And I feel like that's continued. Maybe he's practiced up a lot. Maybe it's a very, very different thing, but we will have to wait and see. Again, of course, as we get into this pause, make sure you're dropping the ! ticket in the chat to be able to buy your tickets for the live event. It's at the end of January into the start of February, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, with the 8 top teams coming out of this Swiss stage. At the moment, no teams qualified just yet, but on the A stream, we've actually got the first of our qualification games. I believe it's BetBoom versus Liquid, so we'll have one of those teams confirmed already. And on this stream, of course, one of these two teams will be out of contention after the best of 3 concludes.
yeah, sorry lads. What can you do? It is what it is, but you put yourself in this position and
Just win.
XT, just win. It's
So
it's
easy.
not. It's really not that hard, right? Like honestly, when we think about it, just get good. So
Hold on. What's Dota Plus say? 55% extreme gaming. Okay, I'm convinced.
what is if we get in the minds of Dota Plus, what do we? What is winning them over? 55.
Maybe it likes Doom. I like Doom. I'm not sure if I like. I mean, if there was, we were talking about this in the lead up to the game, right? This needs to be a game where New dominates, and I'm not sure he's going to do that in the laning stage specifically. But again, what's the item build that PYW's going for? No movement speed. That's the thing that's kind of concerning me a little bit, right? Because again, you've got a tough lane into a Chen and a TA. What do? Don't lane. And I feel like that needs to be the case. He needs to be pulling as much as possible. I think so. At the very start, at least. Once you've got level 2, then you can look to try and get a bit more aggressive. Also, what did he go? He went the Hellbear convert. Okay. So I was wondering if it might be one of these situations where you go the Sadia convert and you just send it towards mid lane and start mana burning the enemy mid laner just to, comfortably win that lane. Even just having a bit of mana regen as well for Lorinov. I'm sure he would have been very appreciative of that, but won't be the case.
That would be quite nice of Panto. It's a bad guy right there. Going Hellbear. Come on.
I've seen it done once.
Yeah, it definitely happens. I feel like it happens more when you're against like the Nyx assassins and whatever, the ones that kill off the creeps.
Yep.
Sorry lads, Denot doesn't want to start the game. I don't know why. I PM'd him, didn't get back to me. I think he's just yapping.
I just wanted some me time, okay? I don't get enough of it. I got a little bit of it when your crappy internet, exploded just before. Yeah, it's all about the me time for sure. But no, I'd like nothing more to be able to get this one started, get it underway, and knock one of these two teams out.
Jesus.
No. Like, they're both quality teams. They both had to... I mean, Chimera fought their way to be here. Extreme got the invite because of, obviously past results. They've been a good team for quite some time over the past few years. Just comes down to how are they going to be able to put it together on the LAN stage. Again, that's one of the things that I feel like it's going to be a bit of a feedback loop for China, in a sense. Like, less China teams means less people playing competitively there, which means less scrimming, which means the quality overall goes down, Whereas Eastern Europe, stronger than ever. Western Europe, stronger than ever. So these teams are always going to be able to have plenty of different opponents, so they're not just prepared for one certain playstyle. I think that's a big reason as to why Extreme Gaming lost so convincingly to Wildcard, because when do China teams scrim NA teams? Almost never.
Or packet loss. Hopefully that one is not an issue for too long. Yeah, like I was saying before, I think Dota as a whole, the ecosystem, I think looks much better when China is towards the top. It's really been like that, to be honest, for a while. Like, I feel like in every single year, but the last one and maybe the year before. I don't remember. Of course. Yeah, I don't. There has been some big things, right? And like you're saying, like I mean, orgs pulling out of China is definitely a massive thing. The ranked is probably a massive thing as well. I don't know what the ping is to what they're getting to see, but
they're all playing there. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I know. I've heard, and I know it's a bit of an issue as well. But yeah, orgs dropping out's not helping. You've got some big stars that left as well, and where'd the young guns come from? Like, there's really none.
I hate to bring it up, but unfortunately there was that massive ban wave of like tier 2 and 3 players that happened a couple of years ago now. So I think that's where a big part of the generation of up and comers were coming from, and they're just not around anymore. No DPC either, so you don't have that tier 2 pathway for a lot of these teams to really show themselves. I mean, you talk about some of the players that are now still in the tier 1 scene. You just have to look at New, right? Like, he was a player that came up from the tier 2 scene, went into the tier 1 scene, went to a last chance qualifier, was locked into a contract, and then finally got that big break with LGD where he was able to, come out and really show his wares and get a bunch of top placements. So it's unfortunate that we don't get as many of those stories anymore, because you just have to look at Western Europe, right? Gaming Gladiators, very few of those players were known names prior to that roster forming, and then they went on a 1-2 year absolutely dominant streak.
Yeah. And now they are trying to work it back out again. Hopefully they will be able to. That is always a very fun team. Yeah. So we'll see. They're looking pretty decent at the moment.
Hopefully the packet loss does not continue for too much longer. Just seeing if there's any other interesting facets that have been picked up. Oh, you went the Void Blades facet, by the way, so it is the meld one on the TA. I know you were looking about that.
Very good, very good. Yes, that is. That I do believe is. I mean, I don't know. We saw the other one yesterday, but I think the Void Blades is quite stupid.
Mm-hmm. New's got the Devil's Bargain as well, so I wonder what the mentality is behind that. Like, what is the item that he's going to buy, get some usage out of, and sell? Drums? Feels like the main one to me.
Is this facet like incredibly under
utilized?
It feels like, yeah, I suppose, but I don't know if it's the meta that's the issue with it. I don't know if it's just like the items that you're not able to buy that are like cost effective. It just seems like it should be, it could be broken is what I'm trying to get at. It feels like in a particular patch, like depending on like some cost-effective items and whatever, like this could really just be like, are we serious? Like same with the gyro one as well with the drums, but I'm surprised that I think that's more play style and team style as well. But yeah, I'm kind of just surprised that it's not, I don't know, stupid as what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, part of it as well is also the fact that they did take away a lot of the disassemble abilities of a lot of these items. So you're not really like disassembling a arcane boots to make an aether lens which built into an octarine core. Like, that's not the pathway for it anymore, right? So maybe you're getting a little less value from that. I mean, one thing that you could potentially look to see if you were really looking for like a giga play is like buy a refresher orb, refresh, sell it, and then buy another item, and then win the team fight off the back of that, and then worst case scenario, you just buy it again when it's back off cooldown, so it's a viable option. Hopefully we're underway and without any more pauses coming through. So we get a delayed smoke actually coming through from Extreme Gaming. I wonder who they're hoping to bump into here, because I guess they have a relatively strong start to the game, but it's certainly not to the extent that Troll level 1 used to be, which was just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, but you'd probably say it's... I feel like Chimera's level 1's okay as well.
Yep, for sure. Depends what... Yeah, like, I was about to say, depends what skill build 1J is going to go for as well. He's already leveled up the Mind Flare, so his mind is set. Like, I am not laning this, I am pulling, I am Mind Flaring, I am just making sure that I'm going to be able to leave Malik on his own.
Okay. 3 bounties, though. You was able to slip one past. The defenses, in fact, none were set up. We're not aware of this sneaky do.
He's going to need to make a lot of those little plays, though, if they're going to have a chance in this one. Does that impact the win probability? It does. 1% more going in favor of Extreme. Let's go.
Alright, let's see how this mid lane goes. We have, of course, seen this in the past. He's quite skill dependent. I don't know if you've seen more recently where you've been favoring, but I'd say it's probably a little bit Storm, but still nothing crazy.
Yep, I agree. I mean, ever
dead?
since
What's going on?
maybe
Radiant
ever since the static slide facet came in, like that really just ticked it more towards being Storm favored for mine. You don't need to get right up in the creep wave. You're not taking an extra hit or two from the Ember Spirit. Did already get his first range creep denied though on XM, so I wonder if it seems very minor, but in a matchup against Spirits, getting those big level spikes is incredibly important.
Oh, okay. Man, Lauren really putting the pressure onto XM with a potential kill. Fairy Fire had to be used. Of course, Lorinov resources are very low as well. Both will have bottles now getting delivered on the courier, so I think they're going to be okay.
Lorinov? Okay, I was about to say, is he going to go for a bit of a dive himself, but sees that XM had his own bottle delivered, so it won't be baited into doing that. I don't know. I wonder how chill this early game is going to be. Obviously, we've seen a lot of poking in that mid lane going on for sure. I can't imagine there's going to be too much action happening in this top side. I mean, Panto, of course, there's threat of kills once he's level 3, most likely, just through, you know, Penitence and Holy Persuasion, if they're able to lock in onto the right target. But I'm not sure if the Hellbear is going to be the right creep to be able to put the most pressure in on them. You can see they're already trying to go in onto you as much as they can, but well, hold on.
What about Deadshot? Blood Grenade as well to offer some extra assistance. Tier 2000 is going to be able to slip back to the tower. But you see, XG aren't going to kind of go down without a fight. They're spell casting still. They've got some really strong early level spells.
As well, they don't exactly have a ton of regen on the Chimera side, so I wonder if they're going to be able to make another one of these moves happen before that courier actually reaches there from Panto. Tier 2000's kind of squish, and they're not necessarily lacking ways to be able to break through that refraction with the Scorched Earth up in a couple of seconds, so even getting the speed aura from the Cup guy was new, so enables the chase down a little bit further.
How's bottom looking at the moment as well? It does seem like Melik is taking a bit of a hit in regards to the last hits. Might be vulnerable if Paulson pops out. I guess he can always hammer away. But if he uses that aggressively to farm, there will be an opportunity for kills. But Paulson is 1J looking to grab the wave again, so he's going to have to follow the Nyx. But it does seem like Low will completely free farm down bottom.
Yep. I mean, there's nothing that Paulson can really do about this. He's, what, 25 movement speed slower? So you can try and chase him as much as possible. You might be able to push him away with the cogs, but it's not going to stop this pull from happening. So nice movement from 1J. I think early boots, like, and tangos was such a bait for quite some time, but it really is a way to solve a lot of the lane issues that you can sometimes get. And they're even going to make a double wave together for Malik to just farm completely solo underneath his tower. Decent job connecting the waves though, from low.
Yep, so able to at least block a couple from moving over towards Malik. But it really seems like there is going to be some peace at the early game. Nothing too crazy is going on. Everyone quite happy, of course, besides Malik, but I think this is you are expecting with the Nyx Assassin. This is bound to happen when you draft the hero.
Yep.
Nu's doing maybe a little bit better than I was expecting. I think he's completely fine now, even offering a potential kill. Tier 2000, not going to drop the calling to the last second.
Ooh, hold on, Malik.
Okay, under the tower, yeah. Dawnbreaker tries to hold the back. He's got the Lotus. Maybe Polison actually might be in trouble. Turn with the Celestial Hammer. Malik put himself a little bit closer to low though, and yeah, okay. So thought there was an opportunity to go for Paulison, but Lowe was doing a good job to act as a bodyguard on the clockwork, and now they're going to send 1J away from these creeps too.
Like this from Paulson as well. I mean, a lot of the supports that I see don't pop the tango when they go for those deep dives, and it just provides you so much more longevity.
Oh, what a move, PYW. Slide up in 3 seconds. Won't even need to wait for those extra couple. XM, level 6 now here for the Ember. 2,000 net worth lead already.
So he actually had a little bit of an experience deficit, excuse me. And I just want to highlight Paulson again because, again, silver linings, but when 1J was making that double wave happen, Paulson was actually in place to be able to secure the water rune on the bottom side of the map, so it meant that XM got one. And Malik is dead again.
This is a walk of shame. And we are really starting to see this Nyx Assassin be punished heavily for the weakness inside the lane. Of course, you did go for two of the stronger heroes. You know, Clockwork, a pretty decent laning support, but the Troll, arguably one of the better carries to be able to play in. Lowe is off to a flying start. 41 last hits on top, along with the kill chart as well.
Talking about flying, XM is moving down towards this bottom side. Anticipating that he might be able to get a quick kill here onto the Nyx Assassin, but I don't know if this is worth spending all this time. I guess PYW is just farming away in this sort of area, even getting a courier snipe as well. Has 1 point in this fight, Carapace.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, this is going to take so long. Okay, good dead shot.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So I suppose they'll find it in the end. Importantly, it means that the support is not there to protect the Wisdom. Panto actually needs to TP down. Paulson is going to be cut off before he can get any closer. I don't believe he's going to be in danger of losing his life, so it will be a 1-for-1 in regards to the Wisdoms.
He'll be A-okay. I mean, the important thing for him is just making sure that Malik is forced to be there instead of farming the creep wave. You just have a look at his net worth, right? Like, he's 900 behind the next closest core at this stage, so certainly suffering, and it's a really effective way to be able to just crush a lane that should have been a pretty easy win, I say, for Chimera, especially with the way that 1J was being able to make a bunch of those easy-to-farm stacks underneath the tower.
So I guess the big thing for Malik, right, to enter this game is going to be off the back of the Solar Guardian. So we need to see the levels for him. And you do have heroes to be able to set up for that. Of course, we need to see the levels from the Nyx Assassin as well, which 1J is about to hit 5. And maybe getting some kills in the mid lane might assist with this. We've got the Power Rune contest. XMC's 3 is going to run away.
Extreme heroes in the area as well, though, and I mean, XM was able to get the Power Rune too, so 3 heroes for 2, no kills, no Power Rune, doesn't feel all that good, and a great observer word by PYW seeing this movement towards the top-hand side, so I wonder if they actually are going to stick around or if they're just going to go for a full-on retreat, because they should see that TA2000 is in the general vicinity.
So they'll get a little bit of damage into the tower. Retreat away. They're catching up to 1J, however. PYW's been good so far with the dead shots. Great placement. Level 6 early as well for him. Not the most impactful, really. The big one is going to be new with the Doom, and they may not hesitate with using it. Pop out of the tree line. A welcoming gift here. You and PYW hand in hand. His boys off to a great start. 6 kills, not only them, but all of Extreme as well are rolling, and they're even going to try and slow down Panto. XM sweeping across towards the top side. They'll run into the Chen. Add another one to the tally, but it's not going to be an easy one. Solar Guardian, the response slow enough along with 1J. PYW is going to pop the defensive Pierce the Veil. Unfortunately, there will be a slow crawl of an escape. Looking and begging for the deny, but will not get anywhere near it.
New was actually making a move towards joining in, but as soon as that Solar Guardian was popped, he just decided to book it instead. But there's that early drums that we were talking about, right? And you can even see him going into the Midas. Most of the time, don't like it, but again, against a Chen, makes a lot of sense. Devour, Midas, really takes away a lot of that Chen army to be able to play around.
Exclamation mark tickets, my friends, if you would like to go watch the action live. See some of these incredible teams playing. Unfortunately, one of these teams today will not be playing in front of the live audience. XM. See if he gets lucky. 1J is going to be reliant. Oh, it's a nice shield room for this occasion. Silence is there at the moment. Lorenov's going to be able to step out.
Out of
Lacking
mana.
the mana, though, which is the big thing. And Paulison's positioning as well with the wraparound cogs. It holds both of them into place. And XM, he's going to be licking his lips at the opportunity to even catch up to Panto, because New recognizes the importance of getting involved in the early game. And we were questioning what XM could do on this hero. And I think that already our questions, they have been answered. He's 5-0-1.
Well and truly. I mean, he is putting in a really, really solid performance. Helped out a little bit by his team. Again, Paulison, I really can't overstate how important it was for him to snipe that 4-minute water rune, because Lorenov was actually having a pretty good time in that mid lane at that point, but it really just set himself up to get that kill. It made sure that he had his level 6 before the Storm had his, and it set himself up for a few of these other follow-up kills. And now New, with the drums, instantly getting 2 usages out of it, enabling them to open up the map, get the tier 1 tower, even Low joining in with his very early Battle Fury. It was a 10.5-minute Battle Fury, I believe, with the phase boots on top of it.
Radiant's top tower is under
Incredibly aggressive remnant used from XM to drop the Azure ward. That got a glimpse of 1J using, I believe, the first Vendetta this game. So they're not 100% certain of where he is. They are pinging out. They're actually going to be correct. So great read from them. They know he's playing near New. And they need these to connect. They've got the Solar Guardian to work with as well. So Malik is itching to get involved. Orchid actually queued up from Malik.
I feel like there's going to be very few opportunities for them to be able to get a kill
XM?
onto XM. Look,
He
Carapace,
could die.
how did that not burn him? He has the Immolation innate ability. That should have been a guaranteed stun off the Carapace.
Now? Oh my. XM playing with fire, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, never mind. Lorenov just nukes him down. They want some revenge. Doom's gonna be used. Panto's waiting on the high ground. Lorenov doesn't have a lot of resources. Hook shot over to the left side. Paulison tries to do his best. New isn't able to slip away. Now TA2000's here for the cleanup. It's just a support on extreme. Low is nowhere to be seen. Opposite side of the map. Anything to do against PYW? There is Arcane Rune to assist with a massive calling to celebrate all the kills. Chimera, they are back in this game. What a fight from them.
I mean, and it didn't even work out perfectly for them either, right? Like, there were a few missed opportunities to be able to just get in onto XM. It should be very easy to set up for the Ember Spirit off the back of the Immolation innate ability. You just pop the Carapace next to him. Doesn't even need to have the Flame Guard activated. And it's just a guaranteed stun, enabling you to get the follow-up, of course, from your Impale, from the Storm Spirit, from the Solar Guardian.
Low's a big one. Low's a massive kill with Lorenov looking to combine with 1J. They're going to find him. Battle Trance will not matter. Maybe he gets a kill on the Nyx, however. Okay, it is something. So Low's going to be able to take the Nyx into the grave with him, but we are now in a position where they seem like they've gotten out of this scary stage where this game could have gotten out of control, but now you have the global potential being a massive factor.
I like this choice from Panto as well, going into the drums instead of the mech, realizing that, you know what, I'm going up against an Ember Spirit who's probably going to be building into potentially an Orb of Corrosion, the Mage Slayer obviously impactful, the Doom also.
What? Okay, they got him.
I was wondering if you would be using that Hand of God, but would have been a bit of a waste. 14 minutes, any yoinks of the Wisdom Rune? Not really. I think Dawn is Dawn going for Orchid?
Yep.
Okay. Not too bad of an item choice to be able to follow up on those stuns that the Nyx Assassin is going to be able to get for you.
Speaking to the Nyx, 1J.
Maybe die?
Yes, he shall.
The big thing that I'm really looking out for is the 15-minute mark when Roshan goes top, because just having a look at TA2000's item build, straight into the Deso after the Dragon lands. So they want to make sure that they're quickly able to get this with the Chen Drum of Endurance, with the Penitence onto Roshan. Should be able to claim it fairly easily with Malik on the opposite side of the map. And again, worst case scenario, there's a team fight, Solar Guardian into a relatively small space. Should be a pretty comfortable win.
This is... Can you actually go for this? Solar Guardian, they're ready. Are we going to get it out? Hand of God, there it is, last second. Stuck inside the Cog Silence combo. It's a little bit awkward. Cog bounce back as well. Oh my God, no way, dude. I mean, what a duo it is. It's so frustrating. Locked inside this calling, constant chain silence. And a big kill where they also use a lot. Solar Gun and Hand of God. These are some pretty big cooldowns.
Even the Rod of Atos as well. Okay. We're able to get the second use out of it. Be able to deny that Sentry Ward. Not
2000. Actually, Blink Dagger. But knew he's going to be able to respond with his own Blink Dagger. Dooms up the TA. And a spill, a costly one at that. Looking to get involved instead of completing the Deso.
We'll get the D-Ward off as well, so nothing much happens, essentially, on this area of the map. Low doing his best to try and push in that top wave while this was all happening, realizing that they are probably still wanting to go for this Roshan kill. Actually, never mind, you mentioned the Blink Dagger picked up by TA2000, so it's going to be delayed out a little bit here. And I wonder how that's actually going to impact the way that they're looking to play. You know, you would have to imagine that he wants to get a bit more aggressive, use that Blink Dagger to be able to get a quick kill to enable a freer Roshan. But again, as long as you've got that Solar Guardian available, I feel like it's free enough.
Maybe the Solar Guardian, speaking about it. Not going to need it because Malik is apparently playing with the boys inside the river. Now they can invade, look to try and take away some of the jungle, get some vision down as well. In a really important location, which can set up for this next Vendetta. Even that tier 1 tower top.
You were asking for someone to get the most out of this Devil's Bargain facet, so New bought the Midas, used it a couple of times, sold it, bought a Blink, and now he's bought a Midas again.
Well, listen, again, another opportunity. It's going to reveal the water now. Low's actually here for the fight. They don't have the control. Lorenov's able to get the zip away. Malik is a much more difficult kill.
Where's the root?
Sets up for the double stun, slips out of danger, not considering about going back in. Chimera playing the distance, seeing if there is a window of opportunity to capitalize on the low heroes from Extreme, but they will not put themselves in a position where they could lose someone. They will now move up forward, but it is under the cover of nighttime and Chimera are not here to strike.
I also wonder, like, are they considering Roshan? Do they want to take it away from TA2000 with Troll Warlord, with the Drums of Endurance? You absolutely can look to do it. 1J, look at that placement of the Observer Ward, just scouting him out. He's even going to be able to get away into the tree line.
Oh, man.
Although, does he see this? He does. He sees them walking into it and instantly pings it out, so might be forced to go back through, or maybe they just want to shove in one of the lanes, effectively giving this up, realizing that they don't have the tools to be able to fight effectively enough.
Do you give this to low or XM? Okay.
XM, for sure.
Well, he's out. I thought so too, to be honest. Lane Lorenov? That's right. Does he see PYW? He does. They're going to try for the quick kill. Look to get out. Because they don't know what the response is going to be like.
Oh, nicely done, Paulson.
Stole the DD too.
Alright, nice little plays coming through from Extreme Gaming, right? Taking away a TA's Aegis, getting a, not getting a kill, but denying away that amp damage rune, burning a Solar Guardian usage. Feels pretty good, and you've got the Doom available once again. Talked about the impact going up against a Troll Warlord having the Crimson Guard. It's actually New that's the first one to be able to pick it up. Not sure how impactful that's going to be relative to what a Chimera player picking it up eventually would have had.
We'll have to see. I mean, definitely could help them be able to catapult this lead even further off the back of the Aegis, because they are itching for a fight and wanting to continue to control the map. They've got a really good ward by Dai's Triangle, which is scouting out a lot of heroes. It's all Panto. Sees tier 2000 farming. Lorenov is going to show on the lane as well.
Didn't see Malik though, so he's able to get back towards the base, although 1J hanging around.
Got a sentry.
Do.
I run into Paulson. They're actually going to try and mount the defense. They want to go for New. Big target if they're going to be able to burst him down before the ultimate, but New, he slips over to the left side. Now Malik is stuck inside the middle, and T2000 doesn't feel confident. Neither does Lorenov, not seeing an opportunity to zip in. And he's tanky on the Dawnbreaker, but just not tanky enough. Lower's got plenty of stacks. And are they picking high ground?
Why not? I mean, you've got a pretty strong pushing lineup to be able to go through with this. Still got the drums available on the Muerta. Uses his first one. New just used his last charge, so I'm expecting him to be able to sell that one pretty soon. Pick up a Midas again. Look to build into the Blink Dagger after that. Certainly making the most out of this. The old Devil's Bargain facet.
It is. Looking very good with it.
Let's have a look. TP's back to base. Sell the drums.
The blink
Dagger.
apparently, okay.
Yeah, fine with it.
We go fight.
They still got Doom, why not?
And what are the cooldowns like on Die? Hand of God, 90 seconds. It did just complete the Ag shot on tier 2000, which is something. Level 15 as well. But this needs to be a big defense, otherwise the map, it's starting to... You're losing a lot of your grip on it. And they're going to force it. How do you start, though?
Not there, though, which they need to be a little mindful of.
Hook shot down to the silence as well. Lorinov activates the BK beam, looks to try and zip him, playing aggressive with a Storm Spirit. The targeting the Clockwork down tier 2000, having a difficult time to enter the fight. Now will be able to do so. They've silenced up the Ember. XM has the Illusion Rune, pops out, creates some chaos. He is okay. And now they're back into the middle. Low is locked onto the TA. Doom's going to be required for the kill. And XM has got a free fight if he wants to continue to jump in. Nothing he needs to be worried about in regards to the Suns, and he's going to have New to follow in pursuit as well. They do lose 2 heroes on Extreme, but it feels like regardless, they will capitalize. They get the carry for their reward and another objective.
I mean, it works out very well for them, right? They get the objective, like you said. They get a carry. They open up the map even further. They cost them the Aegis, but it didn't have too long left on it. Paulson had a full wand as well that he just didn't pop at the end of that fight. So even he could have potentially been surviving at the very end of this and still joining in with the rest of the team. He's still going to do so off the back of the fact that you've now got no tier 2 towers to be able to play with. So they'll take the Outpost. They'll take the Tormentor as well.
Oh, this is incredibly greedy.
I think it should be fine. You don't have the Solar Guardian, you don't have the TA.
Okay, if you say so.
UIW?
Yeah. BKB on cooldown still for the moment. Deadshot back into the silence. The Hand of God health. Oh, no way. Lauren of another death. And now... Oh, he's fine. Shield Rune. Is he fine? XM Jesus, the damage from TA. The Vendetta. No, they're going to be able to get him. He's not fine. But importantly, Archive Mirror fine. Lowe's now going to be able to clean up. He wants to make amends for the death. A buyback on the Storm Spirit. Oh, you got to get some tills. Lorinov, by the looks of it, will catch up the New. Looking for the zip over the top with the Solar Guardian combination. They're able to step out of range of the beacon. But they will not be able to stop Low. He will come back into their grasping hands. Battle Trance now. Are they going to get him?
Dieback?
Oh my god, a dieback at least. You get the streak, but Lorinov, his game, it takes quite the tumble.
Yeah. Even with all of that, though, he's still ahead of Ember Spirit in net worth with the buyback. I guess he was involved in, what, 2 kills that he got pretty much solo away from the rest of the team, so a ton of experience coming through for the Storm Spirit as well. But you hate to burn the buyback at this early stage of the game, and you have to imagine that he's going to be saying, all right, I've given up enough for this team. I need to get that next Aegis. When's it coming up, TA 2000?
Well, they are instant TP into the Outpost. Malik. Been back at the ready. See if they even need it. Okay, yeah, why not? Let's just guarantee the kill. PYW will yoink it. Dragonlance is what he's wanting to complete, but the extra chunk of change will assist with that. Quick play from them. Great use of the vision as well, importantly.
He's, of course, bought the Midas again. So, getting value out of that one now is New. Going into the Veil next. Love it. Going to be fantastic value for Ember Spirit, in particular, in the middle of a lot of these team fights, who's now dealing a fair amount of his own damage in his own right. He's got the Sanjin Yasha finished up as well, too, so won't be stunned up as much when he goes for these super deep dives.
Oh, PYW. 15 seconds on the Dawn. It's going to be a long zip in from the Twin Gate. Onov gets an extra stack. 9, 5, and 7. It's been a decent game. Of course, that dieback is really going to hinder him, but he's still keeping up like you were saying.
I am wondering, and it's going to sound super crazy for like a Storm Spirit to be considering this, but is this the game where you actually don't go Kaya Sanj and you go Sanjin Yasha? Like, just to be able to avoid a lot of this lockdown that's catching him out when he doesn't have the BKB available. Does he even go like, I don't know, Satanic, Lotus. It's something a little bit different here. Who knows? But what we do know is that there's still tickets on sale. So make sure you put in !ticket into the chat to see what tickets are available. See if you can get up there in the VIP section and get up close and personal with all the Dota pros.
Sergeant Yasha is indeed cooking.
I mean, how many times have we seen him like locked down fully, almost entirely by Muerta, basically, just inside the calling with the Rod of Aegis.
Speaking of Muerta, nice dead shot, Malik. Now we're in a bit of an awkward position, but he will be backed up by the boys. He's gonna have everyone nearby. And Low is actually on the opposite side of the map as well, wanting to try and complete the Satanic, so they did not want to force a full team fight without the troll.
The thing that they're going to be looking for is when we get information about this Aegis respawning. 20 seconds away from a very, very early potential Roche, so looking to try and pressure down onto this bottom side of the map using the Chen army, which we haven't really seen too much come out from Panto. He hasn't been feeding, but we haven't seen that aggressive pressure that we come to expect from a Chen.
We're going to get it now a little bit. So it should be a free tier 2 tower by the looks of it. Radiant wanting to continue to occupy their side of the map. They will bring XM back to defend, but this is not easy for him. I guess he's got yours against the silence. Even actually will play with the invis to maybe set up. He's going to be cautious though. There's a sentry observer combo where they could maybe bait themselves. Let's see if he runs in range.
He's got the gem as well on XM, so he knows. He's just standing close enough so that the creep wave would be the one to get it.
What's going on? Okay. Just trying to...
I'm sure Storm's just panicking a little, wondering like, where's the Doom, basically, to be able to follow up on that. But with the Solar Crest, with the Boots of Bearing, Lorinov able to just take down that tower on his own. Top tower, though.
They're on high ground, yeah.
Yeah.
Are they staying? Really? No Aegis? Do they feel strong?
Strong enough.
Apparently so. They're going to get a range barracks for free. They're sticking for the melee. This is getting dicey.
I think they just wanted to force some TPs back, and they got 3 out of it. So mission accomplished. It means that it's a lot harder for them to be able to get into position to be able to take Roshan. And you can see that's what Polison's priority is. He launched a rocket flare straight towards it, just hoping for a really quick respawn. It's about a medium duration, 2 minutes. So they won't be in that prime position to be able to snipe it before Chimera get into position, because they know that they need to be able to claim this one. They don't want to give up, let alone the Aegis, but a Roshan's banner to enable them to go up onto that high ground so much easier.
Second Roshi needed for the Templar Assassin, and they're going to try and contest.
I mean, against a Doom especially, right? It's such a great tool to be able to contest against a lot of what he's able to provide. It's a bottom rune as well, and they see that it's a haste rune, so worth the zip down here from Lorinov to be able to pick it up. Does it mean that they're going to be a little bit too late towards the pit? They have no information about this area right now on Chimera.
Scan might go red shortly. 1J just out of range. They won't get an idea of the positioning. Tier 2000 will show. And it's kind of important that he kills the tower.
Yep.
Does stop the potential buyback into the tier 1. And Roche is up, but they will have an idea, at least the angle that Chimera are taking.
And you've got Chen creeps to be able to send in, as well as these Doom creeps. The Skeleton Warriors giving so much info.
They want the traps of division. It's going to be the Rocket Flare instead. Paulson, they're going to scout him out behind the pit, but there's the Doom. Completely nullifying the effectiveness of Lorinov. They need to lock onto the Storm Spirit, though. They're unable to do so. The Solar Guardian covers him. Meanwhile, 1J's looking to solo kill XM. Oh, we almost got him. 1J almost made the hero play, but they are stuck now, potentially. Opportunity begging here for Chimera. Can they capitalize? XM's going to be able to get the reset. Low will stop the TP in from 1J. Now it's a guaranteed 4v4. We'll get XM back in the middle. Remnants over the top. XM doing a lot of damage. New trying to create some chaos as well over towards tier 2000 with the Templar Assassin able to freely right-click down the Doom, but it does mean the offlaner also will be isolated. Both threes not available for the further fight. There's Extreme continuing to push Chimera away. The resources aren't the worst though. Lorinov still has some mana. No BKBs is the most important thing for Chimera.
And they do have the buyback as well. Once again, they're sending in creeps just to be able to see what the progress of this Roshan is. I'm sure they want to be able to get that 5v4 if they can to try and engage with the... Oh, Skelly Boy dies.
Do you buy back on the Dawn? Zip through for the vision.
think you
Roche
consider
is
it.
falling. The Nyx Assassin vulnerable. They're going to be able to
That's a
bring him down. A dieback.
TA.
Now they'll turn to TA. Isolated and controlled. No protection. And Lorinov has to use the remaining mana to look to get out. They'll go to the opposite side and celebrate with a free Roche kill in the end.
The battery assault was the thing killing Roshan and stopping him from going through the twin gate as well. They'll be able to claim it at the end of the day, but a nice, well-constructed team fight by Extreme Gaming. They did the best that they could with the information they had at the time on Chimera, like you mentioned, TA2000, prioritizing taking out that tier 1 tower. They got rid of New, so making sure that he doesn't have that buyback available. But then beyond that, like, it just didn't feel like they accomplished anything, right? They were constantly getting split apart. The Chen... We're not really seeing the impact coming from Panto here.
But it's hard at this stage of the game. It's very hard at this stage of the game. Feels like early game can be Chen's domain, but then we get here, it's...
That's a
items
big
is
creep
the
wave
only
as
thing.
well.
They'll banner it up too. They will be able to drag it away, however.
Creep wave actually griefing Chimera a little bit, keeping the creeps held into position. Well, dragging back towards the Dawn. Malik will eventually do the job to be able to get them away from it, but... yeah, Cardi will finish the job.
We're going Megas, so how can you craft the defense here from the boys on Dire? What are we doing? Zip into Solar Guardian. You need to pull something out. You got to do it soon. They might be able to bait up the BKB from Lorinov, or they'll get a quick kill. And they didn't commit heavily. A massive opportunity now, but the counter's going to be the XM. Perfect. Dooms up Lorinov, who will not be able to rejoin them for the last defense, potentially. It's going to be a 4v5.
How deep do you now want to commit? Amp damage running out. You're holding onto the gem on XM. You're going to try and get a little bit of that information away. Even just using the Mage Slayer to deny a little bit of the damage output that you've got. And they've still got all the cooldowns available for low as well.
Got to do something. We got to do it soon. Oh, there's still our barracks up top, actually. Okay, so not full Megas just yet. They have Glyph. They're just hoping that Extreme and not disciplined and look to jump. That's what they're praying for at the moment. Malik's gonna go first. Doesn't give him a
Sim's doing
window.
good job getting rid of all that vision.
So patient.
Dodging out melt strikes, keeping the TA isolated away. They want to force her to use a BKB, and then they're just
They
going
got
to
it now. They've got to go in all or nothing, but the counter's gonna be there. They already polish him. Holds TA2000 into place, which gives the time for Low to be able to go for the objectives. Ed's Mega's online. And Malik is not going to be able to retreat back to the safety of the tier 4. 1J will assassinate one.
He can buy back and come in.
He needs to be not fearful. You need your carry to be able to jump in and get the damage. Lorinov is going to do it instead, but he needs the assistance, and he's just not getting it. He's trying to play with a side blade spill. Now there may be some opportunity onto Low, the BKB. It's going to come through last second. And what a terrifying opportunity for them. Low getting kited, but we could see what can happen if he can get the life still out, but it's not enough. The BKB expires, and his life too will be forfeit.
But you got the big prize. Mega Creeps picked up for Extreme Gaming. 33 minutes in, and now it's going to be an uphill battle for them. Chen, not the greatest being able to deal with full creep waves. Nyx Assassin, similar sort of story. So it's really just going to rely on... I mean, Malik just needs to be playing tower defense at this point, staying back at base, using the Solar Guardian to be able to join in onto the rest of the team. But it's almost reaching the point where you can go for a little bit of rat plays coming through here. I mean, Hollison's farmed enough. He could start working towards perhaps an Aghanim Scepter just to make it even more difficult for Chimera to keep these lanes pushed away.
Alright, Maelstrom Panther.
Honestly, it's getting to that point.
If 1J can get anyone. Not actually sitting further inside the base. Yeah, I mean, you know Dire have to walk out. This is their only chance to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's right. Let them get Mega Creep so we can steal the creep.
Exactly. Such a strong creep. Alex level 20. Believe Lorinov is just about to hit level 20 as well, so going to give him a lot more of that damage output. It's going to be quite a while until he's able to get into that Shivas though. Tormentor's up. Break not really going to give them any value.
Random hook, go for it.
So random anymore.
Not indeed. 1J is going to buy back.
Gem.
50 seconds.
They'll take a free gem.
Hey, well, what's the status? Storm's buyback. He's gonna have enough gold in 10. That's the wisdom. TA's buyback 250 gold away as well from tier 2000. Do you go Daedalus or Second Life? Tough call, tough call. I think
Daedalus.
You're just getting doomed, no?
Yeah.
I don't know if you could.
Does anyone else have anywhere close to like a Lincoln's? No, they're going for an Aghanim Scepter for Dawn instead. I mean, the evasion will be nice.
Why'd you ever buy it? Why do you rebuy it?
Why not? You can just use it and sell it.
Yeah.
He wanted the value. He's also got a 9-second BKB to be able to play around with.
So, are we waiting for next Roche? Or do we...
They're just waiting for someone to get out of position. I mean, the downside is, of course, you just lost the Nyx Assassin with the gem, right? So you've basically got no vision outside of your base, with the exception of TA traps. And there's not too many of them around. I think I only count like 3 out on the map. So even with that Aghanim Shard, they've got very little vision right now on Chimera's side. And when you're basically forced to just wait. So yeah, I wouldn't begrudge Extreme Gaming just waiting it out and playing in like a semicircle outside of the Chimera base. Just ward it up. Make sure that you're able to catch out anyone that might be looking to sneak a little bit of extra farm, because right now you basically know where everyone is.
Look, if they get the time of the farm on Chimera, you just got Daedalus on tier 2000, Malik is close to Scepter, 800 gold. I really hope Lorinov goes Scepter with his next item as well.
And if he can get to it.
Because you've got to amp damage on the troll, ready for the final fight. They're going to be able to kill the ward.
They've got Shivas as well on the Ember. So much tankier to be able to go on to the front lines.
One buyback on die. Nyx Assassin actually, timer will come up. Zip in Lorinov. Whoa, Lorinov. Okay, but the play doesn't work. Now his men are down to half.
Next to his base though.
Might be able to get Malik though. Jump in with the Doom of the Lotus is far too late. Malik, by the looks of it, not enough damage for him to die inside the base. 1J also, they're going to be able to pop the troll. No way, is there an opportunity? Low pops all the combo at the last second. He's okay.
They're trying to drag him into the base.
Base is fully controlled. T2000 a little bit in trouble. Low enough, they're going to be able to get the Solar Guardian. They need to dump everything onto Low. They're going to be rewarded. A massive kill, but XM now will be free inside the back of the fight. And this Ember Spirit is just dancing on the graves of Daya. You don't need the troll when you've got a farmed Ember who has nothing to fear.
And
it's not just
PYW.
him. Apparently it's PYW. Ultra for the Muerta. The creeps are doing God's work as well. Tier 4s are down. Thrones exposed. It's dying too fast.
He wants more. He wants that rampage.
He might be able to get it. He's going to find it. Out of all the heroes, PYW gets the rampage to close out our game 1 Extreme. They will strike first in our elimination series.
Oh, come on. Crack a smile, PYW. How often are you going to get a rampage in the game? And it's all business right now for Extreme Gaming. They're not going to get too carried away. Low, PYW, and New there. And, I mean, that smile, that little smirk never goes off of New's face. So I think that's just pretty par for the course. But a much more balanced sort of gameplay that we were expecting, right? And I feel like for Low in particular, I don't hate the fact that he's picking this Troll Warlord, because at least you've got that fact of, look, I'm probably going to crush the lane, which he did this game, which means that if you are forced to go into that Battle Fury, you're going to get to that timing so much faster, and you're going to do it in a way that has my enemy offlane doesn't have a lot of farm happening at the exact same time, right? So it kind of cancels out the fact that you are going a little bit more of this slower build. And I like it. I like it. They were able to make it work for them, but I've got to eat my words. XM, kudos to you, because he played a fantastic game on that Ember Spirit.
Exceptional game. Early game was really all him. I think it was like 8-2 at one stage for XM. Let's take a look. 9-3, 8-2. So incredible performance from him. I think New with the itemization was great. Very good Extreme. Very good Extreme. You know, this is it was entertaining to be able to watch the back and forth. I will give props to Chimera, the fact that they were able to... I felt like there was a potential for this game to get out of control multiple times in this game 1, but you know, Chimera did what they were able to do to be able to stem some of the lead that Extreme had. They clawed it back, And they did make it a very competitive game in the end, but I did feel like Extreme were out executing them a little bit inside the team fights. It felt like the fights looked much more difficult for Chimera than they did for Extreme.
Yeah, and I think part of that is just the fact that you weren't able to get the Aegis for yourself anytime, right? So whenever you've got a TA lineup, that's at the very top of my priority list. And the fact that they were able to let that first one go was really shocking to me. You know, they knew that it was going on. You had TA 2000 that could have bought up the Desolator. He even had it queued up in his items there. It certainly wasn't lacking for damage, but it just meant that whoever got doomed was straight up dead. You know, it's not just the fact that you can't zip away, you can't use the refraction, it'll burn that really quickly, but the heal coming from the Hand of God, the heal coming from the Solid Guardian, completely useless. So, you know, these two heroes were very much nullified in effectiveness by New on his Doom. Really was a pretty good team effort there across the board coming through. I mean, Paulson, I mentioned his 15 death game on the Phoenix, certainly wasn't giving up kills for free this time around. Very, very effective team play along with PYW. And even at the very end there, where Low was in danger of potentially being battle tranced back into the fountain, he made sure to hook shot onto TA2000 to make him stop moving, to not get dragged any further. It was a really solid performance across the board from Extreme.
Yeah, which I feel like that's even more of a confidence booster when you get a team victory like that, instead of it just being one person who really you just rode the ship and was able to get the boys over the finish line. That was not the case in this game. You know, it was everyone being able to do and fulfill their role. So let's see what we get out of Extreme with this upcoming game, because they are now one game away of eliminating Chimera. For any team, though, we've got to keep in mind, it is a really long run for them. They have to win 3 series in a row just to be able to make it, to play in a LAN or at the LAN in front of the crowd. And then, of course, it's going to be a lower bracket run. So from here on out, you really have the margin of error. It's very low. You cannot be making mistakes, unfortunately, but this is the position that you are in. And if you want to be able to perform at these events, sometimes you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to make these runs. So again, like we're saying, you can have the opportunity to be able to watch these boys at the LAN. ! Ticket in the chat. We'll see which one of these, if they will be able to make it out, of course. Over on the mainstream as well, we do have the qualification series going on with Liquid and BetBoom. In game 1, I know BetBoom were looking good last time I checked. That would be done by now. But for us, we're going to be looking towards our second game here. Extreme with an advantage, but let's see if Chimera have what it takes to be able to equalize and send us to a game 3. First a break. We'll see you guys soon with game 2. Extreme 1 game away of knocking Chimera out here of the Fissure Playground 1 Dota event. We'll see if they have what it takes to be able to send us to a Game 3 decider. Denog, what do we feel like needs to change? How can they adapt heading into this upcoming game for Chimera?
Not sure Chen first phase is the way to go. You know, I feel like there's a lot more busted heroes out there. If you still want a Chen second phase, go for your life. But I feel like they just got a little too many of these strong heroes in the first phase of the draft. And I mean, again, I just want to say, like, a lot of their healing strategy was just countered out by a Doom that was somehow left in the draft the entire time. So that's probably the big one for mine. Again, I can't understate how well Polisin played that early game, not only denying 1J the ability to get a lot of that farm solo, to make pulls easy for Malik. When there was the double stack, they went for the dives in onto him, and he denied away a bunch of the water runes to really give Lorinov a chance to be able to win that one-on-one Spirit v Spirit matchup. So I think a lot of props needs to be given to the supporting cast. I think PYW is going to be very happy with the rampage that he got for his troubles at the very end of that game. But yeah, for Chimera, I just want to see more, I guess, like, not as easily counterable Dota, if that makes sense. You know, like, it just feels like if you Chen, there's pretty easy answers to it. If you go mass healing and there's still Doom in the pool, there's an answer to it. If you have a TA, I mean, it was a last pick TA when at least I was asking for a Spectre a lot of the time, and it felt like they were just going to... A troll probably outcarries a TA most times, eventually, you know, if you let it get late enough. And even just the decision to not do that Roshan, right? Like, I just feel like there were a lot of mistakes that Chimera made that game. And Extreme, they have been making mistakes, but I feel like the difference is they learned from them that game. They adjusted their gameplay. They played a whole lot more aggressively, particularly around XM.
Yeah, I think, like you said, how they played around XM was the big thing, right? And of course, he put himself in a prime position there. You know, made sure he had a good lane. But yeah, they set him up for success, and at the end, he was able to make sure he didn't disappoint the boys. He looked incredibly good on the Ember Spirit. Something that you need out of him. You know, when you're in this position, backs against the wall, it must be like, it would be pretty draining, I imagine. Again, for them, like, and both these teams right at the moment. Like, the position you are in now, how many series would it be, actually, that they have to win to make it to grand finals?
To grand final? I mean, you would be an upper bracket, right?
Is everyone? Oh, okay, everyone's seated. Sorry. Okay.
I would imagine
okay.
so.
Yes, yes, it is. Okay.
So that's not as bad, right? Like,
why did I think they weren't?
I don't know. If there were like 12 teams qualifying, then yeah, there would be some in the lower bracket, but just the 8. And it's kind of brutal, to be honest, but good on them, you know? Let the best of the best duke it out. There's plenty of chances in this Swiss stage as well. You can't say anything like, oh, we just had an uneven matchup. Well, no. You were against people that were the exact same series score as you know? And honestly, if you're looking to do well at a tournament, you got to be able to beat anyone. So I feel like these teams have had plenty of chances to be able to do so. Finally, PYW gets a bit of a smile on his face. Didn't get it after the rampage, but he's still in good spirits.
He is indeed, and let's see what they can do with the spirits being high for Extreme. They ban out the Viper themselves. Okay, so what are you protecting with the Viper ban?
Makes sense.
Ah, yes. This hero is in the pool. I see. Okay.
Gyrocopter is also in the pool.
So a C tier carry compared to DK. Yes. Very good trade.
If Chimera don't pick it or ban it with their one ban, Extreme are just going to pick it, and you can mid DK. And worst case, you can, like, support Gyro, you know, if somehow Gyro is massively countered. But if I'm them, I'm, like, banning out Morphling, I'm banning out a bunch of these other heroes that are able to make some global plays around this Lycan. And, I mean, what can you possibly do? Like, you could go CM, you could potentially go Ogre Magi and just go Midas and look to get rid of the Alpha Wolves in that way. Make yourself not quite as easily killable. Nyx Assassin's banned, so you're not going to have that luxury. Gotta be, I don't know, Tiny's already banned out. I was about to say you need to be a little bit worried about the Lycan Tiny, which a few teams have been breaking out lately.
Yeah, it's good. Looks very good. Spirit like it.
They
don't ban
as well.
They do? Okay, I haven't seen. Spectre is something I think we're looking at in the second phase. Dawn
10
again.
seconds remaining.
Potentially a Naga for extreme.
5 seconds remaining.
Wouldn't even hate a support Naga Siren, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Why? What do you support Nagaing for?
Deluge is nice. It's just a good ability overall. Naga plus Dragon Knight, you can kill people pretty easily in that lane.
Okay, I thought you were mentioning more for the matchup versus the Lycan.
Nah. I mean, yes, it's good against the Lycan in terms of the ensnare, right? Just to be able to provide a little bit of that protection for the team, as well as, even yourself, which you do still get from being a support, right? Like, you're probably going to get the shard a lot more likely. Even without the shard, you still do a little bit of healing and allow for some repositions, allows you to get away from that shapeshift. I think it could make some sense. I think last time we saw this, it was like Spectre, Lycan, Zeus that I want to say Falcons did, where like you just couldn't move anywhere on the map without a support dying, basically.
I don't mind the Lich. Takes it out of the hands of Extreme.
Opens up the potential for it to be a 1 Lycan as well, as opposed to just purely a 3.
Yep.
Kind of like what we saw back in the old C days with Little Gun playing, with 4-2-3 and Ace, when they did Grimstroke plus Weaver, or Grimstroke plus Lycan. It just gives you an effectively extra way to be able to have some control for that lane, off the back of using the Frost Shield onto the Alpha Wolves. And, well, if you are a true alpha, you will be buying tickets for the LAN in Belgrade, Serbia. ! Tickets for in the chat to be able to see the link to be able to purchase them up. Again, all 3 days available for purchase, and yeah, it's going to be a great event. Try and beat that segue next time, bro.
No. It's I'll let you segue from now on. You can handle it.
Oh, thank you. I'll make sure to think of another banger.
Craft them up while we wait. Sorry, I'll yap for a little bit. I'll let you concoct something. So, secondary support, I imagine. Oh, I hope this is not a support.
I hope so too. I hate support shakers so much. Could it be a 3, possibly?
Why are they picking Earthshaker here? Very surprised. You don't see your matchup. And you're getting Night Stalkered now. And there's the Grimstroke. I really like this Chimera draft. I mean, sure, okay, let's see what DK is going to be able to do. It does... it doesn't technically reveal, I suppose, if the Lycan is 1, because we have apparently seen Night Stalker be played 1. But I really don't like this Earthshaker pick.
No, I don't see what it accomplishes at that stage of the draft. Like, what are you actually wanting at that point? Like, you'd seen the Lich. You'd seen
like,
the
why
Lycan.
did I draft an Earthshaker? Sorry, keep going.
I mean, I'm just like... They needed a way to be able to deal with a Frost Shield. They needed a way to be able to hold the Lycan in place. Is it purely just for Fissure to be able to block off any attempts to be able to run at people?
On, dude, surely there's so many other ways to address it then. Like, there's so many other ways.
Yeah, I agree. I would have preferred even a Clockwork against it than an Earthshaker at that stage.
You have the possibility to tide at the end of this phase. Let's see.
I feel like you just run away from the Tide Hunter, though, if that's the case. Are you thinking more about the Anchor Smash for the Wolves, or are you talking about the Anchor for the Lycan?
Just everything. Mainly just like you anchor, like, I don't know, like you hold team fights in an area. Like you're very good with your tankiness and Ravage, and you can't really run past him. So those style of heroes. I do think DK is honestly very good versus Lycan, because I think he does a similar thing with Elder Dragon form, and you can't, like, it's very difficult to avoid him because of his range as well. They're going to get a Dawnbreaker though for Extreme.
But I mean, this is the sort of game where I feel like you just go rush Ags on Grimstroke, right? And then you've got a DK of your own with very little ways to be able to kill that DK with people on your side. Like, I guess Shaker's going to be able to right-click him for a decent amount, but Pugner's not going to be able to do anything. DK, I guess, is forced to be able to kill him, and depending on the position, might get some splash damage coming through, but I don't know. Feels a bit weird to me. need to be worrying about what the mid laner is that you're going up against now as well. I mean, that is one area that I suppose they're a little bit lacking, is the control in a lot of these team fights, just to prevent people from running away from Chain Frost, from running away from a Night Stalker. Pretty hard to run away from a Lycan and a Night Stalker, to be honest, but just that easy follow-up potential. So Puck makes a lot of sense. Could just see a Storm Spirit as well as a possible option for them to be able to ban out. Just lets you start team fights a whole lot more effectively, especially with that Inkswell.
Yep. Storm Pango, I think.
Sure. Maybe with that Bloodseeker ban, leads you to believe Pango might be the choice.
I think there's a world where Void Spirit's a possibility as well. I think he is maybe a little bit better with the Inkswell, but I am honestly not quite sure how the matchup against the Earthshaker goes.
Pretty bad. He doesn't have a lot of armor, so Shaker would just crush him.
Really?
So it's a support Shaker, huh?
It's a
I hate it.
support Storm.
No. Last time I saw that was in Oz Dota with Kuro playing it.
Actually, what do you pick? No Park, no Ember.
10 seconds remaining.
You couldn't get away with a mid Rubik, could you?
5
Against a
seconds
Shaker?
remaining.
You could, I guess.
I feel like Night Stalker, it is very cooldown reliant, so maybe that's something that they need. Just something relatively low cooldown that can look to consistently play up against the Storm effectively. So I honestly wouldn't hate a Void Spirit for them now that you see that it's a Storm and not a Shaker that you're playing into. Because eventually you get into the Grimstroke thing that you were talking about still applies. You eventually get into an Aghanim Scepter and you find a way to get onto the backline, disable the Pugna, disable the Shaker. Feels pretty good.
Are there any other mid heroes we're forgetting? Melee as well?
No, but Invoker is the other one that I'm also thinking about. Wolves plus Sunstrike, great lane against the Storm Spirit. Can get rid of the Decrep.
Very good counter versus Dawn. I feel like quite solid against just the Solar Guardian and...
Alacrity for Lycan and Night Stalker. Feels good to me.
And I think does a lot with the vision from the Dark Ascension as well. Like someone who is definitely a little bit position based and can really utilize the vision to assist him in team fights on who to spellcast, who to target. So there we go. That is, I suppose, the melee hero that we were forgetting. I thought that I was trying to come up with one, but there it is. So,
but did they need a melee hero?
I think you do with yours. I think when you go Grimstroke, I would like you to.
You got Lycan Wolves and Lycan and Night Stalker though.
Yeah, but that's too late. It's not. I don't think it's as guaranteed as an Earth Spirit rolling in. Like we saw the times when we've seen them, man, with this Inkswell on initiating mid laners, and this is ridiculous. So I'm surprised he's going for this talent unless it's really good. We've seen it twice now. We've gotten Grimstrokes, but
just enabling you to make more stacks, but you don't exactly have a stacking team, and it does make that Inkswell component a little bit less enticing, I guess you could say. Because, the ability to be able to pop the Inkswell whenever you want is obviously such a huge tool to be able to have at your disposal. It's even more so when you get the Aghanim Shard, when you consider they've got a decent amount of lockdown on the Extreme Gaming side, right? Like, you're going up against a Storm Spirit, a Dragon Knight, an Earthshaker, or even Dawn Stun for a little bit. So being able to get that strong Dispel off the back of the Inkswell feels really good, but doesn't seem like he's going to be going down that avenue.
Okay, how are we feeling? How are we feeling about the draft for Extreme? Obviously, a lot of confidence with them having this game advantage now in the series. Can we see this lineup working, or do we think we're getting a game 3?
I'm going to trust in Dota Plus, and right now it is saying 56% for Chimera, so I'm going to go down that avenue. I think this Grimstroke still has the potential to be able to take over this game, especially if you're eventually able to get into the Aghanim Scepter for yourself, to be able to turn DK back against himself. Feels really nice, especially if you're able to get him when he's in Elder Dragon form. But, I mean, do they... Outside of Chain Frost, there's not a ton of value getting out of the Soulbind here, is there?
No.
Void. That's basically it.
Yes, that is it.
30 seconds to battle.
Just trying to take a look at the facets real quick. So we did stick with the fine art. We got the Alpha Wolves. Good.
Everything's
It's the
pretty
other
standard.
one. Yep. Yes, we're going to get a fight by the looks of it.
Follow.
Paulson on the low ground. We'll eat a bunch of
Ooh.
spells, but the fissures...
Worth...
That's good. That's, alright. That's some confidence right there. Yo, he sees he's playing Earthshaker. He doesn't want to be in the hero.
The battle begins.
Why do he get a 4-man fissure like that? It's going to feel pretty nice.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if PYW can be added to my list of supports that are allowed to play Earthshaker on this game, because it's a short list. Too many times we see these do-nothing Earthshakers just sit back waiting for the perfect Echo Slam, but you gotta just make your plays while you can. Play aggressively alongside your Storm Spirit. And there's a XM Storm Spirit Grandmaster on this hero, so feeling very, very comfortable.
I kind of hope he rushes Ag Sharp this game. I don't know how value Blink is against the Night Stalker and the Earth Spirit the like, and I feel like you're really going to have a difficult time at...
Ooh, that was clever as well. In the lane, just Fissure blocking, making sure that he's not able to get some last hits and denies off, especially with these
he's dead.
wolves chasing him, maybe?
Sick, bro.
No, I don't think Panto had enough damage to be able to kill him. He had a Mango and a couple of one charges available. I was thinking, oh, does he go for the second Frost Blast? But probably wouldn't have resulted in anything. But yeah, double melee lane into a Lich does not feel good.
Oh, it really doesn't. So... Let's see. Still, his Dawnbreaker hero is an incredibly strong laner, but you're going to be playing with a disadvantage. Let's see how the other lanes are looking. Mid, I believe there would be maybe some advantage for XM to get a kill over Laurenov, but I think it's quite skill dependent and should be relatively even between the two top lane. Definitely some action, you would say, maybe towards a tail end of nighttime. Be level 3 if they even get 4 by then, but I doubt it.
Maybe even before then. Looking at
Apparently
trying
so.
going onto low.
That's the twos, and they're ready to brawl.
Didn't quite have level 2 on the DK. He's
Bottom lane as well.
6 XP short.
PYW coming back inside the lane. Panto's able to get out of range. Doesn't get a whole lot back from the Selv on 4. And see, PYW will cancel that pretty early.
Mm-hmm. Have been able to keep your small camp unblocked though, so it should be able to get a pull off as a result of that as he goes ahead and re-blocks up the hard camp. PYW just looking to be a little bit annoying here. Stop tier 2000 from getting a lot of these free last hits, getting you off to a nice start for himself. Again, I'm really just wanting to see where the value is coming from this Stroke of Fate, the vector targeted Stroke of Fate.
Have you played with it in game? Does it feel nice?
It feels nice for stacking, but that's about
Yeah.
it, you know?
Okay.
I was never really a Vector kind of guy, even back in the Hon days with Zephyr, one of my favorite heroes. I wish they brought some of the Hon heroes over to Dota. Would
Yeah,
be
bro.
hype.
Would be sick.
Give me some Zephyr, some Bombardier, some Chipper, some Puppet Master, all that good stuff.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Olison? Oh. Does feel like it's gonna start to be the tail of this top lane where Low is just having to use his Dragon Tail defensively whenever that Inkswell is out. Wonder if maybe you're kicking yourself a little bit on 1J for not going just to 1 point in the Phantom's Embrace?
Possibly, but I feel like if you're going this facet for the Stroke of Fate, you want to be maximizing it as much as possible, especially when people are kind of clumping around these creeps as well, and you get bonus damage per target that it's going to be going through. And I mean, 80 bonus damage per target is kind of nuts if you're able to hit through, for example, a Kobold camp. We'll still be looking to make some stacks happen, though, for his team.
Just gets the one. Might be in range to deny the rune.
Oh,
Oh, well done.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
just the curveball into his face.
Very cool. Lorenov going to be able to get the other water room. Quite even between the two.
You're a bit of a baseball enjoyer, aren't you?
Yes, yes. I used to play for like 9 years. So...
Not a part of the Melbourne Aces?
No.
You were close until you did your knee.
Yes, let's say that. Yes, exactly right. I was incredibly close.
Panto.
Startbreaker ready, then Enchant Totem. Nice timing of this. Sinister, which will prevent that. And I know he's actually taken a little bit of damage from the bite back at tier 2000. So both sides showcasing that they were able to kind of brawl down bottom. But it is kind of lucky that Panto was quick on the fingers to stop himself from dying.
Just wanting to avoid that, what do they call it? Not the swipe, it's the smash that comes through from the old Starbreaker. So, yeah. Does give them a little bit of a window. Wonder if that'll change the way that PYW chooses to use the Fissure in future moments, right? Is he going to wait for that moment to be able to launch the Fissure out to guarantee that the smash does happen? Map pack's enabled. They'll be able to see that there is some stacks starting to be built up, but Lorenov, aware of this, is going to, I was about to say claim it for himself, but he gets all of them. Anjay. Should be fine.
Sam gets 6, but a little bit low on the resources for this fight that's about to break out by the power rune. So let's see what the call is going to be from either side. A lot of wards set up around the mid lane as well. And again, of course, there is going to be a lot of importance on these power runes.
Spirit v Spirit.
2000. Oh my god, he almost got solo killed by a new down bottom.
It's Lorenov that's going to be lucky enough. Love having a shield rune as an Earth Spirit just to be able to jump in, especially considering his resonance facet as well, right? 40 bonus damage at level 6 is really significant at this stage of the game. Those Alpha Wolves are starting to get more and more pesky though. 3 points into it.
Oh. Bit of a whiff, and here comes Lorenov to the rescue. There's the Magnetized. Who's going to try and tip out, and they're not going to have a way to stop that. Nice read. No canceling a waste of shield rune, TP along with the ultimate from Lorenov. Meanwhile, top lane. An attempt onto the DK. Will be able to deal with the Phantom's Embrace, but stays out in range of the Inkswell. Moving through from the south, and it looks like, yes, he will be dead indeed. So the Dragon Knight, tanky enough. XM holds the Vortex and gets himself some Galvanized stacks.
Yeah. Just goes to show the difference in just understanding your kill potential across the board, right? Lorenov, he's starting to make his way through walking towards the top side of the map, perhaps just not wanting a lot of this XP to go uncontested underneath it, but Paulson might be dead here. I understand him wanting to stick around though, just getting an extra hit or two with the Nether Blast into the tower, especially while that siege creep is there. And it does again reveal the positioning of this Earth Spirit, so he's still getting a lot of farm for sure, but some significant damage that they were able to get onto the tower as a result of Paulson dying.
And their other support, meanwhile, is getting some much needed me time in the mid lane. PYW soaking up some experience, getting some gold as well. It is going to be the Blink Rush for him, which we'll see. I know you need this item. I do feel like he's going to have a very difficult game to play with the Blink, but
maybe they're just banking on a lucky Ag shard from himself, you know?
Sure.
I wouldn't hate him buying it, just because then that would give probably Dawn a chance to get one for free, which Dawn shard is pretty amazing too.
Not a kill, but some... Oh, unless it... Nicely done, XM.
Is it enough?
Is it... It looks like it might... Okay, they just got baited, dude. Lorenov is gonna... No, the bottle sip, not enough. But 1J uses his own body to run in with the Inkswell. He's unable to stun the Storm, who had a little bit of mana to get away, get the amp damage. And this might actually catch some off guard. He's got maxed out Jelly. He can look to walk back in and maybe get a kill.
I mean, he's got no mana on 1J.
Yeah, well, he's gone. Steps up a little bit too far. I don't know if they saw the rune from XM, but this gives a free kill to the hero, to the player who looked incredible in game 1.
Should have. It was daytime. And PYW with a fresh Arcane Boots is even able to just keep XM with this amp damage rune. Still healthy enough to be able to go for this dive. Malik, he's hit onto his level 6, so you don't want to be baited to be using this Dark Ascension just as a defensive tool. You need to be ready fully as a team to be able to fight. But
the scan, they knew exactly what was going on. And maybe they thought they were going to be quick enough to be able to pincer hold them inside the triangle. But Malik too slow. Dark Ascension's leveled up. Lorinov ready for the roll in.
They got their prize that they wanted, though. About 90% of that hard camp stack. So XM, the rich get richer. It's happening down bottom. Tier 2000 is actually getting harassed a little bit by New, forced to use the shapeshift just to run away. He's got a Midas as well. Just wants to try and max out that summon wolves as quick as possible. Make life hell for supports on Extreme Gaming. They'll
It's a
know.
farming shapeshift. It's okay.
Yeah. I mean, once they catch him, he ain't getting away. You know, the boots were the last component that he was looking for the power treads he's opting for, but looks like they're going to back off, maybe playing once again around those power runes, not wanting a possible arcane rune or a regen to go missed. And, well, it is still a regen, but it's on the wrong side.
Well, perfect time with the action not going on for you guys to be able to pick up your tickets. Exclamation mark ticket in the chat to get some more information. Bring some of the brothers over to watch as well. Be a good friend.
For sure.
Help bro out.
Would you ever buy me a ticket to something?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Buy your own ticket.
That's true, you are broke. You can't think you could just be toxic without any... Oh no, PYW, the wolves. The wolves, they see him.
Oh my god.
Very cool, very fair,
Did
very
they-
balanced.
Did they pick Shirka into Lycan as well? They did, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm really starting to...
Starting to? I feel like you've
I
been
don't know.
hating it for a while.
What... Hating what in particular?
The shaker
This
choice?
stack is... Oh yeah, no, I don't like the shaker choice. This stack a juicy one. Interesting that they're farming with just this too. I'm really under the assumption that, like, I don't care who you have on your team. Just, like, double take ancient stacks, triple take it. Like, it's just still so much golden experience. It's like, it's fine. Bottom lane, Panto, who cares? It's a lich. You take the stack, everyone's farming. Like, Malik is putting some pressure on the top tower, getting blade mail. It's absolutely chill.
Quick pause coming through. Hopefully... Oh, mouse. Alright. Hopefully that is not a live mouse. It's somehow invaded. I'm sure it's fine. So... Bit of a more low-key game, right? Team's kind of chill, sitting back,
chill.
farming, picking up a few more of their items. Real question is, who does that favor? You would have to say probably Chimera, just off the back of, you know, they are a little bit behind in terms of net worth, sure. And XM is having a fantastic game so far, 3-0-2. Of course, assisted with a bunch of these power runes. Of course, Pugna as well, now level 6, able to just keep him at full HP and mana. But I'm just a little bit worried about, again, TA 2000 and his scaling potential. Even though he's not there yet at this point, it's because he hasn't got a bunch of these free kills onto the supports quite yet. So I'm expecting to see a lot more of, once he hits into one more point in his Summon Wolves, to be playing alongside the Earth Spirit and the Grimstroke with just purely the Alpha Wolves and still just farming away on his own, because they should be able to get kills off the back of that. Panto waiting for the glyph to be able to use the Frost Shield onto the tower.
Defense is starting to come, at least some of the heroes to maybe think about it.
It's a very late use of the Frost Shield as well, and the
That
tower's
it
just
is.
gonna go down.
The stalking low.
Can they kill him? I don't know.
Roll
if
in,
you
they're
can.
gonna try it. He's got some reinforcements with the Dark Ascension's gonna scout them out. Low's falling low, but they're gonna try and deal with the supports instead. XM catches out Panto. Low will finally die from the combo. T2000 trying to get in front of Nu. We'll be able to Celestial Hammer
XM's
down
dead.
to the low ground. Meanwhile, on the backline, XM, he's gone too far for the supports. A fresh bait. 1J put himself for the line, thinking that it was an easy kill into the Grimstroke, but not to be. They will clean up. Chimera find 3, and Malik, he's going to send the Rex of Extreme away from a potential defense of the tier 1 tower. They will still try.
They will succeed as well. You just see the impact of having that Night Stalker, right? Not only do you give the vision, but you're able to lock in on top of the Dragon Knight. You're able to keep them away for long enough. You're able to deal just so much bonus damage. You were able to stop the Pugner from getting the Life Drain and the Decrep off, and then you eventually follow up onto the Storm Spirit that's trying to TP away once he expends all of his mana. So,
Uh-oh.
don't feel good.
Radiant are scanning.
Solo kill nighttime, no Dark Ascension.
Tower is under attack.
Feels good.
Melik, I mean, especially with this hero, I mean, we have seen him quite easy to fall off. And they're not letting the pressure up. Lorinov magnetized up in 15 seconds, but they won't need it with the Inkswell. Level 2 attempt onto XM. He thinks it's just the Wolves. Shortly he's going to have some other people pop out, but they actually don't pull the trigger.
I mean, it's so hard to actually be able to confirm this kill onto XM when he's got full mana, full HP, and you don't have the Inkswell facet.
Don't have maxed out Wolves yet as well. They're going to try. Okay, good timing the roll. Melik with the backline. Alright, well, apparently it's just unlucky for PYW. It is what it is. You're playing Earthshaker. It's bound to happen.
What time you reckon he's going to actually get into this Blink Dagger? I'm calling 19 minutes.
Yeah, something like that.
Not optimistic.
Should be shot, I think. New? Wolves might be able to get up to him, yeah. They got the vision and now the escape. It's not going to be there.
Maxed out Wolves
Welcome
as well.
to the Lycan show, apparently. Is he out?
Welcome to the TP show.
Okay, mid lane, Melik. Are we... Oh, not again, dude. Wait for the Solar Guardian. Downs back in. Echo Slam onto the deck. They're going to be able to get it, PYW. Not a third time, my friend. Not a third time, he says. I'll bait my life. We got the boys.
And now they got a long time of daytime as well for Extreme Gaming to be playing a whole lot more aggressively. They had a 2k net worth lead. They lost a fight off just diving a little bit too deep after getting the tower. So they've opened up the map a little bit.
Lorinov.
Oh, poor New. There we go. Full map. Oh, actually, no, he died just before the daybreak, so they didn't actually get the map pack there.
Unlucky. Alright, well, Silently Low has been having a little bit of mid time. I am a little concerned at the Lycan keeping up, but maybe you do with the Midas? I actually am not quite sure.
I mean, it was legit a first item Midas, right? So you're going to get a ton of value out of it on TA 2000.
He's got 7 assists as well. I mean, of course, that is without a doubt going to assist with being able to keep up. So he's looking very good. Honestly, everyone is. The Lich is the only person without net worth, but who really cares, I suppose.
Wow.
Grim's sitting pretty. Glimmer Cape already. Paulson may be dead. He's okay.
Honestly, it gets to the point in this game now that the Wolves are maxed out, and especially once Lycan hits level 15 and you get the extra Wolves summon health talent, you just stick with a core that is able to kill them because you're going to die on your own. Like it's just gonna happen, especially considering that you're going up against like what an Earth Spirit, a Grimstroke, and a Night Stalker. They have the capability to chase you down as well if the Lycan Wolves don't just kill you on their own.
He went the Howl armor reduction. I've been seeing, at least I haven't had the opportunity to watch the one Lycan, so I don't know what talent they're going for, but I've been seeing the Wolves damage on the 3 Lycans with the Alpha Wolf.
I could see both working. I mean,
yeah.
it feels nice. Maybe just the Earth Spirit going the Resonance facet was the thing that tipped it over. Like now he's level 12 plus 80 damage, so that extra -3 armor feels very nice.
YW? Doesn't pop the smoke. They're going to continue to invade into the triangle. The prime target's going to be the Dragon Knight. An opportunity to bring him down. They need to address Polisim, get rid of the life drain. They'll do that, but the Solar Guardian into the rescue. Instant Soulbind, leashing them up for the Chain Frost. That's perfect. Panto, he was waiting for the opportunity. Now the Chain Control onto XM. Nice timing of the Suns, but XM, he's okay. Big one, XM's going to be able to live. Melik's still going to try and find him. He'll go for PYW. Sees fresh meat into the Earthshaker. And of course, that will never change this game.
Oh, poor guy wasn't even able to get into the Blink Dagger either before his death, so they just going to lose even more of this map control. Nicely done, though, by New to be able to protect XM, just with putting himself in harm's way, slamming down a few heroes. Got the kill onto the Lich, but again, it was a 1-for-3 trade off the back of some really nice aggressive play coming through there from Lorena.
They've been XM. Not able to get the Vortex. An opportunity. Thinks there's a ward there. It's actually on the other high ground.
Trying to follow him into his jungle, just like you might be able to follow all of the Fissure channels available with putting F in the chat, yeah. Exclamation mark F to be able to see where exactly you need to go on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, wherever it might be that you use social media, just to catch every single game of Dota that might be going on for the next, ooh, how long is it? Like a little bit over a week, I think. The tournament's to be done.
Of course, all the other tournaments that are coming up afterwards as well. Roshan.
So many.
This is a Malik assisting with Tier 2000, Daytime Night Stalker, and Extreme. They are completely unaware, have no idea this is going on. They're smoking to see if someone's maybe looking to catch out New while he's farming this wave. But they will be surprised as soon as the Aegis is picked up. Tier 2000's going to hold that. And he will be closing in on the Yasha and looking to try and finish with the Sanjin Yasha shortly.
Really good amount of minus armor across the board, right? Both the Howl having, what, 9 armor reduction. You've got an extra 3 from the Orb of Destruction as well. No one's really going to be going into, like, a Desolator or anything like that, but I eventually see something like an AC potentially coming through just because of how much damage this DK is eventually going to be able to do. It's a good amount of right-click damage that Chimera have at their disposal. Love an early shard for Malik as well. Just lets him stay out on the map pretty consistently. And not wasting any time as well. Just about before it's going to turn into nighttime, they go for a smoke.
Dire's bottom tower
Can try and connect with the rest of the boys. And a shield rune as well. Them to be able to play around with.
So what happened last time though? The kill onto low wasn't easy. They need to deal with the supports. It was what was able to keep low alive long enough. PYW's always ready to counter. Very close to getting XM. All the men had to be used. But he's now a big cooldown with the Dark Ascension that will sweep across the map.
What can they even do now? Like, the thing is, like, what... Can you use this Dark Ascension to be able to push a tower? Can you use it to be able to catch someone farming off on the Ancient side? Wise move from Extreme Gaming, smoking up themselves
They've got a
so
great
they're not going to
ward.
be caught out. Maybe even using Storm Spirit as bait here, just standing behind, but he would have
Did he
seen him
see?
just vanish into the...
Yeah, I
the
think
smoke.
so. And he sees New now as well. Lorenov's not an easy kill. 2300 health. Be able to get the initial silence. BKB's going to be ready. The Storm Spirit. He hasn't popped it just yet. Falling low. Now turns for the Vortex. With the damage, it's enough. Malik surely will go down to start, but they use a lot. This will enable a free fight for Tier 2000, who's trying to run towards PYW, but PYW over the right side. Protected with the Enchant Totem. Doesn't look good for Chimera. They have isolated New, though. No one was helping him. Everyone wanted to try and protect the Earthshaker, but New didn't get the memo.
You didn't get the memo. Again, though, at least they used the Shapeshift for it, and they used the Dark Ascension. So now you've got this 70 seconds of time where you know that there's 2 big ultimates that are not available. You've still got the Pugna that was enabled to be kept alive, so
Sword.
look at this big
Both
zip
sides
from
with
the
the
Storm
ward.
Spirit.
Tier 2000. They're going to have the outpost to be able to TP to. The boys are coming, but are they going to be quick enough to set up for the respawn? They'll go for 1J. 1J's going to try and charge in and just disrupt as best as he can. And the Chain Frost is going to be disastrous. Clumped up. And that is their demise. DK is out.
Echo.
He's him. PYW looking for the finishing blow. Has he got the damage? He doesn't. He'll find one, but... I mean, that... He was praying he could get a second. That was so much of his anger and frustration that he wanted to take out, but wasn't able to bring the Lich into the grave with him.
I wonder if he was telling you, come on, come in, let's try and get this big 4 kill just with the 2 of us, but wasn't meant to be the case. They would have only gotten 2 at the end of it at all, and you're just seeing the impact of Panto, both with being able to resist a little bit of that extra damage with the Frost Shield, with the Chain Frost, especially now that it's level 12, being able to just do so much damage, and he would love to be able to get a free Aghanim Shard that they're trying to claim here with Malik and TA2000. 1J gets it, still not the worst though.
Yep.
even the heal aspect can't be underappreciated, considering how melee-ish, I guess you could say, the Extreme Gaming draft is. Kind of in there amongst it, so the Inkswell radius is probably going to connect onto them.
Oh, dude, PYW wants to snap his keyboard.
Just clean in half.
That's messed up, bro. He sees the Pugna has it. Like,
Yeah.
like?
It's a pretty bad Pugna one.
It's shit. It's
Yeah.
not pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
Nice, dude. Netherward. Extra cast range. Sick
Against
mid lane.
illusions, it's
What's
okay.
DK doing here?
Getting away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I had a friend in high school that could rip a phone book in half as well. That was pretty impressive.
Absolute Chad. A unit.
Works as like a personal trainer now, so it makes sense. It fits.
Okay.
Are fortified.
He's a big boy. I get it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This game's...
Radiant's
Oh,
bottom
okay.
tower
He's going to be able to TP up by the looks of it. Everyone else will be able to make it away.
has fallen.
And I'm a little bit surprised they didn't commit for the push. I felt like there was a big opportunity with the BKB being used on low.
Radiant are
But no.
No for low, definitely. I mean, part of that was Paulison playing this style, you know, down on the bottom side of the map, pushing the lane in. He's got a Gossamer Cape, he's got a 4-star for himself, he's got an Aghanim Shard. Ooh, so much protection off the back of that. That they are able to actually, you know, force someone back like they did with the Nightstalker. So
Here come the Wolves!
oh
And the team's coming too. Pace it up, Lorinov looking to try and put himself in a position to be able to use the Wolves and the Vision. Extreme will back away.
no! They use the gem though. Would love to be able to claim that. Like, I'd say Lorinov is priority number 1, but how hard is this man to kill as well is something else that needs to be considered. 2400 HP, Veil, Blade Mail, BKB.
Radiant
He's a
are
tanky
scanning.
boy.
Dire are scanning.
Good
It's
amount
a
of vision.
difficult fight without the Vision advantage.
It's a dead partner.
Is this really the engagement you want to take where they're grouped up and you have nothing to use on your side? They've isolated PYW, and that is going to continue to be the case. Such a difficult game for him to play. Dark Ascension, Wolves, Earth Spirit up your face. 6 deaths for him.
And an Elder Dragon form that, once again, doesn't really result in anything. If you have to, you know, look for the positive side, once again, no BKBs used on any of the Extreme Gaming cores.
Has to pop the BKB incredibly defensively, but maybe there's an opportunity for Malik. They're going to try and turn it back around with a combo. The Magic community at least will
There's a
stop
lot of
some of the
Chain
damage
Frost.
out of the Chain Frost, but they're unable to split away, and now with it expiring, it means that Lorinov, he's licking his lips at the possibility to add some kills to the tally. They were still holding the Solar Guardian. Lowe's going to have the chance to be able to turn it back around. They need the Earthshaker coming back off the respawn shortly. PYW is going to be ready with a combination as well. Backing over to the right side. Fissure will hold Tier 2000 into place. And they should be able to catch up to him. Panto's going to make him work with the Frost Shield. They have to commit the Echo as a result for this. And 1J. Oh, they're going to get him too. Nice Starbreaker. New makes this a great team fight for the boys on Extreme. They're going to find 3. And a big defense from them. It was looking like it was a difficult position for them to take the fight. Backs against the wall, but they're able to do it in the end.
It was just such a deep dive, you know, into enemy territory where I guess they had just dewarded prior to that team fight, but I feel like at that point you just get the quick kill onto the Pugna. He didn't buy back, so maybe just use the fact that he's not available, he's not alive to be able to use that damage from the Dark Ascension to be able to take a tier 2 tower and continuously close out the map for Extreme Gaming to be able to play around with. But yeah, you just saw what happens when you dive in a little bit too deep, and I mean, Lowe did a fairly significant amount of damage in that team fight. He's starting to scale quite nicely, and he hasn't even started to get into the crits. Starting to build into it right now.
I feel like the fight though really does give us a little hint at what is to come with the power of this Grimstroke Lich, and it's the issue is like you're BKBing, but if you don't perfectly split away together against the Soulbind, you then have Lorinov, who has nothing to fear with being able to roll in. He already really doesn't, but the BKBs just mean like he will be able to kill these heroes, and it really seems like the team fights only get easier for Chimera, I feel.
They especially will with this Aghanim Scepter completed now for 1J. So I've been talking about it all game, the threat of a DK, just with increased physical damage, being able to wail into you with right clicks, that not only is a lot to deal with, of course, but it also means that DK needs to be hitting that instead of anyone else in these team fights. So it just reduces the overall damage by so much that Chimera are going to be taking, on top of the fact that you're also playing around with, you know, the armor reduction from the Howl and the Frost Shield and everything else to go along with it.
Both sides wanting to try and force a team fight with the smoke on smoke. Malik at the ready as soon as smoke pops. Dark Ascension and the map packs will be there. They're going to scout Panther and they're going to jump. It's a big kill. It's a lot of the damage. Look at the Starbreaker slam on Lorinov as well. But the leash is out of the backline, and now this is going to free up to a 2000. DK's going to be able to stand his ground. He's okay. They'll look to reset, but a long drawn-out fight can favor Chimera.
No double Chain Frost was the big difference there. Soulbind used, but nothing else to be able to follow up on it. You see, once again, DK did a lot of damage, but it wasn't really to any heroes. You know, they quickly get the pick off onto the Lich, but after that, he was just dealing with the DK, what do we call it? Dark Portrait, that was coming out and being a lot of a threat to him. 1J as well, he's going straight into a Scythe of Vice after this too, so, and they see him. They realize how big of a threat he is.
Vision? I guess they're going to be able to hold him long enough into place.
Roshan.
And is this Roche? Yeah. XM's got not a lot of mana, which is a bit of an issue.
You got Pugna though.
That is true. They'll give him the Greater Lotus as well. Are they going to give it up? They might have to. No Shapeshift, no Magnetize. Dark Ascension. Yeah, they're going to have to give this up. So second Roche by the looks of it.
Just like that. Extreme Gaming back into it. You'd have to imagine this is... I can understand giving it to low. I would have much rather XM just because of that, you know, transformation factor. Jesus. It's not right how much this is able to do. And they're actually trying to intercept them on the retreat.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Who's TPing up? No Solar Guard. Oh, he cancelled it. They got a glimpse of someone. We'll stick around. Malik runs head first into Extreme. Malik's vulnerable, dude. Doesn't activate anything. They have been able to get a glimpse of PYW inside the puddle. So Tier 2000's going to be able to deal with at least with the Earthshaker. Lorinov assassinates the Aegis as well. Can they still take the team fight in this position? Absolutely. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to case that. He's a massive slam down. Tier 2000's just going to be able to scurry away at the last second. Dark Portrait is gone in a heartbeat. 1J tried to use this to maybe turn the tides, but it wasn't close in the end.
He 3-hit that Dark Portrait. Like, the amount of damage coming out right now from low is absolutely insane, and it's only going to get better and better. I think that's a Daedalus now finished up as well. Yes, indeed it is. Now, what are you supposed to do into this? I mean, this is a couple of times now that Night Stalker has just died very, very early on into a lot of these team fights. I mean, he's queuing into an AC. Is that the important thing? I feel like having a BKB just so that you can provide that initial vision, initiation, get people grouped up so that Earth Spirit can roll in and hit this massive magnetize is probably the bigger priority for them.
Yeah, it feels bad though. You go double Bracer, Blade Mail, Sanjanyasha, this is anti-BKB build, yeah, everything. This is not something you want to add BKB to it as well, but it does feel like you're in a position where it really does need to be considered, and the supports are getting some of their items to protect them. Force, Ghost, and Gossamer for Polis, and importantly, Shadowblade is honestly the big one, I think, for PYW.
Okay.
We're fighting again by the looks of it. Both sides posturing quite aggressively around the mid lane.
I do like the AC choice, don't get me wrong. I just feel like he needs a BKB right now on the Night Stalker. Man, the fact that these things have 100% evasion is just stupid.
Oh no, it was balanced. Stop that.
But you also consider like all of these items that you're talking about, right? The Force Staffs, the Ghost Scepters, Decrepify. This is the period of the game.
Roll in from Lorinov. Instant use of the fissure. Lorinov is tanky. Hence why do they want to go on him? They want to deal with the backline supports instead. Dude, Panto is gone in an instant. And now Nu as well, almost solo killing Lorinov over to the left side. What's going on? Chimera. They are crumbling. Malik's in a little bit of danger. Status resistance helps him fly away, but these past couple of fights have not looked good at all. Something isn't working for Radiant at the moment.
I'm really surprised. I mean, it was Pugner that did the most damage to the Lich in that team fight, all from the Netherward. 4 different spells being able to be used there onto him, nearly topping the damage across the board. So I think the big difference here is, honestly, Malik's Nightstalker. He needs a nullifier. He needs a BKB. He needs a way to stop this Pugner from doing whatever the hell he wants, and from them just Ghost Sceptering, Force Staffing, Decrep, everything, to be able to extend the life in a lot of these engagements. But instead, it's the Storm Spirit, it's XM that's doing a far better job of just being able to make life miserable for both of the supports. I like the fact that 1J has changed up his item build a little bit, not going straight into the Scythe of Ice. He queued up the Blink Dagger, which I feel is so important. You know, you need to be playing a screen back away from the Storm Spirit, and then jump in, initiate with that Solar Bind, with that Dark Portrait, and have that double value coming out from the Chain Frost, because you've got a Blink Dagger on the Lich. He still doesn't have Ice Spire, though.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, well.
attack.
And it doesn't help that they just lost their Tormentor, and importantly, the Shard went over to PYW. Not just that, but there are some massive items they just got. Nullifier on New, Daedalus on Low. These items are coming in, and they're winning team fights without them. Now, Low is really far pushed forward, but the DK feels unkillable at this stage, so they're going to try and deal with everyone else first. Polison inside the river. The Fissure kind of grieves him, so they should be able to deal with him quick and easy.
Satanic, though.
Standing strong in the middle. You're not going to be able to deal with the Dragon Knight, so you want to go for everyone else, but it's not going to matter because now you have to go for DK. BKB Satanic use. Low is a little bit vulnerable now at tier 2000. Reads this into the middle with these Sits and Malik on the toggle. PYW to the rescue, but the Echo Slam's too late. It was close enough to keep him alive, but not good enough. Chimera. Finally, the past couple of fights, it has been all extreme, but they bounce back in a big way.
Talking of bounces, it's that Chain Frost that was the real difference maker. Yes, you did a lot of damage on the DK, but there was a double Chain Frost bouncing around that entire time. Almost single-handedly killed the Dawnbreaker in that engagement. 1,600 damage the Lich did as a result of that Blink Dagger that he was able to get in there. Just not wanting to give up his life for free at the very start of that team fight. And you just see what a difference maker it is just to, once again, be able to get a second or two to be able to cast your spells. That's all this Lich needs. Such a valuable team fight as well. I think
nice.
Satanic coming through for Lycan as well.
Because it felt like we were in a position where you were winning team fights without these items on Extreme, and then you just pick up some massive ones, and we're like, hang on a second, like one more fight and this game is like really far in their favor, but not to be. Yeah, Chimera, massive engagement for them. They put a big dent to the net worth. It's 50%. Dead even. In fact, it just jumps up into Chimera's favor, actually.
I mean, they have hit a bunch of nice timings for themselves, right? You've got Satanic. You've got full Sanjin Yasha now on the Earth Spirit. You're finally working into a BKB on the Night Striker as well. He's level 20 as well, so a lot tankier, a lot harder to be able to take down. I like this across the board for Chimera. I feel like they've finally hit their moment. It just comes down to a matter of how are they going to be able to play around the... Oh, so unlucky. Not able to get the Tormentor Aegis, Shard for... Actually, did everyone have one already?
Yeah,
okay. Everyone had it, so it's not too bad. It's just playing around the Dark Ascension right now at this point and the Roshan respawn. That's the big thing that you're hoping for, because you don't want to pop a Dark Ascension now, lose a team fight, have it be daytime, and not be able to contest Roche if it's a really early respawn. Malik, I feel like he's getting the old Ramsey syndrome of, oh, just one more item before the BKB that he always seemed to be able to have, because he's queued up a Blink Dagger. I understand it, don't get me wrong, but that BKB is so important for him to have at this stage. He is not lacking in movement speed.
This bottom lane is juicy. They may bait it. Big wave. They're going to try and smoke up. Where do they want to go, however? Oh, they want this farm. Panther will just chuck the Frost Shield. He's happy with the Lich. Gets himself close to 18, which is definitely something important. So they're going to go all the way over to the east. They will scout out 1J, D-warding, so it's going to give Extreme a decent idea.
feel like they have very different ideas of what they want to be doing right now. I just get a sense that their comms would be about 5 different voices saying what they want to do. I'm seeing lines drawn in different areas by different people. Who's going to run into who, though, and who's going to be able to play around their vision more effectively? Right now, Chimera are the ones that have that high ground vision, and they are actually okay with delaying this that little bit further, right? It reduces the amount of time where it's going to be daytime outside of that Dark Ascension.
See, Melik, it's not easy. It's really not easy with the status resistance, but they might still go for it all or nothing. With a fall from over the right side, Panto's going to do his best, but it's not good enough. Malik's gone in an instant. The boys will respond. This is a forced team fight. They're going to try and take it with the numbers disadvantage. Tier 2000 will look to charge into the middle. Down goes Dawn, almost losing the Storm as well. Him not going to tick out to the Magnetize. Does TP back to base in the nick of time.
It was because of the Dandelion Amulet that he ended up living, honestly. Ended up proccing as a result of that, and it's a really quick Roche respawn as well. PYW is pinging it out as a possibility, and with Dawn not being available with buyback or the Solar Guardian, it'd be rough for them to be able to contest it. Important thing as well is they didn't use the buyback on the Night Stalker, only on Lich. So still has that, and he isn't going to hinder his item progression too much either.
And we got Refresher Shard too, so what are we looking at? There are some options here. None really the best, but all mediocre.
I'd give it to Rasputin. He had a Refresher Shard queued up previously, so a Refresher
Oh,
Orb.
we fighting? Well, they're coming.
I don't know about this fighting 5v4.
Maybe XM can still potentially drop the bottle, go for the play, son. You gotta go now, you gotta go soon. Lorinov tries to protect. Fissure does its best, but every component is picked up and Malik is running them down. He's giving them that vision they need. They will stalk their prey and they will not stop until they are deep inside the base. Malik is calling for the team. Are they gonna bait though? This high-ground walk, Malik sees them. This is so scary.
I'm a little worried about Lorinov's mana. He's only got 450 mana to be able
Malik,
to make his play.
now they're gonna see him. Pops out, Lorinov rolls into the middle as well. Chaos will now break out. Paulson munched to a crisp. Tier 2000 now tries to turn. The Lycan is winning the man fight. This is dangerous. Now actually sees an opportunity to try and go over to protect his support. They'll deal with XM, who does have a buyback and might need to re-enter, especially when PYW fights an Echo Slam like that. Low is still doing his best to try and clean up. It's a lot of damage at the moment here with the Dragon Knight. Tier 2000 is out of the shapeshift beacon, but the cover it will not do enough. They'll stop the TP at the last second, and now he has absolutely no one else to assist him off the back of the respawn. Extreme Gaming. A difficult fight, but one they were ready to take.
Again, they need that nullifier, and more importantly, they just straight up needed mana on Lorinov there. He was sitting back. He spent a lot of time just switching items around in his inventory. He dropped a gem and pinged it a couple of times because he needed to make sure that he wasn't losing that one. It just was a lack of Earth Spirit presence in that team fight. He didn't have mana to drop the Magnetize because he came into that fight with 450 mana.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Back and forth we go, apparently.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Shaping up to be
Middle tower is under attack.
possible late game. Depending on what this next push is going to look like for Extreme. Could be for the finishing blow. Or could be the fight that sends us potentially 50 plus minutes.
Well, Dark Ascension actually just came back off cooldown. And so did the Elder Dragon form. Low, getting into that bottom side of the map. PYW and Nuke getting into the mid lane with the Dark Portrait nearly wiping out an entire creep wave on its own with 2 people hitting into it. Even dropping the Roche banner here to keep at least that siege creep alive. Should be able to get that first lane of Rax.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
First full lane. Extreme. Big advantage in the objectives. Tier 2 to go, like you said. All outer towers gone. Regen for XM inside this upcoming team fight as well. Closing in on the level 25 too. We've already got the Dawnbreaker one.
All right.
Radiant also soon there as well.
Malik finally has his BKB to be able to play around with. And
I just-
Vice as well.
Do you like this smoke before 25 on Lycan? I feel like
It's a
it could
big deal, for
yeah,
sure.
maybe he gets it here.
There's too many people grouped around, I think.
They should get it.
He's
Come
gonna
on,
run away.
Please, please.
Nope. 48 XP away.
Oh boy. Let's see if that is the fact of
PYW.
PYW. Oh, Malik, dude, knows no fear, but this is his role this game. And he's been playing it pretty perfectly so far. Yes, 6 deaths, but it doesn't matter. All those deaths have been important ones to enable the other heroes. They will dark inside the base, though.
They got the level 25 now.
Okay.
On the Lycan. Still needs to be conscious of waiting until those BKBs are used for it, though. Doesn't piece the debuff immunity, so even though it does reduce that total overall damage, it's DK that you're worried about, reducing that that damage coming through. So I wonder how they're going to be able to kite a lot of these engagements. This is what makes that BKB on Nightstalker so important. He can't afford to be popping it just to run away. He needs to be moving in. He needs to be forcing Extreme to pop their BKBs.
Is that the thing we've got to look out for, you feel? Like the BKBs is really...
Yeah. Oh, and damage for XM. And level 25.
Oh, he went the left talent. Interesting. They're a little bit split right now on Radiant. 1J is not there, nor is Loranov.
Wonder if the strat for XG is legit just to wait a little bit further. Only 30-ish seconds until daytime. Once again, they'll get the map pack. They'll get to see exactly where Chimera are looking to play around with. You're going to force a Dark Ascension out of Malik for any sort of team fight, so you can really take it on your terms. If I'm them, I'm just playing around a lot of their vision, and they're pinging up in this area that Loranov is. I don't think they have any sort of vision up in that area, so they shouldn't know.
Just a good read, I imagine. Who's gonna see the creeps walking back? Loranov. Oh.
Oh, TP's coming
He's gonna
through.
be quick with deciding something.
Oh,
Okay, I think he's fine.
should be. That's a BKB being used though, which not insignificant, especially again, daytime. You see where everyone is. You finally get the Ice Spire for Panto, and he's even got the Aeon Disc as well to be able to keep himself a little bit further protected. But again, daytime, big deal to be able to not have this. Still no nullifier for Malik. I don't think you can rely on just TA2000's nullifier to be able to do this. Like, you need to be the one to be dealing with Paulison, in my opinion. Like,
It's
he
a
will
massive
die.
ward. You don't want to lose it.
Well,
You will.
they don't have that luxury, unfortunately, to be able to leave the base, especially considering across the board, buybacks are pretty skint. Only Dawnbreaker, Earth Spirit, and I believe Lycan just got his right now, so it's not like they're going to be able to come back with both of these supports and contribute to the team fight. It's very all or nothing. Do have a lot of damage coming through now from the Stroke of Fate as well, though. Level 20, so plus 80% damage to it, plus the fine art facet. So you can end up dishing a pretty decent amount out there.
Re-hit the portrait. Basically, the siege, even without age, is extreme. It's a bold play from them.
Scythe revealed.
So Blake completed as well.
May as well show the Dark Portrait. It's about to expire.
Alex got not bad positioning. As soon as Dark Ascension's used, he's going to get that information. The support's over to the right side. PYW's important. BKB from Loranov gets him out of the fissure.
Still
Two
has a
fights are
BKB.
breaking out simultaneously over to the backline with the Abyssal Blade. They're holding the Storm into place. Oh, we got blown up too quickly. That's a dieback. And now Low has to commit. Eyes on PYW, what he's going to be able to do. If he sees an opportunity, but he's away from the team. They're still trying to take a team fight. New, a heroic jump into the middle. Deals with Panto, T2000, isolating. There's the Acrosam. Finally, PYW gets his opportunity. But is it good enough, though?
Big
T2000
Starbreaker.
still trying to do whatever he can.
Daytime.
They've lost the older Dragon form. And that looks like that's going to be the important
Maybe.
thing. He's trying to do it. He might be able to. No way.
New.
This goddamn Dragon Knight here with the assistance of New. The spam of PYW. Spell after spell.
This is a
Fissure,
dieback.
Enchant Totem, every single stun you won. They can just not right-click. Ultra for New. Looking to finish it like PYW did last game with the Rampage, but they'd be happy with the objectives instead.
I want to see this damage recap, the fight recap, and feel it didn't even come up on my screen. I was imagining that the DK probably took about 10,000 damage. I wouldn't be surprised if that was all just being pumped into him, but he just kept living and living and living off the back of Satanic, Armor, AC, Lifesteal coming through, Starbreaker, Luminosity, everything coming through just to be able to provide that little bit of heal to the rest of the team.
This is a tournament lives at stake here. They got to do something. They got to do it soon. Lich is up in 5. Larinov is going to have Magnetize and BKB. They should be able to hold, but you can't lose anyone. You got to wait.
You got to go now, though.
And they will. But Low, they're not dealing with the Dragon Knight, who is turning to the objectives. They can buy back Solar in.
Yeah.
It is over. It's all she wrote. Extreme. They need 2 games. This one took them a little bit longer. But they will knock Chimera out of the FISSURE Playground 1. Unable to get a single map victory is the boys from Chimera.
Very unfortunate way for them to be able to finish this one up. I mean, I really liked their progression through the Eastern European qualifiers. I liked a bunch of the ideas that they had during this draft, but it just felt like they were a little bit disconnected, and maybe that comes from the fact that you just see the faces of disappointment there. Someone like Malik that just came in kind of at the last second, you know, not too much time to be able to scrim, to practice together with the rest of the team. It was a big opportunity for these boys to be able to play on LAN, and unfortunately for them, they're just not going to get the opportunity.
No, unfortunately they will not. Unfortunately they will not indeed. So another tournament that they're going to have to wait. And there has been some players that have had some really good showings at some lands we have seen in the past. Of course, probably PSG Quest is the big one. And Larinov has had some really good showings as well. Panto and 1J still waiting to be in that position. So they're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
They will indeed. Had a quick look at the stats at the end of that game. I want you to guess how much damage received the DK took.
50,000. I don't know. 50,000. I have no idea.
147,000
okay,
damage.
I have no idea.
Is a beefy boy, basically, like just soaking up everything with the lifesteals coming through, with the Solar Guardian, the Luminosity, the Life Drain. It was everything that he could have possibly hoped for to be able to carry this game. And again, pretty solid performance coming through from Extreme. A little shaky at times, for sure, but it just felt like the communication fell apart a few times there from the Chimera side, notably after they had just been able to secure that Aegis for themselves and potentially have a chance to be able to end that game. It really does come back to, I mean, you can't doubt the damage and the impact that Larinov and TA2000 had, but they just got baited into a fight that they didn't really have any right to take. They just didn't have the tools that they needed to be able to properly engage into Extreme Gaming's lineup, and they paid big time. Man,
PYW must be you must be liking how
Vindicated.
this game towards the vindicated. The end of the game, that must be feeling quite nice for him. This start was, he was getting absolutely bullied. That was no fun for the Earthshaker. And then late game, honestly, very, very impactful. Impressed with his performance. I think the Shadowblade was really where we started to see it turn around, where he was actually able to put himself into a position where he could spellcast freely, not always be that initial target. Echo Slams were pretty solid. Everything, honestly, was good from him, and you would expect that. I mean, PYW is an incredible player, so they will live to see another day, but it is still a long run, at least, to make it into the LAN.
For sure, and they're going to be able to sit back and see who their potential opponent is. We've still got one series left for the rest of the day, at least on this stream, which is Shopify Rebellion taking on AVULUS. So one of those teams is going to be going home. One of those teams is going to be sticking around at least for one more day. So big sigh of relief for Extreme Gaming. China's hopes stay alive. And yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to Chimera Esports, a team that shows a lot of promise, getting a long way through bunch of different qualifiers from different regions as well. You know, they've been in Western European, Eastern European, Meswa qualifiers, whatever it might be. They're always up there, they're always about. And I still have hope for this team, you know, to be able to take it in the long run, because they've got the talent there for sure to be able to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. So let's see. We're even going to be able to hear from one of the Chimera boys as well. We will get a interview from Lorinov, so let's send it over to there to hear about that.
I have Lorinov joining me here. I kind of want to talk a little bit about this roster, sort of the creation and the fact that this is the first event we're seeing you guys at. So tell me how it came about and how you ended up here on this roster.
Hi, it was like this. After the haven't ended low on this Thunder, I probably will not playing. I was thinking to not play like for 2 months, but people like was creating some roster. They was inviting me and like we speaking, and I consider for myself to play here, and that's like.
Now, it obviously isn't the result that you guys wanted here for this tournament, but what do you think were some of the issues as to not being able to find that win for yourself?
I guess was pretty bad issue. We coming to Mena like for 20 days. We playing like in pretty bad computer club. We was pretty having bad everything, and like we coming back and instant next day you should play Dota right here. So I cannot even chill. I was kind of pretty tired, I guess, to playing this tournament, and I think our individual skill was pretty bad. And like we have like every game we can win, but we just cannot make it because we making individual mistakes like a little bit, and it's ending up for losing. So I guess we just individually playing pretty bad, and that's like this.
Would you say they were the reasons for that Game 2 loss as well? Because that was really tough. You guys were seeming to win it, and then all of a sudden it fell apart and you weren't able to close it out.
Yeah, because we have pretty bad concept how to having fights, and I think our fights like pretty bad. So it's all about team fight.
Well, look, there's that individual skill. Obviously, you guys are a brand new team as well. So on the power scale, 1 to 10, where would you rank yourselves?
Myself, I guess 6.5. Okay. I don't know.
That's pretty good. And what does the future look like for this roster as well? Are you just going to work hard, try to make more events?
I have no idea. I guess we'll stick together and we'll like make everything.
All right, well, I won't keep you much longer, Lorinov. Thank you so much for joining me, and I look forward to the future.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Lorinov, as well. So good to hear from him. Unfortunately, we'll see what the future is for him as well. It did sound like it's been difficult. There have been so many qualifiers. They have played in every single one at the moment. It's been incredibly difficult. Like you said, you know, it's been unfortunately not an opportunity for him to be able to get a break. And not the time that he wants to get a break now as well after losing in that fashion. But it is to be, and they've got some more tournaments coming up. So hopefully he can recover and come back stronger, him and the team as well, of course.
I have to imagine they would be hoping to try and stick around as well, you know, be those scrim partners for the teams that still are in the tournament, whether that be the Swiss stage or the actual live event as well, just to be able to, you know, you're there, you may as well try and make the most of it, you know, get some practice in, and that might not be what they're hoping to hear, considering, like you said, he's exhausted at this point, and, you know, you would have loved to be playing up there on that stage yourself, but you got to look for the silver linings and make the best of a bad situation. So, yeah, condolences to Chimera. I really feel like a lot of this team has a lot of promise for the future, but for right now, it was Extremes Day.
Yes, that it was indeed. So now for us, we are looking to our final series of the night. It's going to be another elimination series as well. Shopify up against AVULUS. Definitely AVULUS would not be expecting themselves to be in this position with their recent results in Bangkok, and we're still waiting to see the potential out of this Shopify lineup, but unfortunately one of these teams will be going home today. So first the break and highlights. When we come back, another elimination series. We'll see you guys then.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to the FISSURE Playground. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Lizard. It's going to be a great final series of the day. We know you guys have been enjoying some great Dota action, but it's time to wrap things up with this final series. It is Shopify versus AVULUS, an elimination game. And, you know, that's what I live for, dude. One team, you know, their hopes and dreams get to live on. The other one shattered, and nothing is quite the same.
Yeah, these elimination days are always the coolest, right? Like you said, one team gets to live on, the other one gets to go home, but this is where you show what you're made of, right? Like these are the games where you really show if you are meant to be in the tournament, if you're meant to do something great, or if you're meant to go home and eat your mom's lunch, which is also nice. You know, you go home, you have some nice food.
I do like lunch. It's a good time of the day to have food. As for our teams, though, very excited to introduce them once again. We have Shopify here. Now they had a little bit of a rough time so far in this event. I wouldn't say they've had the easiest teams to go against, but you can only make that type of, you know, case once, maybe twice. It's the third time now. Everything's on the line for these guys. Tomato, Yopaj, Amaterasu, Hellscream, and Skem. They've got to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single team here, specifically because of the way the groups are played, every single team needs to be able to win against anyone. It's a best of one after all, and you should be able on this level of gameplay to figure something out, to find the right strategy to take that W. Yesterday, it wasn't even about the strategy, it was literally all about the tilt, I would say, the mentality, because they took so many bad fights one after another. These guys, on the other hand, I think they had a good performance. I don't think there is anything to be ashamed of after losing a 50-60 minute game versus Falcons.
Yeah, that was a long game, and they did almost have it, like, multiple times. It just comes down to Phantom Assassin just being a little bit of a better carry in that late game, and they really struggled to secure the kills on the Doom when they needed to, and I think a lot of that was just itemization, right? Sanj and Yasha making the lasso a lot less valuable, also getting Aesthetics cap, kind of rubbing salt in the wound on those situations, and it was close. AVULUS almost had it. They really did, and I was, you know, interested to see the fact that they pulled out a Wraith King. It's a Smiling Knight classic. We don't see it much, but I don't feel like the Wraith King was a bad pick that game.
Right, it was a cool game, for sure. It was a cool game. It was a nice experiment as well with the Wraith King, like you just mentioned, that hero in particular, but we talked also about just the fact that you should be able to experiment in these best of ones, and I feel like both of these teams are very capable of doing that. On one side you have Sam, on the other you have what's his name, dude? I forgot. Mag, right? Like you have Mag on the other side, coaching AVULUS. He's been a really valuable coach for a lot of different teams. And in AVULUS with Soneko, I think they worked together while they were in Navi as well. So overall, that
actually makes sense.
They're connected. They know how they work, one another works, and I don't know. I expect a lot from them. I rarely get a lot from them, but I still expect it. I don't know why. It's just I feel like eventually they need to start winning.
Yeah, I think it's very possible that this ends up being a very close series. Now, because this is an elimination series, for those of you who maybe aren't super familiar with the bracket and the format and what's been going on, it is a best of 3. Any series that is for qualification or elimination is a best of 3. So they've only played best of 1s up until now, and everything is on the line. So they've got to win 2 games. It's not just going to be a, man, we, you know, messed up draft and that's why we got eliminated. Like, no, you have multiple shots here, so there is no excuses anymore.
Yeah, they did have these best of ones before. Like, I don't know, if you're the underdog, I feel like it's always easier to win the best of ones. It's just way simpler, you know. You get in there, you get that one crazy game going for you. think we have a lobby remake, by the way, as well. Everyone
Yeah,
left
I was gonna
us.
say I don't know where all the players just went, but they're not in my lobby anymore.
It's literally just me and you in the lobby
Yeah,
chilling.
I was just noticing that. I'm like, what?
Kinda lonely in here with you.
I know. It's all right. We'll get into the new one and make it in time. All right, we're good. Yeah,
Are
I was
you
just
in?
I looked over at my other monitor and I'm like, huh, the teams are gone. It's okay.
Yeah,
We're good.
They left us, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they have cooked up for the best of 3, right? Like like you said, it's a little bit easier maybe to approach this series for them. Best of 1s are fun, but anything can happen. And if you're the underdog, anything can happen is a good way to go about it, right? Like maybe I can win versus the best team in the world if I get the correct draft and the stars align. But in a best of 3, it's a bit different, of course. After that game number 1, teams already adjust, and we already see different bans, different picks.
Yes, you get the per series meta that starts to develop right in a best of 3, and I think that's something that it is always really interesting to watch, because in a best of 1, like you said, maybe you go for some sort of like, geez, if you're the underdog, maybe you have a little bit of like an experiment that you can pull out. In a best of 3, you kind of adapt really quickly from one game to the next, and you start to see like certain heroes either get heavily prioritized in terms of the picks, or they're just like, nope, not letting you ban, like not, they'll just ban out like an entire draft from the previous game, right? Be like, all right, that was too good, not doing that again.
Yeah. Or sometimes you even see the same drafts instantly picked on both sides, and those best of 3s are the most fun for me. Everything that we just talked about, when it doesn't apply, there's like this last option where teams just pick the same exact drafts and they're like, okay, we're gonna beat you this time. We just messed up the laning stage or something like that. And I mean, it all depends on the mentality of the drafters and the players as well. But right now on both of these sides, I do believe that we have some players that excel at certain heroes that need to be banned. And Bat Rider is definitely one of those. Like, not necessarily a first phase ban in most games, but in this one, definitely a worthy first ban.
I agree. I think they've done a good job at kind of targeting on each side here while removing some of the meta heroes, right? So the Alchemist, the Mag, the Monkey King, all very strong heroes, but we also see the Broodmother Lycan and the Nyx Bat Rider. And I think Nyx has just kind of popped up as like a almost necessary phase 1 ban at this point. Like, there's very few heroes in Dota that from the support position can just delete your mid lane or your carry or your off lane like post 20 minutes and then for the entirety of the game at that point. It's a frustrating hero to play against.
It's just a dumb hero. Like, the solo pickoff potential is definitely great, but he, like, if he gets picked or if he's in the pool, he just negates a lot of the heroes that you can go for. Suddenly
Absolutely.
the Dawnbreaker is bad. A lot of these AoE heroes can get set up on very easily, or Embers and stuff. So yeah, makes a lot of sense. Plus, it's just so annoying to play against. Always have to buy sentries, and
Scuttle is just way too good. Like, it lasts way too long. I feel like that should be like a 5-second buff or something, but I you just watch a Nyx assassin run across an entire map with Scuttle when he uses Vendetta, and you're like, oh, I could have sworn I just saw you in the bottom lane, but now he's like across the map in the jungle. So unlucky. I love the Rock v Rock matchup we're gonna have mid though. Some big boy mid action between the Tiny and the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that's a not necessarily a classic, but currently definitely in the meta, both of them. One is more of a I'll jump and blow up a target with crash landing, and the other is more of a steady damage dealer over time. If you were Shopify Rebellion, you can probably think about heroes with Purge or built-in BKBs to deal with Earth Spirit. Like, the moment I see this hero is the At the moment, I'm thinking about buying a BKB, and when I can get it,
Yep.
it's just way too much damage.
Yeah, like a lot of times we see Lotus Orbs come out, we see heroes like the Muerta get picked because her ult applies a Dispel immediately. And there's a lot of times where Earth Spirits will look to find some of these backline supports, and if you can Dispel the Magnetize as it gets cast, a lot of times you're able to just remove it from the fight entirely. And we're going to see some of the ports come through. It's going to be the Pugna into the Lich Muerta. I think these are really smart grabs. For both teams, like Pugna, really solid support for AVULUS. They like to play this quite a bit. Shopify going a little bit more of like the aggressive / damage supports. And then we see the Dawn. Wow, we're
really?
flying through the draft all of a sudden. What is going on?
I don't know. Like they took all of their brain power in that first stage, and now we're just like running through everything. Cool two supports on both sides, I would say, like Muerta and Lich on one side. And on the other, of course, Dawnbreaker. There's no Nyx, so you can pick it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you who are just tuning in, hopefully it's not your first time, but the FISSURE Playground main event is happening in Belgrade later. In just a few, like 7 days-ish. Make sure to type !ticket in chat to get yourself a spot at the main event. Come support your favorite teams, your favorite talent, whatever it be. Just enjoy some good Dota, you know? That's what it's all about.
Right, it's always fun. I think that's what it's all about, really, like meeting up with friends and chilling, watching some games. That's I know there a lot of my ex-teammates and friends will be there. But yeah, let's see the Beastmaster as well for Fissure. I just wanted to say for Fissure because they're right there. For Shopify Rebellion, the Beastmaster, I mean, a standard pickup. Like we see a lot of it. They ban out the Bristleback. Even though they have the Muerta, they just don't want to deal with it. I respect that. You see the Zero, it's annoying, very difficult to play against at the moment.
And they don't have a stun in the safe lane for Dawnbreaker Lion, right? You've picked the Lich. I guess you could go Sinister Gaze at level 2 as your way of maybe stopping the Starbreaker combo, but it's not super reliable. And Lion, I'm finally seeing this matchup into the Lich, because I talked about it literally yesterday at the beginning of the day, that as we see more Lich, I feel like we'll be seeing more Lion as the lane counter, because the mana drain is so good against Lich. So that's what we're going to be seeing, right? That's why they picked this 4th position Lion where they do.
How do you deal with that? Do you just start with a bunch of mangoes then, and that's it as a Lich? Yeah.
You buy 3 mangoes, and then you buy 3 more. That is how you have to play the lane. It is really bad.
That's the way I play it anyway. I mean, just buy a bunch of mangoes, go into lane, and spam nuke until someone dies, so I get some mana. And stay around creeps as well. I mean, in general, I feel like Lich is probably the best support in the game at the moment. I just love it way too much. Yep.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
See.
Last pick here for Shopify. They go the Morphling. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty safe pick, I feel like.
Shock and Ave. Shopify Rebellion picking Morphling. I absolutely cannot believe this. But yeah, of course, they are definitely a very good Morphling team. I like their draft. I think it's very solid overall. Oof. That's a hero that gets banned almost every game. And this is like your Smiling Knight kind of a core. He's playing these a bit off carries. They're not necessarily always in the meta, like the Raid King of yesterday. Bloodseeker is definitely more meta at the moment.
He's squeaking back in.
We'll see how well he does in this one. It used to be like a absolute counter for the Morphling when the Shard was a bit different. I still think he's pretty damn good. Overall, I just like Bloodseeker. I think the Zero is underrated.
Yeah, I think normally I see the Bloodseeker against like your Earth Spirits and your Pangos and stuff like that. So, or not your Earth Spirits, I mean the Earth Shakers and your Pangos. maybe things like Weaver. Like there are certain carry matchups where it really excels as well. The Morphling, I'm not 100% sure on quite yet, but we will see how it plays out. I do think it should lane well into Beastmaster Muerta. But the Pugna support's a little bit weak in this matchup, and that's where I'm a little worried for the pick, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see how much Soneko can do with the Pugna, right? Like, but I think they can survive the lane. Bloodseeker is a weird one. Like, he can either... His power spikes are so damn crazy. It's not... Some heroes have it like, you know, it's all like this, horizontal line, and then you just exponentially become crazy strong. Bloodseeker is kind of like, okay, level 6 I'm kind of strong, then I fall off until I get some items, then I'm absolutely disgusting to play against. So, yeah, we'll see just how well AVULUS plays with it.
All right, well, as we get ready to jump into our last game, remember to follow Fissure here and on your other channels. Is do !F in chat to be able to do so. And yeah, make sure to follow all of the games that are going on in these qualifiers, right? Like, or not qualifiers, at the group stage. Like, there's a lot of Dota still to be played. We have a whole bunch of eliminations happening tomorrow, so don't miss them. It'll be fun. It's now time that we jump into our final series of the day. It is Shopify Rebellion taking on the side of AVULUS in a best of 3. Which I'm excited for. We've only had best of once, so best of 3 should be great.
Yeah, I'm already hyped. Like, I'm looking at this game, and I feel like these are two teams that are probably evenly matched. I'd say AVULUS definitely, in my... I may be a bit biased, but I think they might be a little bit better or in a better shape and form at the moment. But this is anyone's series.
Be positive.
Yeah, I agree. I think the draft is going to determine a lot for these teams. I think Shopify's draft yesterday was a little bit weak, but everything this time looks a little bit better from them. They don't really seem to have like any rough lanes. I think their overall matchups are okay. I think AVULUS has really good team fight here, and that's something you have to be careful of. So we'll see what they do.
I feel Shopify Rebellion have to make sure not to fall in the same trap they fell in yesterday. And that's like this: if the lane stage doesn't go extremely well, these constant fights post-laning stage, I don't think that would benefit them. We'll see. But AVULUS, like, I look at this draft and they're scary strong in the mid game.
That's so true. Yeah, their mid-game timing is going to be really, really scary. I think Smiling Knight, if he actually manages to get like decent item timings, which I am curious if he's going to go for like the Maelstrom first or kind of what his game plan is. So if he wants to just rush Radiance, which is something that people do every once in a while.
He's going for it. Actually, this guy you don't have to wonder about because you can just click on him and see what he's queued up. He queues up like 8 items immediately. So it will be the Radiance, it seems like, even though Maelstrom is...
Oh my god! That's just a really fast first blood in the mid lane. Solo kill from Yopaj. Mind you, this was a response pick, this Earth Spirit into the Tiny.
That's... yeah, not something that should be happening. This changes everything. Just the Tiny, unless he gets some sort of a counter kill, this just changes the way the game is played.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. He's got Bottle and Stick coming out for Tiny as well, so he's going to have plenty of... Ooh, we're going to be paused for the second here.
Yeah, well, you see the headset issues all around today. It's not only me. But yeah, let's see. Overall, Tiny getting the first blood in this fashion on the mid lane just means he's always going to have that upper hand, like you said, in resources. And Earth Spirit is one of those heroes that wants to whittle you down. He's much stronger with his early rotations. Unless
they're actually both looking for a toss back right now, but they're not going to find it.
Scam top.
Oh, very nice kill. All right. I mean, this was what I was worried about with this Lich lane. When you're into Dawnbreaker Lion, you don't really have a way to stop the combo. Yeah. And they managed to find themselves their first kill here.
You talked about it. It's harder to kill the Morphling just because he has the mobility. But as a Lich, if you're out of position, you're basically dead. The same moment you step out of position, you will die.
Overall, the Bloodseeker's doing a little bit better in the lane than I thought he would do in terms of CS. The hero can sustain lane a lot better than he used to. Once they finally gave him, you know, his, I wouldn't really call it lifesteal, but once they allowed his innate to work on denies as well, that was when the hero kind of like...
Soneko? I think he's dead here, right?
That's a really good kill.
Yeah. It was a matter of time. He was playing with like 10% HP.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he was just running around the lane, unable to really contribute at all. But okay, he baited them, died, I guess. It's somewhat of a bait because Smiling Knight did get the Lotus at least. You know, gotta have that copium for AVULUS fans in the chat.
He dies, but Bloodseeker is still just free farming, so some potential, you know, copium, like you said.
Yeah, so far Smiling Knight isn't really pressured. He's constantly full HP. The only thing that I have noticed from the bot lane is that they've been missing some range creeps. But that's pretty much it. When it comes to mid lane, it evened out in CS. But net worth, of course, is like 500 difference.
Yeah, overall, pretty chill lane stage. Like there's always gonna be like ideally kills in the mid lane already happened. I feel like these side lanes, it's like everyone's fine, and then someone goes from 100 to 0. Like it's not like, you know, no one's really getting chipped down at this point. There's just so much burst damage in the side lanes.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at Storm and Yopaj from the mid lane start rotating or making some plays. But actually it's gonna be Scam that goes down bottom.
They know. Yeah, they have a ward that sees this. Neko's already popped the salve, so he should be fine. And they really want to pressure with this wave under the tower. In comes the TP from Eki as well, which I think they scouted. Okay.
It was kind
Scam's actually just retreating. He's going way deep into the jungle now.
He'll probably TP out or maybe go for one of the runes, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So what happened is Soneko just used Nether Blast on there. That scared him away.
Oh, the Lion through the Twin Gate sets up onto the Morphling. Beautiful grab there. Now, bottom lane, they are looking for Smiling Knight. They do have the slows from Scam to try and follow this kill up, but Bloodseeker's pretty dang tanky. He will survive.
It's crazy how tanky he is. 9 armor without the tower giving him any bonus. So
yeah,
a really difficult kill to make. Mid lane.
Yeah, really nice rotation in here, but yeah, Yopaj, not someone you want to mess with right now.
What was that? He literally just rolled with no HP into the Tiny. I mean,
maybe he just didn't see the stick. I don't know.
Even with if you get the shield rune, maybe you live there, but anything else, and you're just dead. Like 1 out of 10 situations there you die, and in that one, no, actually 9 out of 10 situations you die, and in that one situation maybe you live somehow.
Yeah, now he happens to get an amplified damage rune, which pretty rough for a Tiny to have right now. He just, yeah, we'll just toss spam, clear the wave. The roll's gonna come through. They're gonna actually TP in aggressively with this Bloodseeker. The Magnetize doing some work. The Silence stopping the line at the moment, but Yopaj gonna get caught from the Blood Right, and with that Magnetize going, should be a very easy kill to finish off here. Yopaj nowhere to go, as now Scam will be delivered right to the Bloodseeker. Great rotations in from AVULUS here.
Yeah, Smiling Knight understanding that he has to rotate, or someone with a stun needs to go to him for this rupture to work, or they just TP out. Like Pugna and Bloodseeker, you can just TP away from them. Very nicely done, hits level 6 and instantly goes mid. Good rotation.
Yeah, they get a lot out of that. And that helps the Earth Spirits game a lot. He doesn't get a ton of gold there, but he does get a decent amount of XP. Takes the Tiny off the map for the moment. And it really equalizes the mid lane. He's still down by 1,000 gold, which is still pretty surprising, but...
I mean, he did die twice to him, and one of those...
Yeah, would have been way worse otherwise, you know?
A key.
Yopaj, yeah, Avalanche toss, Dawnbreaker. Oh, love the Solar Guardian placement there. Gonna be able to come through now. Nice stuns, follow up here onto this Tiny, but do they have the damage to finish him off? They're trying hard, the toss comes through. 3 tosses as well, great decrep, but now again, Smiling Knight is here, throws the Rupture, your roar will not be in time. Yopaj, Avalanche toss, trying to do anything he can here to survive, and it's not going to be enough. 2 dead for Shopify and AVULUS. Again, just perfect rotations and great punishments here into Shopify.
They're just not respecting this mid-game potential at all. The moment, I mean, it's not really mid-game, it's still the laning stage, but they did hit their levels, they have their ultis. Like, the moment they have them fighting these guys on AVULUS, you have to bring everyone and you have to burst the target down immediately. If you don't, you're losing the fight. There
was a moment where they were thinking of turning, but the Beastmaster actually walked right into the calling at the worst time.
Yeah.
Smoke's going to pop here, Hellscream ends some trouble. Stormstormer's going to go right up onto the high ground with a Lion there to cancel out the TP. It's going to be another freebie for Stormstormer, and he is looking real happy with how his game has turned around.
Zibe.
Well, they might find Zibe. Sinister Gaze is out. Avalanche is there. Just needs 1 auto attack to seal the deal. Now Skem, though, in pretty deep. He's going to be a sacrifice here to the AVULUS gods.
It's still a really good kill, right? Like 330 gold for Yopaj.
You take that for sure. One thing you guys can take for yourselves as well are some tickets to the main event happening in Belgrade in just a few short days. Type exclamation point ticket in chat. You guys can get the details you need. Join all the amazing people who are going to be there. Not just the players, but like Lizard said earlier, your friends, baby. That's what Dota's all about.
It's like every major is like a holiday, I feel like, in Dota.
Yeah.
Like we don't
really
go
is.
around Christmas, New Year's Eve or whatever. We go about what major there is, what big tournament there is to travel. They stole some stacks, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. Stormstormer just yoinks them and walks away. He's still like lowest on the net worth in terms of the cores, but that's not that big of a deal for an Earth Spirit, I feel like. This hero can get a lot done with just levels. And the last several fights he's survived in, and he has pretty much recovered in that that avenue.
Amaterasu, they want him here with the Rupture, maybe.
Big level 6s as well from the supports. The Silence will catch the Lion. The Roar is out, but he's got nowhere to go. Beautiful kill and rotation in from AVULUS once again.
There's a big difference in support levels. Everyone is ready on Radiant, on AVULUS. They have level 6 on Pugna and Lion. On the other side, Lich isn't, and Muerta just hit level 5. So it's a little problem for them.
Yeah, they're setting up on top. It's a haste rune for Stormstormer. He's looking for a way to engage. Now, they do have some heroes onto the side here. They should be able to bail out this Morphling, but the damage is just too much, even under the Strength Morph. He gets that waveform away. He's going to survive for now. So far, the Lion, the only casualty, but Yopaj, I don't know how you get away from a hasted Earth Spirit here. This Magnetized, seemingly never-ending. Great toss-out. Actually cancels it. They're going to try to turn this thing back away for Shopify. I don't know if the damage is quite there, though. Like you said, still only level 5 on your supports. It's really hurting them.
If they had their ultis there, they would have the damage to maybe punish AVULUS for a pretty botched attempt to go on the Morphling. They didn't have the Bloodseeker there. I'm not really sure, maybe the TP was on CD. But he didn't go and help them this time around. Usually he does. Usually he fights all these early fights.
I'm really surprised they didn't rip the finger on the Morphling immediately, right? I think they underestimated the healing he was going to get out with the Morph.
I think it was the
maybe
calling,
the line
right?
wasn't close enough, though.
Yeah, he wasn't close, and then when he got there, the calling silenced him a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the issue.
Okay, that makes sense. I saw it come out at the last second against the Tiny as like, you know, he had like 1% HP or something, you know, just to try and get some damage out in the fight. But yeah, I didn't catch that. Makes sense. Yopaj with an Arcane Rune and his Blink Dagger. This is a massive deal for Shopify, and they need to get something done with this.
They also got the.
I gotta see them smoke in just a second.
Dire's middle tower
They didn't really have to take the Beastmaster. They could. He has Roar, but I think it's enough to bring maybe a Lich, and that's it. Like Lich plus Yopaj. He already has Chain Frost, so well, already it's kind of late in the game, but he did get to it eventually.
Well, I thought they were gonna try and do something with this, but no, just gonna show on mid. They can smoke now behind their tower, maybe head into the triangle. They do see the Dawnbreaker there, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. So this is a really nice kill.
He did just complete the full Orchid, so he's not gonna lose a lot of gold if they kill him here.
Blink, toss back, the Avalanche, the Calling, the Frost Blast, even the Chain Frost to secure this kill. And in comes Stormstormer, magnetized onto both supports, dispelled immediately by Hellscream. He just needs to keep his distance from Scam, but it looks like Seneko is there to finish the job. And now here comes Smiling Eye once again. Just a cleanup crew. He's on his way to his Radiance, baby. It's done. 14 minutes into the game.
It's a very quick Radiance. He will not get the Wisdom Rune, though. Morphling does snatch that one away. Nicely done by him. They might get the mid-tier one tower.
That's very important. Yeah. They are really far behind on their supports. Those Wisdom Runes help a lot.
They want to defend mid, or at least punish this play.
Oh, look at the Avalanche, the toss over to the Morphling behind the tower. He's going to be able to just take the tower with another blast. Seneko getting something with his Dying Breath here, potentially, as one more auto attack from the Morphling will do it.
He lived for so long in the end.
Yeah.
And he gets the tower. I mean, he was going to get it eventually, regardless, but... there's an Agonism Beast, so you do have to respect that a little bit. Yep.
So this means Roshan is on the table for Shopify, right? Like, anytime you take Beastmaster on Dire side, which is usually when you want to take it, because you get your Ags like around 14 minutes. We see 14:22 here. Roshan moves Dire, and then your team can threaten the Roshan with just a Beastmaster. So it's a really big item for this team, and if they can find a pickoff, we'll probably see them go for that any moment now. Smoke from AVULUS, though.
Yeah, there isn't really a lot stopping AVULUS from making some plays. You have the Radiance on Blood Seeker, but he needs to be careful. This is still a hero that... Yeah, he has a lot of armor and the Radiance mischance is nice, but into Tiny and Lich, you can still fall very quickly. Gotta pick your fights.
Really nice grab there. Smoke connects, ends up just finding a support, but you take those. The Morphling is catching up, and I will say the Shopify cores in general are all farming decently well. It's really just the Bloodseeker who is ahead of them, and that's a lot of credit to Smiling Knight. Like, he has played really well so far on the Bloodseeker, staying active across the map.
Absolutely.
And it has paid off.
I just think the lineups are a bit... Oh, Lion.
Ooh, very nice kill there from Yopaj. Roll in bottom side here, though, from Stormstormer, the Rupture and the Magnetizer out. Yopaj needs some help, but he is not going to get it once again. The Tiny will go down. A super deep dive just for a support Lion.
Absolutely. They could have gotten the Lion even with the Tiny alone, I guess, but... In any case, the difference is only 1k, right, in net worth. But the lineup of Radiant, of AVULUS, that is much easier to play right now. Like, these spells and these heroes, just you can put them on autopilot and do a lot of damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, you really have to pick and choose how you fight, but this Roshan could be very quick as well.
Yeah, they need this, and it's going to end up being on the Beastmaster. He's going to put his life in front of everybody else. But this is what we were talking about, right? Like, Beastmaster always threatens Roshan so easily on Dire's side. Well, maybe they give it to Yopaj since he's just YOLOing it? They do. Okay. All right, that will work. Eki did drop a nice ward, but a little bit too late there.
They might still fight. Earth Spirit is coming.
Yeah, they're all ready. Bloodseeker's not here, but he can be here, right? They have a tier 1. Or am I wrong? Maybe they don't. They do not.
They have one tier 1. Actually,
Okay,
two.
yeah.
The mid and the bottom, not the top one.
Oh, Avalanche. Toss. The roar. Silence actually catches the Beastmaster. Beautifully done. But there's going to be the calling. Slowing them up for a moment. The roll going to get canceled out from the Tiny, but the Magnetize doing so much work. Hellscream trying to finish the job, but in comes Zibe. Saving this Earth Spirit, but now tossed up onto the high ground. There's the roar. Tomato. One more auto attack. Oh, he just dies to the boar instead. A 2-for-1. Favoring AVULUS, kind of. It's the supports for the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I can't tell if they really want that.
Maybe it's even?
Yep. Shield rune.
Oh, Yopaj, he needs the shield rune. Bloodright's gonna connect. He's still got this Aegis. The shield rune will be usable now as it comes out of his backpack. Very close there.
Yeah, just couldn't get to the Morphling. They do not possess the damage to take him down at the moment, unless you kind of surprise him with some fog hex. They just don't have the damage. They're settling with, like, you can see the way they're fighting. They settle with killing the supports and that's it. Then they just bail out, which is understandable. They need a BKB on Bloodseeker, on AVULUS. Once that BKB is up, then he can actually just go ham and YOLO with the Radiance. On the other side, though, you have this blink on Beastmaster, and that kind of already calls for a move to be made.
Yeah, you're going to come to the bottom portal. I think he knows they see him. There's a lot of vision around this top tower, especially since Roshan happened there. And, yeah, moving bottom, probably the best thing Shopify can do right now. They're looking for Eki again in mid, and Yopaj, well, doing what he does best on Tiny, deleting heroes from the map. That's another big kill for him as, well, he's closing it on the Conda. He's very close now.
Yeah, he's just been having such a good game. And it just changes things, you know. As Tiny, when you get a bit faster to this phylactery, you just threaten everyone on the map. You just constantly scale, you become this beast. He's got Kanda now as well, like you mentioned. It's flying out to him. Just way too much that he can do. The burst is ridiculous.
That item changes a lot of the matchups this game.
It's like sometimes you're playing
Eki's
Tiny.
gonna get the shard, that's nice.
You're playing the Tiny sometimes from the mid lane, you're running around minute 20 with a blink only. You didn't have a good lane, your rotations didn't connect. And sometimes you have
not
this...
Yopaj.
Yeah, not him, for sure.
Yeah, this is... Do you have do you know the lore behind Tomato's name change? From Tomato to Yamato?
Actually, I don't know.
Ah, most people don't. I'll get there in a little bit. I'll fill all the gamers in because we've asked them about it. Bottom lane, Scam. Gonna get the TP off. Nicely done. Lion almost dies. Hellscream forced to ult, TP out himself. Okay.
They wanted to force the fight with the double BKBs. One on Earth Spirit, one on Bloodseeker. But give me the lore. Mid lane, Yopaj.
Oh, he's got Aegis. Yeah, this is fine. All right, they just get Dawnbreaker ult. Maybe they thought they were closer with the Lion or someone to follow up. They're going to smoke, though. I would love to give you the lore. I'm really teasing all the chatters here. All right, I guess we have a moment. All right, so the Yamato lore. A lot of people think it's from one thing or another. It's actually a Devil May Cry reference to the sword used by Virgil, if I'm not mistaken. So, big Devil May Cry fan. Now we're going to see Stormer get picked, find a pick off here on Amaterasu, the smoke eventually connecting. Very nice rotation from them.
Just a cool play all around. Dawnbreaker ulti being down, then using her to move together. But Eki, I feel like you've died here before, my friend. Maybe once or twice, maybe 3 times even. He does have his blink now though, so it will be helpful in these upcoming pickoffs, maybe on the Morphling.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
How do you like the Aghanims on Bloodseeker, by the way?
It's so good. That item is ridiculous. Like, once he has Ags, suddenly Bloodseeker is just not a burstable core, because he's running around the map with like 1,000 barrier at all times. And then, of course, the Arterial Spray active is... It just makes it impossible to actually get away from him. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but this, I believe it's a pretty significant slow in the AoE. Let me double check. Yeah, 30% move slow.
It's pretty damn good. Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
I feel like you always end up buying it. It's either some Maelstrom BKB into Aghanims or Radiance BKB Aghanims. You get that one buff up item for farming speed, right? And some fighting potential. And you get it a bit later on. Actually, the last...
We're going to see some TP's bottom. Yeah, that ward actually might have saved Yolpash, just scouting out a random TP from the Bloodseeker.
They have double Kanda.
Yeah, man, I was just looking at that. I just saw Morphling's Kanda is also done. So the burst potential on Shopify is really getting up there.
Just imagine Storm. Okay. I was gonna
YOLO rolls that.
I was gonna say imagine being a support against that, but imagine playing anything against that. Like double Kanda, they can blow you up. Like no matter what hero you are, if they jump in tandem, I believe they can even kill this Dawnbreaker easily.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 3,000 burst. I'm pretty sure between the two of them, like through resistances. I mean,
Absolutely, for sure. BKB is almost completed as well on Yopar, so he just needs the recipe, and they have the BKB on Beast. Like you said, all of the cores on the Shopify side are just farming. A very slow game from AVULUS. They're just putting all their eggs in this Bloodseeker basket.
nice boulder kick. Roll a little bit off the mark, but he's going to be able to get that Magnetize going. Lich on the front side of the fight. Well, he's dead first. And now, Yopaj, he just TP's out. All right, that's actually not bad.
Yeah, no blink online.
It's a really nice kill, but 2 ults?
Definitely not what they came for, right? Like the Lich.
Yeah.
Everyone hates Lich right now, but it's nice that they can kill him. They definitely wanted the Tiny. The miss on rolling Boulder, he didn't connect, so Tiny just TP's away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Do you feel like Shopify is playing a little bit too passive right now, or do you still feel like they're just, like, once they have all their BKBs, like, that's their go time?
I'm not sure. I feel like they're fine with this. These heroes scale insanely well, so why not just chill and farm into the Earth Spirit, into the Dawnbreaker? I'm not sure. I want to see these next fights and how they end up happening, but I think Shopify Rebellion might have an advantage.
Yeah, they do find the Lich here once again. A good deep ward placed so long ago is still paying off.
What?
And with Roshan respawning in 17 seconds, this should give them the advantage.
Yeah, one thing that I have to say though is they're just letting these kills happen and then bailing. Sometimes I feel like they could at least counterplay, get a pick off, get a kill extra, but I guess they just want to make sure that they have these BKBs, and Tiny will have his now. Let's see.
I feel like we've got to see him do something.
Yep, absolutely.
But like you said, they're farming despite the fact that they just find kill after kill inside of AVULUS. Shopify is still in the gold lead. Now it is barely a gold lead, but
Yeah.
All three of their cores are getting pretty scary.
Here you go. That's the smoke. I mean, after Tiny getting the blink, the BKB, sorry, he can go in, blow a target up, and still survive. And I think that's what they've been waiting for, at least.
Yeah. So this ward will see the Pugna momentarily. Now, if they actually start the fight on him, that would be pretty good. Yopaj easily has the damage to finish the job, but scan off the mark. They do have the Watcher on the Radiant side there. Going for the wraparound up onto the high ground. They do see him in the trees. The avalanche toss should be enough. He survives. He gets a massive heal as well from a Lotus. Saneko back to full HP, and you get double BKB out of the side of Shopify. Here comes the Magnetize. Here comes Smiling Knight as he rips through one, looking for more. Lich in trouble as well. Stormstormer silencing up the whole backside of the fight, and Skem nowhere to go. It's a triple kill for the Bloodseeker.
I guess I was very wrong about how these fights are gonna happen. At the same time, they kind of saw the Pugna and they still engage in a bad way, in which they're jumping from low ground, they're under vision, and they're jumping the Pugna. Suneko is a good first kill to go for, but I can't believe that they didn't manage to blow him up. That was just absolutely insane. He's got 1400 HP without Limmer and Solar, of course, used.
Yeah, something was definitely not used correctly there, because they didn't even roar. Like, we didn't even see Morphling. He immediately left the fight once the kill onto the Pugna disconnect. And they're going to find Beastmaster here. Now, Morphling should be able to bring down the line, and he is. And with Amaterasu, the roar, nice return kill.
Yeah, my question is, where was this just a moment ago? You know, why did you have to?
That's
lose
what I'm
agents?
wondering.
I guess one big difference, of course, is the Dawnbreaker with the Aghanims. The mischance is there. I'm just thinking that you should be able to kill them off before that ulti is even used. And Dawn.
I mean, look at the damage from the Morphling, right? Like, this could have happened, right? Like, I'm with you. I don't know where this was literally 40 seconds ago.
Like, I was looking at the Morphling that fight, and he's just running away, same like everyone else. They're just kind of scattering. Yeah. Maybe it's just like one of those bad fights. You don't initiate the way you want to, and every man for himself afterwards.
They are really afraid of the 5-on-5 on Shopify.
Yep.
And part of it was, like you said, the positioning and how they took that fight in the last engagement, but Beastmaster has to BKB roar, go for the TP. They'll make it out.
Yeah, it's like Pugna and Bloodseeker, that's never the kill combo. Storm, though. Stormer?
Ooh, that's a Morphling. He's going to get the BKB out of him. Now, Eki up onto the high ground. They are going to find him. Finger of Death. In comes the Dawnbreaker. That's going to be more than enough damage.
They could jump, though. The Morphling and Tiny, they are going in.
BKB from Tiny. They have the Chain Frost. It's going to get thrown and goes deep into the back line, but Yamato just ripping through Zibe here, turning his attention on over to Smiling Knight. Meanwhile, Lion just draining the whole front side. The Hex is out. He's trying to finish the kill. Waveform up to the high ground. Does he have the damage? For now, they've got the Bloodseeker. He's 4v1, zoning out the whole side of AVULUS, and they continue to look for more.
He was 4v1, but he just died. Like,
yeah,
he was kited, surrounded. He used BKB on his first life, so he didn't have it for the secondary after Aegis. Just got killed easily. Earth Spirit as well, dying in the end. Even though the way they saved him with Decrep was fantastic, like he almost lives. Still, another good counterattack by Shopify Rebellion. Seeing that Zibe already used his Solar Guardian and just fighting afterwards, jumping and blowing these targets up. Like, Morphling and Tiny right now, I literally don't know how can they not kill someone? Let's put it that way. If you jump the target, exactly. You kill the target.
Yeah, and you now have a nullifier on your Beastmaster, so there's no save coming out at all, and the Bloodseeker really needs Blood Rage to do a lot of his damage, right? And we saw that when, like you mentioned, the BKB wasn't available. He just throws the nullifier, and Bloodseeker doesn't go anywhere. So really good stuff from Shopify. Finally, kind of showing some signs of life in this game after a little bit of a dry spell. But if you guys want to have some fun yourselves, you guys can grab some tickets to the main event here in Belgrade. It's happening sooner than you would think. So type exclamation point ticket and join us in Belgrade for that, for a great time. Fissure puts on awesome events.
Yeah, I guess they were just waiting, right? Like the dry spell was just them feeling confident in the late game potential of their heroes. And when I'm looking at Smiling Knight, the next item he's going for is Eternal Shroud. That doesn't necessarily strike fear into my bones. Like if I was Shopify, okay, he's a bit more sustainable, of course. But on the other side, Morphling is finishing a Skadi in 200 gold. I feel like that's maybe a bit scarier.
Yeah, I mean, Morphling is just terrifying now. He's closing up on his 25 as well, so he'll have the waveform cooldown. We saw in the last fight when he morphed into the Bloodseeker, the fact that he just gets the Thirst and is just zooming around the map as well. Like, the longer these fights goes on, the better it is for the Morphling. Is pretty scary. Yopaj also finding an Amplify Damage rune as he's closing in on an Assault Kuros. Not typically an item we see, but that works.
And,
they have a lot of physical damage with the Morphling in him.
Yeah, Beast could have bought it, but as Beast is going for Nullifier, maybe it's better for Tiny to buy it, so he kind of spread the load evenly. On the other side, it's not all doom and gloom. With Shivas, of course, from Stormy will come as a really good item versus Morphling, of course, and versus the Aghanim's Beast.
Both teams are going to smoke up here, and Yopaj will pop that Amplify damage. They are so close to finding him, but taking over the Dire high ground. Maybe going for a wraparound here, but Shopify thinking the exact same thing, going to the enemy high ground.
Got a good dodge.
I mean, they can just threaten the high ground, right? Don't you have to back here for your tier 3?
It depends. Let's see what they do, because they can also be afraid of taking the fight around the high ground where they don't have a... But like you said, they can definitely creep skip. And the creeps are pushing in anyways, so AVULUS, they have to go back and defend. No matter what.
Alright, well... Shopify with like the first real lead of the game. I think it has been so close. It's been only about 1 to 2k advantage at any point. But now with a 12,000 gold advantage, yeah, I mean, this is a perfect story, right? It was dead even for so long, just a little bit ago.
Yeah, this last fight just changed everything. Now they're going to have a refresher on Amaterasu as well. Like, he will be finishing it off very soon. He's got the recipe and 4.5k gold, so...
Oh, Tiny dancing with death. Great Hex out from Eki. They just drop everything on top of him, and he's gone. Now they do find Hellscream. He's going to try and TP on out, but the Rolling Boulder to cancel. Look at themselves, too. Not a bad fight here for AVULUS.
If they could get this Beast, it could be massive. Eki's on him. Actually...
They're going to get him, right? He has to BKB here.
Yeah, but you can't TP, right? Because of Dawn.
Dawnbreaker can cancel. Yeah, you're right. He can't TP at all. There's going to be the Roar. Amaterasu gets the blink away for now, and he's quite fast with that bonus move speed, but I don't know if AVULUS are going to give up quite yet.
Seems like they will. Kind of surprising, but okay, they forced Roar BKB. What's that BKB? It's already 6 seconds anyway. They are demonstrating the strength of their lineup. They can still blow a target up in that finger.
Stormstorm with an Invis rune, just scouting around bottom. Now he does have a gem. Roll in aggressively, is going to find the Morphling who just BKBs, and he's leaving. He's going to let this Lich pay the consequence.
They zoned them out of their side. Of course, Morphling was the better kill, but a much harder kill, of course, as well. Getting that BKB on cooldown might be good, though. Tiny.
They found Yopaj again. Oh, he's just dead.
What's happening?
I don't know. This was exactly what happened yesterday. Shopify just got caught dying one after another. And their entire lead is just dwindling now. They've lost full control of the map. Luckily for them, Roshan is not going to spawn for another, minute and 20 seconds, but they had a pretty firm grip on the game and just have lost it completely.
Yeah. This is like a 5 or 6k gold swing in the last 2-3 minutes, all due to a couple of pickoffs. And I'm not sure why Shopify, they're just... Okay, you missed one smoke, but ever since they missed that smoke, they just haven't connected at all. And...
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yopaj
has been dead for the last, 2.5 of the 3 minutes of the game. It's...
Considering how good of a game he's had, he's been caught very, very easily, I would say.
Yeah. And that's where I'm a little bit confused on the AC purchase. I don't know if it's really that necessary. It gives him a little bit more damage, but a lot of what we're seeing on AVULUS is magic damage, so it's not really tanking him up too much here.
They want the Morphling.
Oh, they find the Morph. He does have a BKB to pop. There's going to be the Roar. Finally, Shopify show up in numbers. They're going to look to try and turn this around. Saneko not going to live for much long. BKB out for Amaterasu. There's the Nullifier, the Roar. They really want this Bloodseeker to roll in from Stormstorm to try and slow him up. Great Finger Death out from Eki. The turnaround damage is there. He's trying to finish off the Earth Spear, but he gets the roll out, and Bloodseeker's just cleaning up the backline support. The Chain Frost going to start bouncing around here in the fight, doing a lot of damage. Here comes Tiny. He doesn't get the toss. He needs to get this hero in. In comes Eki, the buyback, paying off. Smiling Knight with a full new health bar, and it's going to be a death 1 by 1 here to the Bloodseeker. You are not getting away from this guy. What a cleanup from Smiling Knight. Ultra kill, give him the damn rampage. He deserves it, and Yopaj, he's going to run, but for how long?
Oh, he has a blink in 5. Is he going to get it? He's going to get... Oh, okay. Maybe.
Ooh, he gets the blink. He should have just kept running to get that Radiance, but good attempt.
Maybe that was
this is 2 diebacks.
Yeah, insane fight. It looked so bad in my eyes for AVULUS, because they just forced the Morphling kill, which was never gonna happen. Lion jumping in on his own, Dawnbreaker following up. It looked really bad. But Shopify Rebellion overextend and Bloodseeker just absolutely cleans up. I feel like, okay, the Dawnbreaker buyback was big. For sure it was. But Eki's, I feel like, made more impact. This Lion is doing all the work when it comes to controlling the Morphling and everyone else on that side.
There was one thing that happened in that fight that was very unfortunate for Yopaj, and that is he tossed the Chain Frost target away from the Bloodseeker. The Chain Frost was circling the Dawnbreaker, and rather than tossing him over to the Bloodseeker where it would have continued the Chain Frost, he just tossed him in place and then it expired.
Damn.
Which is one of those things that you gotta be aware of, and it hurts pretty bad to lose.
They have now double Aghanims. They have one on Storm as well. So Stormer, Aghanims. Actually, Bloodseeker, of course, and Dawnbreaker. So 3 Aghanims, right? Is there anyone else that purchased it? No one else. Okay. So,
it's a big Ags, though. Makes it that much more difficult to actually secure a kill now.
It's already a...
Did see... Ooh, hold on, maybe not. Did they see the smoke? I'm not entirely sure. They do see Smiling Knight. Instead on the back... What? Okay, not really sure where that initiation went, but there's going to be the Stone Remnant to buy some time. Lich gets the Chain Frost off, but he's already dead. They're going to roll for more, looking for Amaterasu. He's already caught from the Rupture, doesn't have the chance to get that BKB, even pops the Refresher. Oh no, Shopify crumbling here when it matters most as Yopaj is going to try and turn with a BKB. An Avalanche toss is not enough to finish the kill.
He actually manages to get away at least. That's kind of cool, but yeah, this is once again a disaster for Shopify. They went from being like 13-14k ahead into 8k behind in a span of what, 5 minutes now, 10.
Yeah,
everything that they've done kind of missed, And what they have done is 2 smokes. 2 smokes missed, and then they just started dying one after another. All the pickoffs culminated into this situation right here. This jump as well was kind of forced. You're playing into an Aegis, into a new Aghanims as well. And they didn't jump the same targets. Like the Roar was on one target, Morphling was on the other, Tiny was kind of in the middle.
Like Beastmaster Roar comes out and he just enchant remnants the Roar target, right?
Yep.
And then I don't even know who Tiny initiated on. He missed his blink. So he like over blinks, misses his avalanche combo, and then has to kind of like walk away. So I'm not really sure what happened there either.
He kind of ran into Smiling Knight, so there was also that bit of a problem. But like you said, this Remnant is huge now versus Roar targets. It's not only that, it's like Remnant plus the Dawnbreaker ulti, right? Like you have Solar Guardian, have so many saves.
Roll in, Stormstormer's got both supports, and once again, like you said, Eki just dismantling Shopify here. They're just gonna give up the lane of Barracks. They give up both supports.
They're hunting Zibe in the river.
They are, and they will get Zibe.
Not the...
I'm surprised they didn't stick to finish the Rax. That Rax was dead.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They want to get some kills, I guess?
I mean, they're going to be able to continue the chase here, looking for Yamato. There's the Enchant Remnant here onto the Morphling. The Avalanche will buy him some space, but...
Could have gotten a side instead, for sure. At least, right? Like...
Yeah, you would have easily gotten that Rax.
The protection was there, but they did have a wave coming in through bottom, so definitely could have finished that off, but okay.
Yeah, it was like 5 seconds away.
In any case, they lose the Dawnbreaker. She's up in 50. By the time she's up, they will still have some Aegis time with this level 25 Bloodseeker, so they should be able to at least take that side afterwards.
If they got a return kill there off of that play, it would have been absolutely huge. But I can understand the idea behind it, right? The back away to try and get like an important kill on either the Morph or the Tiny.
If they got a kill on Morph, let's say, that's maybe even game. Because no buyback.
Yeah, there's no buybacks on Shopify, obviously. They don't know this right now on AVULUS. 2 of them are on buyback cooldown, but all 3 of the cores are teetering on the line.
Yeah, right now if you're Shopify, it would be really good to get like a pick-off out of the base. Maybe a Roar on someone.
Oh, they get a nice finger on the front side, but here comes the refresher from Amaterasu, trying to get himself a second target, but Bloodseeker is just shredding the side of Shopify. Yopa is trying to finish off Eki, but can't even do it. Eki is too damn tanky. Lich throws the Chain Frost, and yeah, it's stacking up damage, but you're out of everything. Shopify lose 4. It's an ultra kill for the Bloodseeker as they're going to buy back on the Tiny, and I don't know if you have anything left in the tank here. This might just be game 1.
There's no buyback on the Morphling. There's a buyback on Beast, but he still does not have his ulti up. No Roar, no Lich buyback. This is most likely game, unless they somehow manage to hold. But once again, they get the double Roar on 2 different targets. They initiate, but it's a bit too messy. They just don't go on one target together to eliminate it.
It's always Eki starting the fight and putting himself on the line, and you got to give props for him. Like, that is such a big role that he's played this game. He's really hurt Shopify's ability to initiate or even take correct fights. I think some of it is Shopify's own doing, but it's also Eki having an amazing line.
Buyback?
All right, they're going to go for it. Silence, however, stopping Tiny from doing much of anything. They're looking for this second lane of Barracks.
I think you just wait for Morphling here, right? Like, he's up in 20.
Yeah, how can you not?
Maybe you def a little bit, like you poke them so they don't take bottom Raxes. But,
your only real play is tossback, right? But Eki just keeps messing with them, and now they're looking for the Tiny themselves. The Rupture is out. He will make it into the fountain, but that's just time.
Okay, they did hold, right? Like, they still have Megas.
Or they're gonna go in, try and find the kill, but the Enchant Remnant again stopping the initiation. Seneko, he's just tanking the damage here from Yopaj. They've got nothing left, and Dawnbreaker into the skies. Morphling about to go into the grave. There is no chance he's getting away from the 5 heroes, and that is going to be game over. Shopify dropping game 1 with, I mean, what looked like a huge advantage in the mid-game.
Absolutely. I feel like they completely dropped the ball. They had all the advantage from the laning stage. Okay, even after laning stage, they kinda took too many fights, I would say. But then they realized that they have this huge power spike a little bit later if they just farmed and waited for it. And they did farm, they did get to those power spikes on all 3 cores. They had the items, they had like Axe Blink, BKB, Beast, they had the Morphling with Kanda, they had the Tiny with Kanda. And then they just kind of got picked apart on the map. And like you said, Eki played a huge part in that. Just finding the right targets, initiating first, getting these pickoffs with Blink, Hex, Impales. Like, kudos to AVULUS for, like, even when the game looked pretty damn rough for them, they continued playing, they continued making moves. I think that's a big difference between how these two sides play. Because Shopify Rebellion, at least when it comes to making plays after being ready to make them, I feel like they might have botched it a little bit in that department.
Yeah, it really, those like back-to-back deaths just out of nowhere
on Tiny, right?
On Yopaj, and then on the supports, and then on Yopaj again, and then on Beastmaster. It's like these deaths like added up, and just they had like an 18k lead or something, and suddenly, or it was like a 15,000 lead, and then it was just even after a few minutes, and then you have the borderline rampage from Bloodseeker fight right before the Roshan, and that just broke the game completely for Shopify. This Bloodseeker ended up being way too big for them to deal with. We were questioning this Eternal Shroud, like, is this gonna make a difference? Apparently that, plus the pipe that came out for the Dawnbreaker shortly after, it stopped Shopify from doing anything. Like, the Tiny's damage was a non-factor in the late game, completely.
He definitely got a lot of sustain from that, but I wouldn't pinpoint this on one singular item. I would pinpoint this on the gameplay. One team was making all the moves, and the other was tried one smoke. That smoke did not work, and then they were all right. I guess we just have to chill. But AVULUS, this lineup, what it can do is it can play fast, and they did play fast. If they're in front, if they're behind, it doesn't matter. As long as they're poking you, they're going on someone, forcing a BKB. Once that BKB is used, they get like 70 seconds to play against you without the BKB, and they utilize that. I feel like that's something where they're maybe a little bit better. They smoke up and they make a play even when they're behind. At least in game number 1, they looked
100%.
Yeah.
I'm with you on this one. Yeah, I feel like even if you take it back to like how rough of a game Stormstormer was having early on, it never stopped him from trying to do what his hero needs to do in the game, right? Like, he was constantly looking and searching. He had teams with him trying to make plays, and that's the difference. It really is. It works. So shout out to AVULUS, a really good game 1. Now it is, again, a best of 3. Shopify are not out, but they are now 1 game away from elimination. So it's going to be close. But before we go to a break, quick reminder, everyone, that if you want to catch one of these 2 teams potentially in just a week at the main event, you can type !ticket in chat. Join us in Belgrade for the first major event of the year. It's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure to do that. For now, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2. Enjoy some highlights. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, here to the FISSURE Playground. We've got game number 2 of Shopify versus AVULUS. Getting ready to begin here. Now, this is elimination, of course. So Shopify are 1 loss away from being kicked out of the tournament. But for AVULUS, they're 1 win away from keeping their life on the line. Now, they've still got a lot more games they need to win because they've definitely struggled up until this point. But this is a great way to start to get back into things.
Yeah, definitely. Always. I don't know. Like I watched AVULUS yesterday versus Falcons, and I've seen their previous games recently, and this team does not look weak in most games. They have like some good ideas in the game, like the way they move on the map and when they are making plays and why they are making plays. It all makes sense. But from time to time, the lanes themselves don't go that well. Like that's something that needs to be said. There's a little bit of, at times, a little bit of too much spice. Let's put it that way. You know, they just like to, for some reason, make some risks that aren't really necessary. Like in the last game, like, you could see them, like the bot fight where the Lion jumps Morphling on his zone. And then, like, Dawnbreaker needs to follow up, cancel her ulti so that she can chain link the stuns. Or when the Storm Earth Spirit goes in, rolls for that rune on the mid lane and just feeds another kill to the Tiny. It's like some just very risky plays that aren't perhaps that necessary, but these things I do believe can be ironed out.
Agreed, 100%. I mean, those things are much easier to address than the potential major issues that Shopify are having right now, which is just not, it seems like they're not communicating well. Legitimately, like it looks like they're a little bit scrambled when things stop going how they want them to go. And we saw that yesterday in their series where it almost looked like they were tilted and just kind of didn't really play the game how they needed to play. And then in this one, they're ahead for so long, a few deaths, and it just completely broke their spirits.
Yeah, not sure what it is. Like we talked about it a little bit in the post game, right? Is it lack of shot calling? Is it a little bit of tilt? Is it what exactly it is? I'm not sure. Like these players are all very experienced. They've been through a lot of different international tournaments, so I expect tilt to not be the problem. But look at that, they get the other rock. Zopaj gonna
get a little bit of deja vu.
Yeah,
the exact same 7 bans into a tiny first pick, but this time it's AVULUS that gets it.
Dire team ban.
Let's
see how confident Zopaj is. All right. Well,
I love this.
I'm just gonna reverse it.
I love this. Earth Spirits on one side, just draft the same exact drafts on both sides, you know, and play them. Just don't go only for mid. Just AVULUS take Shopify's draft, Shopify take AVULUS. What if that was actually the way a tournament is played? Like
Dire team ban.
you get to.
I feel like that's something Slacks would do, right? Where
Yeah.
it's like both teams have to agree on a draft, then you swap. That feels like a Slacks event for sure.
Or you get like a set of games that you need to play, but the drafts are just like, you have to play reverse. Not reverse captain's mode, but you play that draft and then you have to play it reverse. It's like when you play chess, you play black and then you play white figures, right? I mean, here you can sometimes play Radiant, sometimes Dire, sure, but this would be next level.
It's funny because they also switch sides, right? So it's even more appropriate. We're gonna see some of the heroes banned out though. So Muerta does not make it through. We're gonna see the Doom removed. Shopify have 1 more ban here before we get into the next series of picks.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see, Doom banned out, Lycan banned out, Muerta as well. There's Lich in the pool that you can consider. And there's also Bristle that you might consider banning out now that Muerta is out, right? Like, this is a hero that you wouldn't have a mid laner and you wouldn't have a support of dealing with him. So you'd need something like a PA. But they ban out the Dawn instead. Okay.
Okay. I was wondering if they're going to ban the Pugna, because Seneko is just destroying them on the Pugna. Like, they really could not kill him when they should have been able to, right? We were talking about the fact that they could burst a Dawnbreaker if they wanted, yet they couldn't kill a simple Pugna. So I am curious what they do to adjust their draft if they go for that Pugna again.
I would still like it. I would like Pugna and Bristle, they went with Pugna and Shadow Shaman, just securing themselves that catch. Peculiar that they didn't go for Lion. They went for Shadow Shaman instead. I feel like Shadow Shaman and Lion are a very similar breed of heroes, you know, like these position 4s that going by a quick blink, maybe Aetherlands, just get the pickoffs. The difference is Shadow Shaman, of course, he has a little bit more of that pushing power with the wards. And they did lose to him yesterday, so maybe that's maybe that's the
They
reason.
should go Dark Willow here. It's really good this game. Like it actually offers them damage to kill any of these heroes, and it's a great combo for Beastmaster. They'll pick the 5 Clockwork though instead. I guess you still have the potential to run a Gyro 4. It's one of those flexes that makes Gyro a very good hero right now, and it's actually a pretty decent support Gyro game. So I don't hate the idea of grabbing the Clockwork first.
Yeah, there is a bit of versatility, but I also just like the Clock plus Gyro lane. I like Clock into Pugna and Shadow Shaman. I think these kind of heroes he enjoys playing into. Both of them have channeling spells that can't be played into Battery Assault. But yeah, I was expecting Pugna into Bristle. They went Pugna, Shadow Shaman, Bristle. Like, you literally have no ways of dealing with him right now on Shopify. And you need to find one. And your last pick is most likely a support. Like, what do you get? A Hoodwink with a break?
You could go PA. You
And
could
then-
run support Gyro and pick PA, but then you're running like Clockwork PA lane. Actually, you can run 5 Gyro and put Clockwork in the side lane with Beastmaster, but I mean, it's not a strong lane either way, so we'll have to see.
No, I don't mind that. I wouldn't mind that at all.
If you guys wouldn't mind doing us a favor, type exclamation point ticket in chat and join us in Belgrade for the actual main event that's happening here in just a few days.
I think like Gyro main event on the stage as a support would be cool to see.
Oh yeah.
But even here, maybe they ban out the Tide, by the way, so that makes me think that you're onto something. They just might go Gyro 5 and pick that PA.
I kind of like the idea of doing it. I think you have to, like, they're banning out the breaks, right? The Shadow Demon is a big one. And I think you actually should ban Phantom Assassin here. Unless you can think of an offlaner that completely shuts down Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, I don't know really.
Yeah,
Tide Hunter was one, right? Like he just absolutely dominates that lane.
He just walks around with Vlad's Mage Slayer and takes your buildings because you can't do damage to him.
Pretty much. So Shadow Demon is more meta, but Hoodwink as well is. I mean, I don't like one or the other as an answer to Bristle. I just don't think they're potent enough. There's Lich as well with the turn. I feel like maybe that's an option, but if we're looking at supports, that is to be banned. But with this Tide ban, like this Tide ban made me agree with your idea that PA might be coming. Like also, PA is a nullifier builder. You will get blown up by Tiny for the majority of the game, but once you get that nullifier, suddenly you have a way of dealing with the Pugna, you have the Fan of Knights for Bristleback. It would be a very solid switch up to put the Gyro on a support, if you want to do that, because Gyro on the support is, you know, this hero is good, but just does one thing. Well, there you go, the PA ban.
Yeah.
Good.
It's just too risky, right? It's like, why give them the opportunity of running the Phantom Assassin, right? You know, just protect the Bristle. They get the Underlord offlane. Not a hero we see that often at all, but I think in the right game, it's pretty great. And you're against the Beastmaster Earth Spirit. The pit's going to be super value. The deep push from the wave clear of Firestorm is super value. And Shopify now, I think you run Gyro carry into the Underlord lane, and now you look for a support that does something at this point. But like, you know, what is that going to be?
If you could squeeze in a Timber in this lineup, that would be kind of cool. Just solo win the game with the Timber.
Or carry Beastmaster.
Or carry Gyro, support Third Spirit, you know, like go full crit mode on that Third Spirit. Back to Shopify Rebellion roots. It's probably not gonna happen, but... Because, let's see, they go with a DK. So Gyro is still a support here in the end. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's got to be DK carry, would be my guess. Yeah, so... I actually don't mind the DK carry because this is a hero that can do enough damage that it might still kill the Bristleback once he gets a Silver Edge, but there is so many tanky heroes on the side of AVULUS. Man, I don't know. I worry that the Dragon Knight's never going to get to his items because he needs like Silver Edge, Daedalus, he needs BKB, he needs Sanjin Yasha.
Yeah, I can see it. Like they were setting up this early pick on Gyro to bait the Bristle with the Pugna to get the PA. I can definitely see that as being the plan right now. Like they prepped for this, but they didn't get the PA. So what do they get? They get this Dragon Knight. Do I hate the Dragon Knight? I don't. I feel like you said, it will be tough for him to get to the items. But if he does get to the items, I feel like this is a very solid hero and definitely the ultimate win condition in the game. Like if I see like some Bristleback becoming really fat with seeing red later on in the game, okay, he's a problem. At the same time, I do believe that Dragon Knight is definitely a bigger problem if he gets all his items, like your Silver Edges, and what does he even go for? Armlet, Mask of Madness, SNY Silver Edge, something like that. We'll see what he goes for.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Knight is definitely one of those heroes that has the late game scaling and is tanky enough to survive like any burst damage that AVULUS is bringing to the table right now, which I do like for that regard. That was the one thing we were a little bit unsure of with the PA is like, well, maybe the Tiny will be good enough at dealing with Phantom Assassin early, but you know, Dragon Knight's not going to have that issue. So we're going to jump into game number 2. It is Shopify Rebellion versus AVULUS, an elimination series for both of these teams. Wards dropped in the mid lane, and they are off to the races. Going to see who they find, and it's going to be the Bristleback, but oh, the boulder kick just barely connecting the cogs to pull them back in. They will be grabbing first blood here, and they give it to Amataratsu's Beastmaster. So very well placed on the boulder kick. If that doesn't hit, he does not die there.
No, I definitely think this is a much... I don't know, like the last draft, I liked it from Shopify Rebellion. I don't think they didn't have ways of winning that game, but they didn't in the end. This is a much better start in any way. They get the first blood. Well, they did get the first blood. I have to take that back as well. They did get the first blood on Stormer last game, right? So
yeah, I'm curious. I guess the Clockwork is also much better at dealing with the Pugna as the game, you know, progresses. It is one of those things where they didn't really have the best Pugna counters, but Gyrocopter and a Pugna, a great support matchup, right? Like, they're both fairly fast. Pugna usually just wins by running away from people, but Gyrocopter also a fairly fast base move speed hero.
Yeah, I mean, for Pugna, life drain is important, but this hero is basically decrepified. Like the way you have to see Pugna is like, okay, ward is of course an issue, but in general, all you want is to have that decrep machine going in team fights, just to save any target that gets gone on. One of the reasons why it got picked before they picked Bristle as well is because it makes heroes like Bristle absolutely useless. Like you saw yesterday into Pango, today into Bristle would be very similar ordeal. Just no damage.
Support just battling it out on the bottom side here. It's such a weird lane, the Underlord versus Dragon Knight, because typically Underlord punishes a lot of people for CS, but Underlord is not... Like, he doesn't actually really do that well because Breathe Fire is, like, you know, kind of just does the same thing. So I think Yamato should end up getting like a fairly good amount of CS in this lane.
Yeah, it's just like Dragonite at the moment as well. Just a dumb hero. As simple as it
Yeah, I
gets.
guess don't really need to read too much more into that one, yeah.
Yeah, just I don't know, like what this fire facet from him, the fire dragon, the fact that you have for some reason just built-in splash, the amount of damage that you deal, you have a stun, you have splash, you have pushing capability, built-in battle fury, you have damage later on. I mean, I'm surprised this isn't the first pick every single game almost.
Yeah. This is one of those heroes where the facet actually just like made the hero less interesting, right?
Yep.
Like a lot of heroes that get facets and you're like, oh, it's so cool. I can play this hero in so many different ways now. And then Dragon Knight's facets come out and you're like, it's basically Sven that can be ranged. I see.
Yeah.
I guess we do that, right? Like it's the weirdest change up on a hero. Probably the only one in that case that I know of where it's like this.
It's kind of sad that that's the only facet that you can go for, right? Everything
Yeah.
else, if you pick it, you're gonna get flamed out of the game, probably reported by every single player. Although, do you think there are some heroes, a couple of heroes that are a bit more versatile, I guess, with facets, but most of them are crystallized right now. I guess everyone knows what they have to go for.
Yeah, that's one of the things that, like, obviously we would love to see when the next big update comes out, like a little bit of a rework on some of the facets.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, you know, some heroes got facets, other heroes didn't, you know, in essence. So it'd be cool to kind of see, you know, a decent change up on these.
Yeah, I think that's one problem that we have maybe in Dota. Like, we talked about this yesterday. I love to see a patch go for a long time. You know, like let people just figure out what's the best, then let them figure out the solutions to what's the best, and let it have a cycle of life. But the problem is, like, there's just so many games every day that you find these solutions within hours. It's not even days anymore. You know, like. It's just like a hero becomes meta, someone already figured out the way of dealing with him in a pub. It's moving a bit too fast, maybe. So we just end up picking the same absolutely broken heroes.
Yep. Well, top lane, Amaterasu unfortunately loses his courier with his mana boots on it. That's actually
Pretty big.
really painful.
Hellscream.
Hellscream also in trouble. He's got one more Nether Blast. Going for the solo kill. He gets it. Hellscream just way too far forward there.
That's not a kill that you want to be feeding away. Like, Gyro, when you pick this hero as a support, you're picking it to win the lane, right? Like, you're picking
Yeah,
it to be a
absolutely.
bully, and not to be the one getting bullied and zoned.
They just solo kill. They get a double stack in the ancient area thanks to the boars. Now, bottom lane, they are bringing the gyrocopter down here to try and get something in return, and it looks like they will find Eki. Cluster Cluck buying him a moment of safety, but not long enough.
Just a little bit to at least make sure Zibe's out. And this is much better from the Gyro. He needed to make a move after dying like that on top, and now they're moving together, maybe towards mid as well. They are scouted out, though.
Yeah, they are right under a ward. They drop the sentry. They're like, something's up here.
Now you can see just by the movements of the mid laner if he has vision on you or not.
It could be a little bit of a bait, but they just roll in. The Magnetize hits both of the supports, the Black Cannon as well as the Cogs, doing way too much work here. Can they even make it out here on the Tiny? The toss comes through. Skem trying to continue the chase, and, well, this is when Magnetize shines. A 3-hero, full duration Magnetize. Yopaj gets himself a double kill. That is a huge win for him in the mid lane.
Absolutely massive, and a big difference from that first game, where the laning stage went kinda alright, but then the rotations didn't. And they did see them, like, the ward got deboarded by these two supports, but they still remain mid, and they still got punished for it.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah, they definitely just thought they were stronger, right? Like, I can't imagine there was any other reason they would stick there, but Eki gonna get scouted out here. Really good find, as they were just coming over to try and scout the 7-minute rune, and
Radiant's middle
they
tower
will get it now.
This is looking very stompy at the moment. Especially because of the Wisdom Rune, right?
Well, Smiling Knight grabs the other one. He's going to get a freebie here onto Amaterasu. Should be able to dive him. Just needs one more auto attack, and yeah, enough to finish the job. Yopaj with the boulder kick, slowing him down, but boy, is far too tanky for you, my friend. You need a little bit of help. He's going to get it from Scam. Wraps around here on the clockwork, but he's also in trouble. Taken down from the Quill Sprays, and Yopaj, he's afraid. He needs to connect on this roll, but instead he just dies to the neutral creep.
That's so
my goodness.
Yeah, that was so crazy because so basically Smiling Knight could have ran, but he was just being hit by those creeps and they dealt way too much damage. I feel like he could have maybe even lived, but then again, dying that way and getting a double kill is massive. Bot lane Tiny moving in.
Yeah, very nice use of the twin, or of the Fiend's
Gate,
Gate.
yeah, Fiend's
Yeah.
Gate, whatever.
Yeah, one of the gates. Yeah, it's one of those things that's really fun with Underlord if you play it correctly. Being able to just teleport, it's like giving your hero a bots for a fight real quick, you know?
AVULUS, they really like playing these global presence heroes, it seems like. Last game they had the Dawnbreaker. I mean, everyone likes playing Dawnbreaker, but Underlord is
is under attack.
not necessarily played as much, I would say.
Yeah, way more niche for sure. Clockwork. Gonna get decrept here as he's trying to go for the D ward. He will get it eventually. Nicely done from Scam there.
Yeah, how are the stacks looking, by the way? They blocked the hard camp in the triangle, so they got a lot of ancients, however, on the Radiant side. On the Dire side, absolutely no stacks. That's maybe a little bit of an issue.
They don't have great stack clears right now, besides the Bristleback, and he doesn't, I don't think, really wants to leave the top side of the map anytime soon.
Top lane, Smiling Knight, Tiny,
Dire's middle tower
and Suneko.
There's going to be a slow death here for Hellscream. The toss in, the chase down, Smiling Knight gets the assist there. Very nicely done.
Yeah, it looked for a moment like they're giving up, but there's no way. Suneko though, oh, this is a solo kill, I feel like. Is it? It isn't.
You know, good old cluster cluck from Eki. Just really well done. And Scam, he's just getting forced all the way back. I guess this is, I don't know who Space Mate is right now, right? He's pulling two supports, but like Suneko is also not offering anything anywhere else.
It's such an annoying spell, by the way, this cluster clock. It's so damn annoying. Mid lane. Another Fiend's
Very
Gate.
nice grab here. The Fiend's Gate coming through. There's the Pit of Malice. The damage this time finishes off Yopaj.
These guys are really good with the global presence plays.
structures are fortified.
Like 2 for 2 right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Smiling Knight is even stealing their stacks, by the way. Taking the Ancients.
Dire's
This is a big problem. Amaterasu needs these to get towards his Aghanim Scepter. You lose your mid tower as well, thanks to the catapult. This is some good momentum for AVULUS. Quick reminder, everybody, of course, to join us in Belgrade here in just about 6 days for the main event. It's the first major event of the year, so what a better way to start your year off. Just type !ticket in chat to pick up some tickets for you and your friends, you know? It'd be fun.
Yeah, first major of
Master Courier.
2025.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smiling Knight is running away. Does he know, or is he just farming? It seems like
He's just
wants to
farming.
farm.
He has no idea. Yeah, he's so dead. This early on in the game, you have more than enough damage between these heroes to find it. Well, I say that! Eki comes in, just dispels the Magnetize. They just turn it around. They get themselves 2 kills, and now Skem on the run. Oh my goodness. All right, Cluster Cluck playing way more of a role here than I would have expected. It just dispels Magnetize completely.
It's such a filthy spell. Like, I feel that it probably cost me the most kills out of everything in this game. Like all the stick fairy fire plays, you know, when they get used, you get baited, someone has a stick you didn't check, or a fairy fire. Bot lane though, they might try and go on the Underlord.
Yeah, do you remember yesterday when I was saying how I think like Shadow Shaman might be one of my least favorite heroes in Dota? It's because of that spell, that facet. Like legitimately, foul play and Cluster Cluck make me want to rip my hair out.
It is omega annoying. I absolutely agree. They are smoked up, by the way, as well. Storm has a dagger, but in his courier only. So they will go top without a blink. Amaterasu might be the target.
He might just get tossed. Yeah, just tosses in the Shadow Shaman. Full duration Shackle, Arcane Rune pop. The Chain Stuns are going to be there. You got the Avalanche to follow it up. Quick pick here as they take down this Beastmaster once again. And Amaterasu last game, he was having a much better time. He was able to farm his stacks, but now AVULUS have just shut that down completely.
Yeah. And that's another set of stacks that they will probably be stealing. He just made this. And it's Soneko that's actually trying to get it. Stormer goes back.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to kill. He's got this Blink Dagger. They're looking for the clockwork. Get used to the cogs.
It's gonna be Smiling Knight that finishes off the Ancients and the Aghanims, by the way. He needs what, 200 gold? They're even stacking the triangle, the Radiant Triangle on their own.
Yeah, I don't blame him. This is AVULUS' map now.
Should they back? They do have Fiend's Gate now, though. But
I mean, they're smoking in. They want to try and punish this. Smiling Knight is not low, though.
Yeah.
They're going for the 14-minute wisdom. That's what this is. Both teams expecting the other ones to be here. Tiny's smoke's going to pop. Avalanche onto 2. The toss is there as well. It's a lot of damage. In comes the feed gates. The Serpent Wards are down, but a big Magnetize out from Shopify. Can they do the damage? We're going to find out. The Bristleback's just getting it done. The toss gets a double kill from Stormer. It's a bloodbath, man. 6 heroes dead. You do manage to get the Wisdom Rune on your Dragon Knight, but what a clash from these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely a clash, bloodbath. I just saw circles, you know, one over another, and I was just waiting to see who comes out on top. It was a cluster clock and a half right there. But yeah, they do get the Tiny in the end, which is a big kill, and they utilized their Dragon Knight for the first time in this game. He has a Blink Dagger, he has Mage Slayer. His item build is a bit more on the active side, so it's good that he joined that fight. They need to utilize the Blink and the Mage Slayer. And you don't go for these items and then you go farming for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like I'm with you on that one. This is, you have an active Dragon Knight build, right? Like, he is playing to be with his team. And we'll see how it plays out, because right now AVULUS are still decently ahead. Skem once again trying to find the Bristleback, but Smiling Knight has an Ags now. And the burst potential of this hero is now a lot scarier.
Yeah, he should probably still force a fight before the pipe. And there is no pipe on Underlord. Once he gets that pipe, he is getting gone on bot lane. Might be killed here.
This is a nice kill.
Yep.
He's just in a little bit too far. They do punish him. No Queen's Gate for 2 more seconds. And it's kind of the similar idea to, like you mentioned yesterday. Whenever you're playing against the Dawnbreaker, you want to gank the Dawnbreaker herself. Now, Underlord isn't as susceptible to that. Oh, they just immediately drop the wards. Just traps Hellscream. Now the blink in from Yamato. They want to actually try and take the fight here on Shopify. Now the question is it going to go how they want? The Bristleback a little bit too afraid to engage. Avalanche toss, though. He just pulls in this Dragon Knight, but where's your damage? Smiling Knight's looking on the other side. Roar's going to catch him. They take down the Pugna. He does have Bristleback in 1 second here, but will he get a chance to use it? Another toss. He just sends him in. The burst, they got him. And now the Fiend's Gate from Zibe to join the fray. Looking for more. They do manage to catch the clockwork, but I don't think they're going to see the Dragon Knight. He's managed to make it out. Amaterasu. Wait a minute. Toss back. Yes. Yeah, it's just great chase from AVULUS once again.
I feel like Storm's teammates aren't necessarily always on the same page with his tosses.
Yeah, he just keeps throwing them in. He's like, get in there. We're fighting, guys.
It's like Suneko gets that Dragonite ball on his head and he's like, okay, what do I do with this? You know, there's like, you just helped him. You initiated for the Dragonite, but in the end, it's kind of worked out. When he threw the Smiling Knight bristleback as well, he started running back, and then the Fiend's Gate connected, so he understood, yeah, we can go in. A bit of a messy fight from AVULUS, but overall, they do come out eventually on top. They do smoke up, and with Bristle, of course, he's got his Ags. This can be a rush play. Maybe a fight into a rush on top lane.
We'll see what happens. Both teams smoked up. AVULUS pretty close. They're going to find Hellscream first. Skems on the backside. The Avalanche, the toss just takes him out of the fight. And now the Dragonite. He's alone. He needs some help and fast. But is he going to get it? The Bristleback continue to chase him down. Build up the Nasal Goose. And here we go. The Quill Sprays are out. Dragonite fights it. They look for more. They've got Beastmaster on the backside. He's already dead. And Smiling Knight cleaning up the clockwork. A huge win for AVULUS as this opens the Roshan, just like you said, if they want it.
Yeah, they're just
done. They see Yopaj mid. There's the toss. The Avalanche. They'll have a Pit of Malice to follow it up, but do they have the damage to block him? No, he'll pump the haste. He's out.
Yeah. They're just connecting with all their moves. They're finding the targets and they're eliminating them very easily. Meanwhile, on the other side, I don't think you have the damage anymore. Like, this Dragonite itemized very actively, and I think that will hurt them in the long run. Like, right now, you itemize the fight, but there's a pipe plus mech on the Underlord. I'm not sure you can take these targets down.
Pipe mech and a Pugna, right?
Maybe
like,
this one.
It's not easy. Well, speaking of Pugna, he's going to die to the Gyrocopter. Well, I say that. Gets the stick off the turnaround with the suck. He lives. Never mind. Here comes the pipe assist.
So, yeah.
You said it. Pipe and mech. It's pretty good.
You're jumping the Pugna and you're not able to kill him. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Tiny,
though.
though.
Deja vu. Yeah, it's Stormstormer. He's in deep. He's going to need some help to magnetize us out. Stormstormer's dead. Smiling Knight. He's going to go and pop that Bloodstone and continue to chase for more. So far, a 1-for-1, but a nice fight there from Shopify. Getting a big kill.
Yeah, Dragonite.
Actually, to go back in. They want to keep going. Crep is out.
Yeah, keep in mind that Tiny did not have the pipe on him, right? Like, he was a bit far away. So, much easier kill. But how do you feel about the Dragon Knight's shard? He bought it very early on. I don't think this was from the Tormy. This was actually, yeah, he got it.
I mean, it's a decent farming item when you don't have, like, standard, like, carry items. But, yeah, it's definitely not what we usually see.
Yeah. They are going for the Tormy. The first Tormy on the top lane. They followed Yopaj here.
They might try and snipe it. No, they're going to give it up. Goes to Eki. All right, that's a great shard. Speaking of... Well, now that we're paused, we actually have... This is a great time to talk to you guys about the fact that you can follow FISSURE here and on all the other channels by typing !F in chat. Now, that looks like a pretty dead Gyrocopter to me. I don't think Hellscream's getting out of this one. He's been doing a decent job this game, but really well played again from Eki. Crushed it on the line last time. He gets a similar hero, right? This Blink Initiator, the controller in the fight. It works.
He plays them really nicely. Lion and, like we talked about that during the draft, right? Like Lion and Shadow Shaman, very similar gameplay that you incorporate with these two. Maybe a bit more pushing power from the Shadow Shaman, but that's it. Good old Rasta.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They get the Wisdom Runes, it seems like, as well.
I mean, they have to stop this. The Blink, the Dragon Tail is out. The Hex comes out. He does manage to get the Wisdom, but Fiend's Gates are coming. Yopaj, you are out of mana, my guy. He is in trouble. Tries to roll away. Does manage to make it onto the high ground, but just falls right back down. And, well,
Beast.
there's a Beastmaster just getting chewed through. You get the Wisdom Rune, but at what cost? You popped everything. They've got an Amplify damage, Tiny, and a Bristleback. Now just getting to work on your high ground.
Maybe they could go for Rosh first, but
Oh, Avalanche. He's just hunting, seeing if he can find anything.
I'm not sure
You
why
at least
Foul...
get to tier 3.
For sure, there is no Beast. They don't want to use that buyback. With the Pugna and with this DD on Tiny, maybe they can even go for Axes or...
Oh, they get the toss back. It's the Gyrocopter delivered to the grave. As Skem tries to come in and offer some assists, but the Pit of Malice just stopping them. This is just the death ball of Avulus.
Oh, they caught
And
Clock.
the Blink, the Hex. They got Skem as well.
How are they not punished at all? Like, not a single hero is dying on their side. They just went in their base, they killed 2 supports, they took the side. Like, the way that Shopify Rebellion are so timid from time to time. Like, in that last game, it was a very similar thing, right? Like, they have a decent game and then suddenly they're 13k behind. This time around, the laning stage was good, but everything afterwards was just a disaster. The moment Zibe got the pipe, I feel like this game was out of hand for them.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen like this type of offlaner, right? We don't really see this like pipe, you know, mech offlaner all that often anymore. We've seen a lot more like damage-oriented offlaners. But it makes a lot of sense for this draft. Like, where's Shopify's damage going to come from? It's all magic. And you just pick an Underlord and build a pipe and, well, you get the Hex into the Shackle, going to hold down the Earth Spirit. He has a BKB, will be forced to use it and TP on home, but this is Roshan.
And he basically used almost every single BKB just to TP out, right? And that's minute 20, what, 22-3? Yeah, it's very early in the game and his BKB is already on 6 seconds. So, not really what you want to have. Yeah, not ideal indeed. Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like the approach to the game could have been maybe a bit more passive this time around. Same like they've had in game number 1, where they just did their time and waited, but they itemized the fight, and I think that baited them in. So now they're 13k behind. They're still not out of it, of course. There is still potential with this Dragonite to scale, but he needs like 2 items. He needs Silver Edge and he needs Nullifier as well. Like, you need both of those.
The downside is that he's basically a Silver Edge and a Nullifier away from the Silver Edge and Nullifier.
Yeah, not that close.
Yes, 1,000 gold if that process already completed. That is it. So it is going to be a while. Mid lane, Smoke's going to connect into the toss from Stormer. He has no BKB for 20 seconds. Yopaj will get the roll out as the rest of the team's going to join him through the Twin Gate. They're hunting, and there it is. Eki with the shackles going to find themselves the Gyrocopter, and that will be a pretty easy kill for them.
And they're on a hunt. They're still hunting top lane.
Yeah,
Yopaj.
He finds Clockwork. Skem gets the Glimmer Cape off the roll from Yopaj. He's just running north. He will have BKB to escape this time, but like you said, it's been the whole game of BKB TP for him.
Yeah, he's trying to TP.
Oh no. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if Eki would have gotten the vision in time anyway. That being said, they still managed to find Skem. Not an empty... Ooh. Okay.
Neutral.
Dude, that's 2 kills for this neutral camp. These guys are owning.
They have more kills than... Oh. Than Skem. That's it.
I was going to say, who has less than 2 kills? Who can we put on blast right now?
Soniko? This could be a kill for them.
That's a nice Dragon Tail initiation on the backside. The Magnetize is there as well, but you gotta be careful because here comes the Bristleback. He's gonna just blow up this Gyrocopter. Amaterasu, he's gonna need some help as well. Pops the BKB, the Roar, the Cluster Cluck to try and maybe buy him some time. Gets the pipe off. It's not gonna be enough this... Well, is it? The toss out! He's safe! Oh my goodness, they can't find these kills!
The tips for Stormstormer, the toss back was so damn good. This is probably
And
the
that's
best
a
initiation
full
they
lane
could
of
have had.
Rax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Wow. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the Aegis. How long on that Fiends? He has Fiendscape up. They could completely reset in the fountain and come back.
Yeah. There's a tier 2 down bottom, right? So because of that tier 2,
Okay,
they
yeah,
can
you're
perhaps
right.
heal. Oh, hook! Mid? Aggressive hook?
Right. Yeah, there. That'd be the Fiendscape. Like, all right, we know you guys just beat out, but how about you just come back, please? And
Right.
they're gone.
I
Now
really
we go
think
back
that
to
was...
the Twins Gate.
Was that the first hook of the game that has been utilized aggressively? I don't think I've seen a singular one besides that.
Dude, you actually might be right. I don't think I've seen a hook shot either.
I literally didn't see a hook. Like, this whole game, maybe some defensive ones where he's just hooking nearby, but I didn't see a singular play in which he's just going in and Earth Spirit follows and they make a play. That's the state of the game that they're in. And 20k behind now, I feel like this lead is...
There's no BKB on your Earth Spirit either. Oh, Stormstormer goes in, Avalanche, toss back, puts the DK in the wrong neighborhood. He does survive for the moment. There's going to be the rolling on the backside. Magnetizes out, doing some work, but the pipe immediately in response. Smiling Knight's still pretty tanky. Yopaj with BKB. Will be able to take down the Aegis, but can you get more? The Avalanche, the toss, the burst from Smiling Knight's going to be able to clean up one. He's looking for the second. Amateratsu's not going to make it to the base. The GG comes out right away, and Shopify Rebellion are eliminated from the FISSURE Playground.
Unfortunate for all the Shopify fans, but then again, AVULUS, they definitely proved to be the stronger team today. And I had my concerns for Shopify yesterday. They didn't look that great versus, I believe, Tundra. Meanwhile, AVULUS looked pretty damn solid versus Falcons, and
Yeah, this was one of those moments where, like, it was just a clear outclass, right? Like, there wasn't any question to me on, you know, which of the two came out, like, you know, better, but AVULUS absolutely deserving the victory. There was, like, not really a single point in either of these games where they were, like, you know, struggling too much. In game one, there were some hiccups here and there, and Shopify were kind of out farming them on the map, but they never really, like, gave up and stopped trying to make plays and get something done. And I think that just shows the difference here. Like, AVULUS was always playing to win, you know, as we like to say in the Dota scene. And they come out with a really clean 2-0. And props to them. But yeah, this was an amazing performance from AVULUS. Well, I know you're probably like, where the heck is Lizard? He's coming back. Don't worry, guys. He'll be right back. But I will say, Shopify, a little bit of a rough event from them. Every time we saw them, you know, yesterday and today, it was not the greatest performance. There's definitely some kinks they need to work out. It feels like maybe some shot calling issues. The drafts, I think, today were much better than what we saw yesterday. But they still couldn't really make it happen. And it's not like a one-person issue. This is something I think that's more of a core issue on the team. And, you know, it's sad to see them go home, but that's how these tournaments work. One of these teams get to advance, the other one's going to be eliminated, and congratulations again to AVULUS. Very well deserved. And I'm excited, man. This team has been a fan favorite. I think of some people, I'm personally a big fan of this team. I love their players. They've got a good head on their shoulders, very humble, and they get to keep themselves in the tournament for now. Now, they will be still sitting at 1-2, so they still have 2 more best of 3s they need to win to qualify for the main event, and there are still some really strong teams in front of them to do so. I think all of today's matches are done. I don't know if we're going to have the schedule at the end of today quite yet, but we have to do all the matchups for tomorrow to see, you know, who's going where. But right now, Shopify and Chimera will be the first 2 teams eliminated, whereas the 2 teams that have qualified, it's going to be BetBoom and Heroic. For those of you who maybe weren't watching the other stream, the South American powerhouse, yeah, crushed it. So good job for them. Looks like we do have an interview with Shopify, though, so we're going to send it on over to Nati, who will have something to say with Tomato.
have Tomato joining me, and obviously competitively, it's a tough last 2 days for you guys. The Swiss format is brutal. Did you just feel you didn't get enough games? You didn't get enough time to show the full potential of Shopify?
I think we didn't have good prep going to this tournament, and this format really punishes if you are like sloppy, because you get one game, it's like 2v1s, and then we got tough opponents, we play really bad, and it's like, oh, now we're in elimination, and you don't really have time to fix much or adapt. You're out if you play bad.
Yeah. Did you feel any extra pressure once you did get to that elimination as well? Because there are a lot of new people on a lot of new players on your team. You're the veteran here.
Personally, I like more because it was BO3. So I was like, okay, now we get 2 games. So if we win game 1 or lose game 1, we actually get to like talk about it, reset a bit, and then go next one. So I was a bit happier with finally VO3. I guess as Dota player, I'm more used to VO3, and the VO1 I related to like the TI, elimination thing. So I was like, oh, finally VO3.
Yeah, that is that tough part. But in that BO3, you said you liked that you could to talk about maybe what happened in game 1 and change it for game 2. But why couldn't you transfer, the knowledge of game 1 into 2 and potentially into a game win?
I think honestly AVULUS is just a better team. I think I watched their moves. I think they got cool concepts. Like they always put their offlane on like global hero. So they always like do this like European Dota where they're like minute 14 guys, there's gonna be 5 heroes there. And they're always there. Like I died to some cool player where like he gated the Tiny to himself. So honestly, they're ahead on us as teammates. They're ahead of us in like understanding of how to play this patch, and they're ahead of us in like individually too. I think like maybe the mid lane only lost a couple of times to Poi, but I don't want to brag too much about that because we lost the series, But besides that mid lane matchup, I think they got what they wanted and they executed better than us. So.
Look, silver linings, you still got to have a little bit of positivity towards it. And for you as a carry player, we've sort of been on this patch for a little while, but it feels like the carry heroes are constantly changing. So how do you think that you fit into it, or are you still trying to find that?
I think it depends the type of carry that you are for your team. It also depends the slot that you get your pick into. Like, yeah, if you're getting last pick, you can do more of like the new heroes, like maybe some Lifestealer. Personally, I'm more on like the Spectre. I spam Spectre a lot, and there's a hero that you can get if you get like a later pick. But if you're getting like early on, it's the same. You're gonna see Alk, you're gonna see DK, you're gonna see Magnus, Morph, Gyro. Like these 5 heroes is the same as the last 2 tournaments. They haven't changed, so it kind of depends on the carry that you are, right?
All right, well, look, tomorrow I won't keep you too much longer. It was a tough one here for you guys at FISSURE Playground, but I look forward to seeing Shopify in the future.
Thank you. It was nice playing. Unlucky, but go next.
Just go next. Thank you.
I was gonna say Tomato is one of the most likable Dota players I think of all time. Yeah. Not even like current day. I like legitimately all time. Tomato might be one of the most likable Dota players. Like every time you talk to him, he's always positive. Like even after losses, after eliminations, he's always trying to be the positive light on his team. And he's been like this forever. So it's a humble loss, they're going to learn from it. To be able to admit they just outclassed us. They were better than us in every way. And, that is a hard thing to admit, I think, for a lot of people. So, yeah, a lot of maturity.
Absolutely. Like there is, you can't sense any sort of an ego coming from him. Like just, like you said, very humble, down to earth, accepting it as it is. And I feel like when he is where he is, and he was in very big, good teams because of that attitude, which obviously brings him to excel in not only Dota. I feel like whatever you do, as long as you have that kind of an attitude, you improve in every aspect. So yeah, very cool to listen to his interviews whenever he gives one, or when he's on some podcasts, because yeah, just down to earth. And AVULUS, realistically, they were the stronger team today.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the history of AVULUS's games in this event right now, they lost a best of 1 to Liquid, they lost a best of 1 to Falcons, and then they finally get themselves the 2-0. Granted, the other best of 1s were close. It's not like they were getting like slammed in these other games, right? Like both of their best of 1s were good. They nearly beat Falcons. So that's, I think, optimistic for AVULUS and their fans. I think they have a lot to look forward to. We're day 3 of these group stage is done, but there's still so much more Dota to be played, and it is going to be a blast. It is all best of 3s from here on out, all elimination or qualification matches for the Fissure Playground. So tomorrow is going to be a super packed day. We want to say thank you all so much for tuning in today. My name is Cryptic. I've been here with Lizard. As always, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow.